on TikTok, and just getting the YouTube stream up and running as well. Seems to be working okay. Okie dokie. All right. Get guest box open and get Sean in. Good evening, everyone. How you doing, Sean?
Hello, everybody, all 7 of us.
Okay, that is good. Guest box is open, and nice to see everyone in the YouTube chat. Good few friends in already. Very, very nice to see you all, of course. Always a joy. And hi, David on TikTok side, and Starlight, and Millie. Nice to see you. And Jay, thank you so much for joining us. We've got our kind of regular menu tonight. We thought we'd go back to that for a little bit. We had so much fun with the God is Silly topic. We're definitely going to be running that again. That was a real winner, I think. I enjoyed that. Did you, Sean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it felt pretty good. And just pop out the YouTube chat over here. Okie dokie. Well, yep, today we have our normal roster of topics. Nobody chooses what they believe. God is not morally good. Hell is ridiculous. And I want to qualify that by saying really what I mean there is hell for non-belief is ridiculous. I think it's fairly ridiculous anyway, but particularly hell or any punishment for non-belief is morally ridiculous. And God hates women. God has got serious mommy issues. It's nothing that a few thousand years of therapy probably wouldn't fix, with the skilled right person, of course. But as things stand right now, there's a lot of unresolved issues there that God is going to need to work on, and some apologizing to do. It's never too late to apologize and make amends, but now would be a good time to start. So God, if you're listening, time to start saying sorry for all the terrible treatment of women that you yourself have done and encouraged over the years. You've got a lot of work to do, but you can get there if you try. That's my view. If you are on the YouTube side and you'd like to come in and get involved in the discussion, then the link is the normal one. Just put it in the chat right there. It's tinyurl.com/JCGuest. All you need to do is put that in a browser, on a computer or a phone, and you will be here talking to us, and we will have lots of fun. That's what you do on the YouTube side. And on TikTok, of course, you know what to do. It's just that little request button in the bottom left, and that gets you straight in. So that is how you do it.
So if God apologizes to women, will they have to sacrifice themselves to themselves in order to forgive him?
That's a good angle. They may not need to, but they'll probably need to have someone else sacrificed. So maybe the women can find some men that might be worthy of that sacrifice.
I'm sure I imagine many of them will have specific men in mind to sacrifice.
I think that could
for substitutional atonement.
That could be the thing. Like, it could be time for men to start being sacrificed to women to start making up for all the crappy treatment they've had from other men and from God. I'm starting to see a plan come together here. I quite like this.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, we're going to take our first guest. This is Nicro or Nicro from the TikTok side. Welcome in, Nicro or Nicro, and you can tell us how to pronounce your name so we don't massacre it too badly.
Yeah, Nicro, mate.
Nicro. Hey, Nicro. How are you?
I'm all right.
Good. Well, you're very welcome. You are our first guest.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah. What would you like to say?
I don't really get how God hates women. That doesn't make sense.
Does it not? I mean, have you read the Bible?
No.
Have you read the Bible much?
Yeah? Why?
Well, how do you think women are portrayed in the Bible? Let's start with the Old Testament and look at some of the laws that God gives around women and how they're framed and what their rights are and the sort of behaviour that God dictates. I mean, for example, do you have a woman in your life that you care about? It could be a family member, a sister, or a dear friend, or
Yeah.
right. If that person got raped, would you think that it would be a nice thing to do to say that they have to marry the person who raped them?
No, I don't think it would.
Would that be a compassionate and respectful thing to a victim of sexual abuse to make them marry? You agree that would be pretty sucky, right?
Probably not, no.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be great.
Yeah, it's absolutely horrible. So, unfortunately, that's exactly what God commands in Deuteronomy. That if a man meets a virgin who's not engaged and basically rapes her, it's euphemistically described as seizing her and lying with her, which is charming, but we all know what that means. Then he has to pay 50 shekels to her father because she's like used goods now, right? Her value in the marketplace of objects that can be traded has now gone down. So he pays 50 shekels to the father, and then she has to marry him. What do you think about that?
Nico, are you Christian?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. So do you think that that's a good law that God has put onto the people of Israel?
I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, it's pretty disgusting, don't you think? To force a woman to marry the guy who raped her, so presumably so he can spend the rest of both their lives continuing to rape her, I would imagine. I mean, hey, look on the bright side. Her dad got 50 shekels out of it, but sucks for her, right?
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not too sure on the history and stuff of that verse, but we are taught that God is so far above our understanding. I don't understand why he does some things.
Yeah, but a lack of understanding only gets you so far. Like, there's only so much that you can just shrug off as a lack of understanding. At some point, you actually have to have a backbone and go, no, I don't think that's okay. I have a moral intuition, and I'm gonna say, no, that's not okay. That's disgusting. I mean, I don't even hesitate to say that.
Oh.
And you know what? It gets even worse. Do you know what happens to a woman who gets raped by a man if she doesn't scream loudly enough?
Don't know where you're going there.
Yeah, it just when you thought that the marrying thing couldn't be any worse, right? So in Deuteronomy 22:23, if there's a young woman, a virgin, already engaged, and a man meets her in the town and lies with her, you shall bring both of them to the gate of the town and stone them to death, the young woman because she didn't cry for help in the town, and the man because he violated his neighbour's wife. Now, the language here is quite interesting. He's not being stoned to death because he did a nasty thing to her. He's being stoned to death because he committed a property crime against his neighbour. Because she's engaged to be married, that means she belongs to someone else, right? So some people would say, well, yes, okay, but this is actually an adultery law. But it doesn't cover that. Her consent is irrelevant here. It even says she didn't cry for help. She didn't cry out loudly enough. So not only has she been raped, she now gets stoned to death for not crying out loudly enough. And I hope you never, ever, ever have to speak to anyone who's been a victim of a violent sexual crime. But quite often, women who are victims of violent sexual crime are absolutely terrified. They can't cry out. They're terrified. Crying out might make it worse. They fear for their lives. They're frozen. They're in a panicked state. Quite often just go silent. It's heartbreaking. And here's your God, who's decided that the appropriate follow-up to her assault is to have her killed by rocks. What do you think about that?
Not too sure what to say, but I wouldn't say I'm the most knowledgeable about this scripture to tell you what exactly it means in the Hebrew and the Greek that it's been translated from.
Just the Hebrew. And the Hebrew language doesn't change the meaning of the words at all. all the people with the PhDs who translated this stuff understand the biblical Hebrew. They know what it means, and these things have been correctly translated. There's not going to be a moral way out offered here by some translation which actually ends up being, oh no, it's not stoned to death. It actually means offered a course of counselling. There's nothing like that. It's brutal. It's just brutal. And the reason, what we have to understand is the reason why these laws are like this is because women weren't really seen as equal human beings to men. They were just the property of men. They were just things to be traded. A man could sell his daughter into slavery. Just sell her as an object. Have a slave. And quite often they did. And quite often that slavery wasn't just like doing jobs around the house. It was a particular type of slavery. I think you can read between the lines and understand what I mean here. So it's pretty bad. And it doesn't even get any better in the New Testament. This is all the Old Testament barbarity, right? But it doesn't even get any better in the New Testament, because in the New Testament there's all these rules about how basically, women have to know their limits and be, under a man in the family. The man is the head and the woman is answerable to the man. And I don't think that's very nice at all. So can you see why I might say God hates women?
No, somebody has to be the head of the household, though. How does that make any sense?
Why? I have a wife. I'm not the head of my household. We negotiate things. We work it out together. We're a team. I don't say that she is, answerable to me. That's ridiculous.
But you have different roles.
Yeah, we have different roles, but we're a team. That we don't have a hierarchy at which I'm the top and she's, below me power-wise. We talk about stuff, and when there's a disagreement, we figure it out. And sometimes I compromise, and sometimes she compromises, and that's what, not being a dick is. It's just like understanding that, right? But according to the Bible, is like women have to submit to their husbands, have to obey them, be subject to your husband as to the Lord. Do you think that women should be subject to their husbands?
Yes, because in the
Do you? So
in the Bible, it teaches that husbands should be completely devoted to their wives as Christ was to the church.
Yeah, we're not talking about how devoted people we are. We're not talking about how devoted we are. We're talking about whether there's a power dynamic there, whether there's a hierarchy that's imposed from outside, saying this is the order, this is the place. You have to, there's nothing that says men submit to your wives. There's this lovely floral language about husbands need to be devoted to their wives. That's all nonsense. There's a very clearly defined power hierarchy here, imposed from other people who aren't in the relationship, saying, women, know your limits. The man is in charge. So if you get married, are you going to expect your wife to obey you? Is that going to be your expectation?
To obey me? What do you mean by that?
Do you know what obey means?
Well, yes.
Okay, so when you get married, are you going to expect your wife to obey you?
To a certain extent. Line
up, ladies. You heard it here. Okay, well, there you go. I think you've proved my point. Here is a male person in the United Kingdom in the 21st century who has said, to a certain extent, he's going to expect his wife to obey him. I think you've just made my point for me, haven't you? Can you not see that that's slightly anachronistic? And there are women everywhere listening to this, rolling their eyes right now, going, thank goodness I don't have to go anywhere near him. I'm going to give you some advice. This is not a winning approach. This is not a winning strategy for life. This is not going to work out well in a society where women rightly expect to be seen as equal to men in status and in rights and in autonomy, not less than, even if you think they should be less than. I'm going to offer you some advice, which is to go away and think about that. It's not a winning approach, mate. But I thank you for coming in to be our first guest, and food for thought, perhaps, for you. Thanks for kicking us off.
God bless, I hope.
And you too, yeah. There's always a God bless at the end, isn't there? It's so ill-judged. Read the room. We don't need the blessings of your God.
Yeah.
Really, it's naff. Like, the silence was suiting you better at that point. Had to get the little God bless in. Bad. Okay, we are going to bring in Charlotte.
Hello.
Hi, Charlotte. How are you?
Hello, Charlotte.
I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
Very well indeed. Very well indeed. You're our second guest. What would you like to say?
Could I choose a topic?
Yeah, you can, absolutely.
The one that you've just done, God hates woman.
Yeah, did you hear the conversation?
I did, yeah. It was kind of shocking, to be fair.
Pretty shocking, right?
Yeah. Basically, all I have to say is, to me, God doesn't hate women because he doesn't exist, to me.
Oh, well, yeah, there is that. There is that minor detail, that small problem. Of course, we agree that in our view, certainly the biblical God is a fictional character. But we're talking about this more like a sort of, like if we were going to have a discussion about the moral character of Darth Vader or Voldemort, it's more like that. It's like looking at the character as revealed in this book, looking at the values as revealed in this book, and saying, well, what inferences can we draw from that? So we completely agree that this God almost certainly does not exist. So we agree with you there. But isn't it shocking? I mean, isn't it appalling the way that women are objectified in the Bible and just treated like objects for the use of men?
Yeah, definitely. Especially when that guy was saying he wants women to obey them because it says it in the Bible and stuff.
It's not going to be a winner on your match profile, is it? You know, good sense of humour, wants women to do what they're told. It's not going to work out well, dude. Like, yeah, I'd fix up there.
Yeah. So I thought that you was on the opposite side, so I was coming to debate, but I guess we're on the same side.
Yeah, it sounds like we might not have very much to debate. I mean,
No.
if you look at our topics, nobody chooses what they believe, and what I mean by that is I mean, we're going to get into it later because people often want to talk about it, but basically the Christianity tells people that they're going to be punished for not believing the right things, and Islam does that too. But you can't just choose what to believe. You're either convinced or you're not. And if you're not convinced, there's nothing you can do about it. So punishing non-belief is morally idiotic. So that's the first one. The second one is God is not morally good. And we'll definitely be getting into that later because there's all sorts of terrible stuff he gets up to in the book. And apparently, which leads us to believe that he's not a sound moral character. And hell is ridiculous really just ties into the first topic, saying that punishing people, sending them to hell just because they weren't convinced that occasionally donkeys speak Hebrew and other silly stories is completely ludicrous. And then we've got the God hates women. So it sounds like we're fully aligned and no need to debate anything at all.
Yeah, well, I'll follow you anyway and watch your debates with other people because it's quite funny seeing you be so right and just like put them in their place a bit.
Thank you. We try. And it isn't about winning arguments. It's about getting people to think. And very often the people we're actually speaking to aren't in a position where they're willing to change their thinking in any way or able to. But lots of other people listen to this stuff. And lots of other people are a little more flexible in their thinking. So that's the value in these conversations, even though I recognise that most of the time in a situation like this, you're not going to change the mind of the person you're speaking to. But thanks so much for coming in to speak to us. Really appreciate that.
That's all right. It was nice speaking to you.
You too. Have a good rest of your evening. Take it easy.
Bye. You too.
Bye. Okay, so we have Simon waiting on the YouTube side. We will get to you in just a moment, Simon. We're just going to take one more caller on the TikTok side. This is Shidu coming in right now. Hey, Shidu.
Hey.
How you doing?
And say, good. How are you?
Very well indeed, thank you.
Just want to pop and say what that first guy was on about is ridiculous.
Pretty nuts, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, I've got nothing against anyone believing in what they want to believe. I'm personally an atheist because I can't believe or agree with most of the stuff in the Bible. But it's ridiculous that people like that can think like that.
Shocking, isn't it? In the 21st century, that there are people who read these things and think that they make moral sense. It's shocking, and you wouldn't know it, right? Like if you met that guy in the pub or at a bus stop or whatever, you wouldn't think, oh, he holds these kind of views. It's only when you start getting into it. It's when you start getting into these things that people reveal the crazy things they think and the crazy things the views they hold, and it's like, wow, okay, that is some weird stuff. And we are continually shocked by it here. The things that people will defend, you will probably hear it tonight. People coming up with reasons why it's right to kill children and why it's right to stone people to death for things, and it's like, wow, okay, it's mad.
I've had women show me dating on their whatever app for a dating profile, men looking for women, and some men are very open about that sort of belief system, looking for a Christian woman.
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact verbiage, but basically saying, who understands that the husband is the leader of the household and blah, blah, blah. Like actually expressly putting it on there. And I guess which is good for whoever's going to come across their profile, that they know what they would be getting into. And
it's crazy.
Maybe
work.
some women go for that, but
I mean, some women do. Some, and look, there's nothing wrong with traditional roles if that's what people want. But the idea that it would be imposed extrinsically, like imposed from someone else saying this is how you need to structure your family, and that the man would think that he has an entitlement over the woman to say, I'm the boss, you have to do what I say, is frankly chilling.
Yeah, and you are correct. There are some relationships where the man or the woman prefers to take a submissive sort of role in what have you, but a moral obligation that the man must be in charge of the woman, that's a big problem.
It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Well, Shiddu, thank you for coming in to agree with us. We appreciate that very much.
Yeah, no problem.
And I hope you have a really good rest of your evening.
You too.
Take it easy, man. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, before we get on to Simon, we'll bring Simon in just a moment. If you're watching on YouTube, it really, really helps me if you can give the live a like. That really, really helps to train the algorithm to push it out, and we can get build the audience figures. I would be very grateful if you can do that. And obviously the likes on TikTok also stimulate the TikTok gods to push this out to others as well. So thank you for that. And with that, we're going to bring in Simon. Hey, Simon.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Jonathan. Very well indeed. I messaged you earlier saying that I would try and join you tonight and have a civil conversation about the Bible and what have you. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm a practicing Christian. I've been taking my Christianity seriously for 3 years now. Baptized last year. I've read the Bible. Well, I practice the Bible daily, and I've read the 1611 King James Bible. That's my Bible of choice. I've read that.
That's a terrible translation. But okay. So let's start with this then. So you'll be familiar with John 3:18, right? You know what John 3:18 says.
With regards to quotes and stuff like that, if you just say what the word is, I'm not one of those that can just quote verses and chapters. I've read it.
That's absolutely fine. No, that's absolutely fine. I'll get it on the screen so everyone can see it. It's a sort of foundational. It's a foundation. You'll be familiar with John 3:16. You'll know, so God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, and all of that business. Everyone likes that verse, but people quite often don't read just after that, where it says, those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already because they've not believed in the name of the only Son of God. So would you agree with me that this scripture, and there's a similar one in Mark 16:16 and elsewhere, basically says that if you don't believe the right things, then you're going to basically, I mean, here it says you're condemned, right? So different people have different understandings of what's entailed by that. But essentially, a lot of people would say you're going to hell and you're going to be punished if you don't believe. Right? Do you agree with that?
I do, yeah, which is why I take the Bible seriously.
Great.
And I take Jesus very seriously.
Yeah,
Yes, I do believe.
Great. Okay. So here's a moral problem with this, and I hope you are open to thinking about this in a way you may not have done before.
Yeah,
Do you
sure.
Do you think that you can choose what you believe?
You are free to choose what you believe. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not asking it. Forgive me. I'm not asking about what you're free to do. I'm saying, do you think it's possible, physically? Is it possible for a person to choose what they believe?
Yeah, because I chose. I mean, I'm in my 50s now, and so, like I say, I've only been a practicing Christian 3 years. So anything I'm saying to you, I had a full half century of not believing willingly. So yes, it is possible to choose not to believe. I chose not to, and I choose to believe now.
So here's the newsflash for you. It isn't possible to choose what to believe. You can only believe something if you're convinced it's true. If you're persuaded that it's true or likely true, that's why the first point in my topic list is nobody chooses what they believe. This is slightly counterintuitive because people hear this and they think, well, I can think anything I want and therefore I can choose to think this or think that. But actually, belief means that you've been persuaded that something's true or likely true. And if that hasn't happened to your mind, belief is not possible. It doesn't matter how much you might want to. You can't do it. You can't decide to make yourself convinced of something if you're not convinced. Agree?
Well, it's a spiritual experience. So there's an old saying that you cannot believe, it's impossible not to believe in something you can see, and it's impossible to see something that you do not believe. And at one point in my life, I didn't believe in God, and therefore, or rather, I didn't believe in the God of the Bible. I believed in God. I just didn't believe in the full hit of Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and Lord God Almighty.
Yeah, you're kind of agreeing with me, aren't you? You're sort of agreeing with me. You're saying that if you can't see it, you can't believe it.
Yeah, you've got to. That's it. So it begins by accepting the word initially.
Well, let me stop you there. What does accepting the word mean? If you're not convinced the word is true, how do you accept it?
Well, because the Bible is first and foremost. Well, it's any number of different things. It's a reference manual. It's a storybook. It's a book of facts. It's a book of truth. It's a book of moral stories. And so, if you approach the Bible, really is like any practical book, really. So, for example, if I was to give you an example that. If you were wanting to read Delia Smith's How to Cook, if you didn't accept that it was going to enable you to cook, you wouldn't read it and you wouldn't pay any attention to the recipes and you wouldn't be able to cook. If you were to read a vehicle repair manual, if you believe that vehicle repair manual was corrupt and didn't have the information that you wanted, you would approach it in an incorrect fashion, and therefore you wouldn't get the best from it. So
okay, so let's interface with that then. So I look at the Bible and I just see a book of myths. I don't see it as a manual. I don't see it as containing any profound truths. To me, it's just a book of myths. It may have beauty in some parts. It's certainly very poetic in parts. It's absolutely morally horrific in much of it. And I'm just not persuaded that it's true, and I'm not persuaded that it's authoritative in any way at all. So how does that help me if that's what I need to do in order to believe in Jesus? In order to get right with Jesus, I have to read this book. Well, I've read the book, and to me, it's like interesting mythological literature. That's all I take from it.
Yeah.
Now what?
Your first thing is you have to approach the book in a way where you approach it that it's actually to work in your favor. You have to abandon what you currently believe in order to.
I'm not able to do that. If I said to you, you have to abandon your belief in God right now and believe in Puff the Magic Dragon.
Yeah.
He lived by the sea. He's very powerful. He's the real God. Your God is make-believe. You just have to believe in Puff and then you'll be fine. You wouldn't be able to do that because you wouldn't be persuaded of the truth of what I was saying. You just wouldn't be able to. Even if you tried to, you still wouldn't be able to. So this is how all belief works. You can only believe something if you find it persuasive. And I don't find any of these claims about what you have to do and how you have to read and all of that stuff. To me, they're just claims. They're the same claims that every religion makes about how you have to read their holy text in the right way, and Islam makes similar claims, and lots of religions do that. To me, they're all just noise. So how does it make moral sense for me to be punished for that?
Well, if you don't believe it's true, there's no problem on your part. It's you're not going to be punished because it's not true. So I don't understand why that's a concern for you. Because
right, I understand. Let me explain. I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm not saying that I'm personally worried about the consequences for myself. I'm critiquing the moral coherence of the doctrine. I'm saying it's a bullshit doctrine. I'm saying it's morally ridiculous that anyone believes this to be reasonable. I'm essentially criticizing the moral logic of your religion. I'm not worried about going to hell at all. I'm no more worried about going to hell than I am about monsters under my bed. It's all just boogeyman stories. It's nonsense as far as I'm concerned. But that doesn't mean that I don't get to criticize the idea of the doctrine, because that doctrine creates an awful lot of human suffering in many, many people that I care about, and many people that I've never met but I still care about. It's a very, very damaging idea.
How does the doctrine create suffering in other people?
Because it shames non-belief. It casts non-belief as disobedience, right? These texts frame honest non-belief as an act of rebellion. And that's why you get language like Revelation 21:8, which says that, you know, the unbelievers will be, along with the murderers and the sexually immoral and the sorcerers and the worst of society, cast into a lake of burning sulfur, because non-belief is cast as a kind of moral failure. And there are millions and millions of people in the world who are made to feel a sense of shame, a sense of not being good enough, a sense of deserving punishment, and they often carry those feelings with them even after they've left the faith. They still are damaged by them. There's tens of millions of people suffering from religious trauma right now, just in the US alone. You can be sure that there are several more tens of millions all around the world, in other countries too, at least. So this is one of the most psychologically damaging doctrines that anyone's ever created.
If I could just then use your previous logic of where you said to me, if I said to you that you had to believe in Puff the Magic Dragon, would you believe it? And your answer was, I can't, that I wouldn't believe it just because you've said that I should believe in Puff the Magic Dragon. Well, based on that, if someone is trying to shame you for not believing in a religion, how are they shaming you if you are in control of your own shame? I wasn't ashamed.
Again, you're bringing it back to me. I don't suffer from the shame at all.
So
I'm separated
what's so special about you then?
I have human empathy for the tens of millions of people who do suffer. I care about that.
Yeah, but what's your magic remedy then for not feeling shame when other people do feel shame?
Well, I'm lucky. I was never indoctrinated into any religions, so I've never been left with the emotional remnants of this. So I've never struggled to make this stuff work. I've never had that. But that doesn't stop me feeling compassion and empathy for the many people who have. It doesn't stop me seeing the injustice there and seeing the unfairness and critiquing the moral logic of a system that says if people can't find themselves persuaded of something that they don't believe, they deserve to be punished for that. I mean, to me, that's completely ludicrous.
But when you're saying if there's a church that is making someone feel shame, then they're not practicing Christianity, because the whole point of Christianity is you offer it to people, and if they don't want it, you wipe the dust from your feet and you
I
lead
know.
them to it.
Pearls before the swine. But guess what? It's baked into the doctrine. I'm not talking about church hurt here, not talking about mean pastors. I'm talking about the actual doctrine. You are defending it now. I said to you, does it make sense for someone to be punished for not believing? And you said yes. You're part of the problem. It's people like you who are the problem.
But how is my belief? I'm not imposing that belief onto anyone else.
No,
you asked me a straight question.
Right.
You asked me a straight question. Do I believe that? And my answer is yes, I do
and
believe
that's
but
morally.
I don't go around the streets telling people that.
Well, you're telling me it now, right?
Well, you've asked me a question.
I asked you a question and you showed us, right? But you didn't say yes. I don't think it should be that way. You think it's right. You think it's just.
Yeah,
you are supporting
on video.
Because
sorry, man.
But you're only focusing literally on the worst aspect. The reason why I believe in God and Jesus is there's two kinds of fear. There's a fear as to what will happen if you don't do something, and then there's a fear as to what will happen if you do something. And so it is possible to have a positive fear for something, as in my children have a positive fear towards me. They wouldn't want to, when they were young, they didn't want to lose me. They were scared of losing me, not because I was horrible. They were scared of losing me because I was nice. Yeah? Do you accept that?
I do, but that's all completely nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well,
I'm talking here about a doctrine.
No,
Simon.
It's everything to do with what we're talking about, because what God has given me and what the sacrifice of Jesus Christ has given me and what the Holy Spirit has given me is something that's far greater than any fear that I had previously. I have no fear. I have no shame.
That's
guilt.
lovely. That's lovely. But I'm asking you to think about the morality of this doctrine in a different way. I mean, you don't have to. It sounds like you're not going to be able to, but you haven't even conceded my point yet. You haven't even said, yes, I can see how that's morally problematic. You just launched into, how much less fear you have in your life and how wonderful Jesus is. I don't really care about that. I'm talking about a doctrine that tells people that they deserve to be punished for processes that they cannot control. There's a principle in moral philosophy, which is that accountability requires agency. For you to be held morally accountable for something and punished for it, it must have been possible for you to do something else. And yet I am not able to believe in Jesus. It's not physically possible for me to do it. And so do you think I deserve to be punished for that?
So how have I been able to believe in Jesus
because you're a different person to me and you got persuaded? But let's come back to the question I just asked you. Do I deserve to be punished for simply not being persuaded of the same things that persuaded another person?
But you're going to be punished for something that you don't believe exists, so why are you worried?
I'm asking you if you think I deserve to be.
If you're consciously refusing to even entertain the word,
Simon, you're not following the conversation. Beliefs are not a choice, they're not an action, they're a perception. Different people can be convinced of different things, but it's never a choice. Punishing John or I for not believing Jesus exists as Lord and Savior would be just as morally nonsensical as punishing you because you don't believe leprechauns exist. You can't just decide to believe leprechauns are real and actually be convinced they're real.
And that's the point. That's the tension here that you're not engaging with at the moment. You just keep on retreating to, but you don't believe it anyway, so what's the problem? I've already explained what the problem is there.
Right. Well, given that example about the leprechauns, if I was being punished for not believing in leprechauns and leprechauns didn't actually exist, then that would be a terrible thing to happen.
What if they actually exist? Can you choose to believe in leprechauns right now?
Can I choose to? Yeah, sure.
Okay, so let's test your hypothesis, because we don't think you can. Choose to believe leprechauns exist and let us know when you're actually convinced they exist. Don't just say it, but let us know when you're actually convinced.
Well, if I can picture, you have to remember that my belief system is, like you say, it's whatever you choose. I choose to believe that leprechauns exist, therefore I believe they exist. What's the problem with
you're
me?
getting confused. You're getting confused between saying you're saying leprechauns exist and actually internally being convinced it's true. Nobody here believes you. Nobody here believes you. Nobody here believes you.
So Simon, right? Jesus will know if you're lying. Right now, do you actually believe leprechauns are real?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to call you out because you're either lying or you're the most gullible person who's ever walked the earth.
Well, hang on. Where have you heard about leprechauns?
We all know that leprechauns don't exist. This is silly.
Where we heard of them is irrelevant. Either you're able to choose to believe they actually exist in reality, or you're not. And you are telling, I don't know how many people are watching right now, that right now you actually believe leprechauns exist.
When you say they exist, you mean are they actually around now, or have they existed at some point?
Real, actual leprechauns.
Yeah, actual leprechauns exist. Are you capable of choosing to believe actual leprechauns exist right now at the end of a rainbow?
Right this very second. I hold no opinion on it right this second, but I do believe.
Okay, so can you choose? You hold no opinion. So can you choose to have an opinion that they actually exist in reality? Yes or no?
Well, that they have existed. Yes, I do believe.
That's not my question. That's not my question. I'd have to look if there's some historical thing that leprechauns are based on, but I'm talking actual, Lucky Charms, leprechauns existing at the end of a rainbow. Can you choose to believe they actually exist and then be convinced of it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do it, please.
You're lying because you can't. And the thing is, even if by some incredible feat you are that gullible that you think it's possible that leprechauns exist, we could just dial up the example to be something more ridiculous, right? Choose to believe right now that I'm your mother. Okay, just choose. Just decide to start believing that now, and become sincerely convinced that I am your biological mother. Now, if you tell me that you really can do that, then I'm going to say to you, it's time to end the call and call a psychiatrist because you're having an episode and I'm worried about you. Because that would just be ludicrous. So you would either be lying or you'd be having a mental breakdown. So decide now to believe that I'm your mother. You're going to have to call me mom. Okay, and decide to believe that I am your mother, I raised you, and I breastfed you when you were a baby. Are you believing that now?
Well, clearly not, because my mother's dead. I was at her funeral. I saw her dead body, and she looked nothing like you, and she had way more compassion and way more humility.
So here's the thing. The reason why you can't believe that is because your brain cannot be persuaded of it because of the circumstantial evidence against it, right? All the evidence against it stops you believing it. But the mechanism that stops you believing it is the same mechanism that stops me believing in Jesus. It's exactly the same inability. Yes, obviously, in the case of your mother, and I'm sorry for the loss of your mother, but obviously,
you're not sorry for the loss of my mother at all.
Of course, I am.
Checked on the status of my mother before
I didn't. But the example still pertains, right? So in that case, you weren't able to form that belief because of circumstances. In the case of Jesus, I'm not able to form that belief because my brain is similarly incapable of being persuaded. So morally, they're exactly the same. I'm just not able to do it. It's not possible for me to do it. And the logic.
Why have you spent 30 years reading something that you don't believe in?
Because I'm interested in it, and I'm interested in the effect it has on people. Because you asked a question, I'm going to answer it. Because I have to share a world with billions of other people, a significant proportion of which do believe these things. And these ideas shape the society that we all share. They shape laws in certain countries. They shape norms. They shape morality. They shape expectations. They shape the psychology of groups. They have a huge impact on our society. Now, there's a reason why I don't have a YouTube channel about leprechauns or astrology, because even though I don't believe in those things, they don't affect the world in any significant way that's problematic for me or people I care about or people I've never met who I care about. But these doctrines do. They do have an impact. They do shape the world. they shape politics, they shape policy, they shape education, they shape funding, they shape psychology, they shape group dynamics, they start wars. All of these things are important, and that's why I care about them. The idea that you would say, just because I don't find myself convinced by the claims of a book removes any possible reason for being interested in reading about it is asinine.
No, but but you spent 30 years. I understood the Bible within the first reading. I don't understand what's taking you 30 years.
Well, I've been interested in it for 30 years. I've been interested in all sorts of facets of belief for 30 years. There was a period where I was very interested in studying New Age beliefs for a while. Didn't believe any of them. I was just fascinated. I've always been interested in belief and in the mechanics of belief and the psychology of belief and the impacts of belief. It's just something that interests me.
So do you not believe any of the 10 Commandments are relevant then?
It depends on what you mean by relevant.
A couple of them are.
Well, do you not think they are good? They are good.
I don't think that commandments are a very good way to structure morality because they don't allow for situational ethics. So, for example, the commandment that says don't lie is an idiotic commandment because there are instances where lying is the only moral thing to do. And a rule, a deontological rule that just says don't lie, it's bad always, doesn't allow for the situations where the only ethical thing to do is to lie.
Whereas, when should you lie?
Well, when the Nazis come knocking at the door of the building where Anne Frank is hiding with her family in the attic, and they say, "Are you hiding any Jews here?" Would you tell the truth? Yeah, they're upstairs. It's second landing on the left. Is that what would be the moral thing to do, or would you say no Jews here?
I've not been in that situation.
What would be the moral thing to do? What would be the moral thing? What would be the moral thing to do in that situation?
What would be the moral? I mean, you're talking about a whole sequence of events.
What would be the moral thing? What would be the moral thing to do in that situation?
Well, you can refuse to answer the question without lying.
That's going to cue them that the Jews are there. So
you're going to say, "I'm not telling you." So they say, "Have you got any Jews in their house?" And you're going to go, "Maybe, maybe not." Are you serious? What would be the moral thing to do in that situation? To lie or tell the truth?
Well, if it's saving someone's life, anything to save someone's life is not a bad thing. So
correct.
It says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness." And so if you bear false witness, then God is your judge, and God will then judge you as to what your false witness was.
So that tells you that as an ethical guide, that rule is not very useful. Rather than just saying don't bear false witness, what it should maybe say is judge all your behavior so as to minimize harm, and that instantly gives you a framework to make better ethical decisions than just saying don't lie, it's bad. Lying is bad always.
But that's already covered in. There's only one. Look, there's only two before the 10 Commandments. There's only 2 commandments, and that's to love thy neighbor as thyself, and that's to love Lord God Almighty with all your heart and your soul and your might. There's only none
of those help you or give you any guidance in morally ambiguous situations or in situations.
Love thy neighbor as thyself.
Yeah, how does that help you when the Nazis knock on the door?
Because if you're loving thy neighbor as thyself, you are looking after someone who is vulnerable. Therefore, you are going to put yourself into their position. You're going to morally swap positions.
What if your neighbour's a Nazi?
Sorry?
What if your neighbour's a Nazi?
Well, neighbour, it's not a literal next-door neighbour. It's about literally everyone in creation.
Well, it's actually not. Actually, in the case of the Bible, it's about fellow Israelites, isn't it? It's not about everyone in creation, because other people because exactly in exactly the same book, a few verses later, we get the slavery laws, don't we? Well, so that's not loving your neighbor as yourself. If you're allowed to buy and sell them and keep them as slaves, that's not very loving.
You end up being a slave if you choose not to follow God's laws.
But God's laws allow for slavery, don't they? In fact, they actively encourage it. They give detailed instructions on how to carry it out. There's nothing in there about loving your slaves as yourself, because they're not considered to be neighbours, because in that context, neighbours meant fellow Israelites, fellow Hebrews. It specifically excluded people who were not in that tribe and in that in group, didn't it?
No, you're completely missing the point, because you're saying that love thy neighbour as thyself is for Israelites, and it's not, because it's then repeated again in the Gospels. Jesus said the two commandments are to love God with all your heart and your soul, and to love thy neighbour as thyself. That was what Jesus said.
He didn't actually say that the two commandments were to do that. He said that all of the Mosaic laws fell into two categories that could be summed up in that way. He didn't disavow himself of any of those brutal Levitical laws and Deuteronomic monstrosities. He did not do that. He didn't just say these are the only two laws. He basically performed a categorization of the old laws to say that they fell into
the greatest commandments, and you fulfill the law. You fulfill the law by
you
loving
fulfill
thy neighbour as thyself.
Exactly. By fulfilling
does fulfill
all.
mean abolish?
What?
Does fulfill mean abolish? When fulfilling the law, does that mean he abolished the law?
No, it does. It means that you comply with the law.
Exactly.
Right.
So you comply with all the laws about slavery, all the laws about stoning your disobedient children to death if they're a little bit too disobedient, all of that stuff. He just categorized them. He didn't abolish them.
Absolutely not, because
absolutely did.
No, because that's the whole point of the New Testament. Because the whole point of the New Testament is that the law
is to pretend that all the old stuff doesn't count anymore. I know.
Well, it clearly says about that the testator, in order for there to be a New Testament, the old testator has to have died.
No, it doesn't say that at all.
Even if we accepted that the old laws about slavery don't apply, is owning slaves immoral?
I don't own slaves.
The question wasn't if you own slaves. Is owning slaves immoral?
Well, it is immoral, but
Did God in the Old Testament, did God say you may own slaves?
Well, for those people in certain circumstances, they were allowed to own slaves, but they had clear guidelines as to how to treat those slaves.
No, they didn't.
So they had guidelines for how to do something immoral?
They had guidelines to do something. Do
you know what the guidelines are, Simon? Do you know what the guidelines are?
I can't list them, no.
I know you can't. So here are the guidelines. So there was a clear differentiation between fellow Hebrews who could work off their debts with indentured servitude, and they would basically be, you could call it slaves, but it was an indentured servitude arrangement for 6 years, and the males would go free in the 7th year, right? What happened to the women under those arrangements? Do you remember what happened to them? The males would go free after 6 years, but what happened to the women?
Tell me.
They never got to go free, and their kids never got to go free either. But the males got to go free. But that was just the fellow Israelites working off a debt. How about the people who weren't fellow Israelites? What happened to them?
Well, they were believing in a different God. So Lord God Almighty, the God of Israel, has His rules.
We're not too worried about what their religious beliefs are. I'm asking about what happened to the people who were bought as human cattle in the slave trade. Let's read it and see, shall we? As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it's from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing within you and from their families who are with you or who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. You can pass these human beings on to your children like a watch or a dining table. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, that's the group I mentioned before, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So here is God giving instructions, and this is Jesus, by the way. If you think Jesus is God, these are Jesus's rules. Jesus giving instructions for how to carry out slavery, how to own human beings as property. Your justification is they were praying to other gods, so they kind of got what they deserve. Is that really your position?
Well, hang on. Were these laws given to the Israelites after Egypt, after the Exodus?
Yeah.
Right, so how were the Israelites treated in Egypt by countries that served other gods? Were they treated
That's
well?
irrelevant. That's
No, it's
completely
not.
irrelevant. That's just
No, it's
whataboutism.
not.
It's completely irrelevant. This is the Jews have come out of Egypt, and they're now set up in their, they're forming a new covenant and setting up their own arrangement, and God is giving the laws to Israel through Moses, and one of the first things he does is give them laws about how to have their own slaves, which shows you that God's objection to the slavery in Egypt wasn't an objection to slavery. It was just an objection to his people who he owns being slaves. It was kind of, he was feeling a bit possessive, a little bit jealous.
No, it was his. God rescued them from Egypt after centuries of bondage because of how they were being treated. So if people are going to,
we all know the laws. And actually, did you notice, by the way, that in the 10th plague, when God did that, when he rescued them, do you remember what the 10th plague was?
Was that the killing of the firstborn?
Yeah, the killing of the firstborn of every single person and animal in Egypt, including many of the slaves.
Okay.
All the firstborns of the slaves themselves were killed, right. apart from the Israelite ones who got to mark their doors. Right? God went through killing absolutely everybody's firstborn. What a stand-up guy! Let's hear it for Jesus killing babies. Nice one. We love that. Very, very moral. So this brings us nicely back again to this whole thing about why we reject this stuff. I reject this book mainly because I don't find it persuasive. I don't find it any more persuasive than the Quran, which I also reject. I don't find it any more persuasive than the Bhagavad Gita. I don't find it any more persuasive than Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter. It's just a book. It's a book of stories.
What do you believe, John? What do you believe?
I believe that we should be led by reason and evidence and compassion.
No, what do you believe in terms of where do we come from? What do you believe in?
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. I believe that we should be led by reason and evidence and compassion, and I don't find any way of plugging those values into any kind of sensible reading of these texts. The only way you can hold these texts to be true is by jettisoning reason, by jettisoning compassion, and by jettisoning in normal human values, because you've just spent a while trying to defend slavery, killing people for their beliefs, and I'm sure we could give you a few other examples of moral monstrosities that you would twist yourself into a pretzel to make sense of because you're obligated to do that a priori.
Well, no, once again, you are literally only focusing on there's two sides to every story. I've just said to you that I'm a practicing Christian who loves thy neighbor as thyself. Okay, so if I live my life as if I am being witnessed by that same God that will just whip me down and strike me out if I put a foot wrong. Okay?
So let me clarify that before you carry on. You're saying that you live well out of a fear of punishment from the God if you don't do that. I live well without a fear of punishment. I do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, not out of fear of being punished.
Yeah, but I did that prior to finding God. I told you there are two fears. There's a fear of what will happen if you don't do something. Then there's a fear of if you do something.
But so Simon, if you were living well before, then what do you need this nonsense for?
Because of everything that my belief in Jesus Christ and God and the Holy Spirit has done for me in the last 3 years.
Then I would say to you, good for you, right? I'm not a complete idiot. Like, I don't say religion does confers no benefit to any person, right? I don't say that all believers are stupid. I don't say that religion is always bad under all circumstances, does nothing but harm. I know people whose lives have been completely transformed since they found faith, right? I grant that. I grant that religious belief brings a lot of good to a lot of people and a lot of benefits. I grant all of that. I grant that it may have brought you benefits. I grant all of that too. I'm just saying that there's a dark side to this doctrine and to doctrines like this that people don't sufficiently engage with. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you a simple question, John. If the entire world approached their day on a daily basis the same way as me, would the world be a better place?
I personally think it probably wouldn't, but that's not to say that you're a bad person. I think you could take all the things that make you a good person, and if you jettisoned your religious belief, you'd still have them. Because if I can hear from what you're saying that you have ethical intuitions, you have compassionate inclinations. You've mentioned your family, you've mentioned your kids. I don't have any doubt that your ability to be a loving, good, kind person is part of who you are. And I
That's
think
not
you
what I asked. That's not what
I'm
I
answering
asked.
I'm answering your question. So I think that if you didn't have any of those things, you'd still have all of those good things. Now, if everyone else in the world had the same religious views as you, I think the world would be a much worse place, because it would be full of people who buy into Bronze Age blood sacrifice magic, and I don't think that would be a great thing for the world. But that doesn't mean
who would be carrying out this blood sacrifice magic?
I beg pardon?
Who would be carrying out?
Well, no one's carrying out, but it's still being venerated. It's still being glorified. It's still idiotic ideas like substitutionary atonement being a virtue are still being promoted. The idea that an innocent person being punished for the crime of another person is a moral good is being peddled. I think that's a horrible idea.
Do you not understand that if everyone in the world had my religious conviction and approached their physical day and everyone else in creation the same as me, we wouldn't be having any of these discussions?
Well, it would be a global theocracy, and so we probably wouldn't. I agree with you. But fortunately, we have a heterogeneity of opinions, don't we?
So it would be bad if the whole world approached their day as if everyone they encountered was a relative, a neighbour of theirs, and that.
Simon, be careful. Don't equivocate on what you were saying before. If you'd said to me, how would the world be if everybody approached their neighbours as someone they wanted to help or be kind to, then I would have said, yes, it would be great. That wasn't the question you asked. You asked what would the world be like if everyone had your religious views. And my answer to that, after first qualifying it by saying, I don't doubt your moral inclinations, is to separate that out from your religious views and say, if everyone had your religious views, I don't think it would be a good thing. If everyone had your kindness and compassion, it would probably be a good thing.
So,
yes, Simon, can I?
So how can that be a bad thing then?
Simon, I want to ask you a counter question, because John's approached yours for quite a while. I'm a secular humanist, and what that means is I don't have any religious influence on my moral compass. My moral compass focuses on actions helping the well-being of others and avoiding harm. If everyone on the planet did their actions in such a way that their actions help well-being as much as possible and avoid harm, if everyone did that without a God belief, what would the world look like?
Well, the world would be better than it is right now, but the problem is that as a Christian who believes in God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit, we would then be subjecting ourselves to not owing sufficient credit to the Creator. I believe we are created beings and we live in a creation. So it would be a nice place, but there'd be kind of nothing. We wouldn't know what was going to happen when we died. We'd have nothing to look forward to. We wouldn't really know where we came from. It would be. It would be all right. It would be an existence, but it wouldn't be as fulfilling as my Christian belief.
Okay,
if it's fulfilling, it's based on the premise that there is an afterlife, is a Jesus, or what have you. If God doesn't exist, then none of those things, if you have that hope, are even true. Is it better to have false hope or no hope at all if the hope is based on something that doesn't actually exist?
It's better to, you're saying it doesn't exist. I don't just think it exists just based on the fact that I've read a book. Like I say, the Bible is a reference manual. It tells you physical things to do.
It tells you that the earth is flat. It tells you that there's a firmament above the sky and all the water is on the other side of that. It tells you that rock badgers are ruminants. It tells you that bats are birds. It tells you that women who don't bleed in the right way should be stoned to death on their wedding nights. It tells you a whole load of stuff, Simon. Buried in there might be the odd moral nicety about compassion or forgiveness or charity, all concepts that can be found outside of the Bible and that predate the Bible by hundreds of years in many other cultures. So yes, you've got your faith. It's lovely. If it helps you live your life well, that's fine. But if I remember you rightly, because I get a lot of messages and comments and I don't necessarily always track them, are you the person who commented telling me that I haven't spoken to anyone who can correctly challenge my understanding of the Bible? Was that you? Or am I thinking? Yeah. Okay. So do you think that you've come up here and clarified my lack of understanding of the Bible today?
You simply, well, you've already said you refuse to believe it. So
I didn't say I refuse to. No. Don't be changing things. Don't be sneaky weaky. I didn't say I refuse to. I said I'm unable to be persuaded by it. That's different to refuse.
No, because you literally only focus on, you get your knickers in a twist over negative things that you see that happened thousands of years ago.
Let me clarify something. It's really important. I think I was very clear about this earlier. I said my reason for rejecting the Bible isn't because I find it morally reprehensive. My reason for rejecting the Bible is I don't find it convincing. And then as well as that, I find it morally reprehensible. But my reason for rejecting it is not because I don't like it, it's because I'm not persuaded by it and therefore unable to believe it. Now, you said earlier in the comments that my problems stem from a lack of understanding. I'd like to think that I've been able to demonstrate here that I don't have a lack of understanding. I think I was more familiar with the text of your book than you appeared to be. And I don't think anyone listening to this conversation would conclude that you've come up here and educated me to a higher level of understanding about your book. In fact, I think people might think it was the other way round.
No, like I say, the Bible is a book of instruction as to how to look after your body. First of all, it says that you are a vessel for the Holy Spirit. You are made in God's image and you are a vessel for the Holy Spirit.
Simon, stop. What has that got to do with what we're talking about, dude? Come on, focus.
Because basically, with it being a manual, it tells you to do certain things on a daily basis.
Yeah, like stone people to death for picking up sticks.
Sorry?
Like stone people to death for picking up sticks.
Sorry, are you saying that I'm going to stone someone to death?
No, but the God you like is very up on that kind of thing.
So Simon, you're doing basically what you're doing is you're ignoring the parts of the Bible, like stoning people to death for picking up sticks on the Sabbath, or slavery, or what have you. You're picking out the things that you think are morally good and just pretending the things that are morally bad aren't there. What do you need the Bible for if you're going to pick and choose?
No, absolutely not. Where does it say in the New Testament that you need to stone anyone for picking up sticks?
Why does it matter if it's in the New Testament?
Because we live in New Testament times. Jesus Christ has paid the sacrifice.
Okay, that's just a distraction. Even if we granted that Jesus came along, even if we granted, which I do not grant at all, even if we granted that Jesus came along and said, all of those barbaric old laws I gave you when I had my Yahweh hat on, that was a whoopsie. I'm taking a mulligan on that and we're going to start again. Forget about all of that old stuff. Sorry about that. Even if we granted that, which I do not, because in Matthew 5:17, he explicitly says that he's not there to abolish the old law. He's there to fulfill it, and it's going to remain in effect until heaven and earth pass away. But even if we did grant that, it doesn't remove the moral stain from him having implemented those laws in the first place, wherein innocent people were killed in huge numbers for ludicrous transgressions. You have to deal with the moral burden of that. And just looking at Jesus because he came along later and realized he'd done a whoopsie is not anything like a moral off-ramp there.
you once again, I can't believe you're able to say what you're saying with such conviction. You say that God just almost like he just gets rid of people with no warning whatsoever, and yet you've spent your life, I take it, in your 40s now, perhaps, something like that, yeah?
Are you going to address the point I just made, or are we pivoting again?
I am addressing the point. I'm saying that you are broadcasting to the world that you think Lord God Almighty is a complete piece of crap, and you haven't been struck down by a bolt of lightning yet. So how short-tempered exactly is this God if he can let you live for decades?
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you're not actually making that argument seriously, because nobody with a mind would. So let's just ignore that last comment because it's silly. So what I'm saying, you're not seriously making that argument that we can't criticize God because if he really was bad, he would have struck me by lightning by now. Are you making that argument with a straight face?
The whole point is that you're making out that God just strikes people down willy-nilly with no provocation.
I actually didn't use the term strike people down. That was your interjection. I said that he commanded that people be killed for picking up sticks, or for loving other men. For example,
you think that that's literally all that person did was pick up a stick and then they were stoned and that was it?
Yes. That is actually what happened. Yeah.
No, that's all that's said in the Bible. But there can be literally.
Shall we read the story
between verses?
Let's read the story. When the Israelites were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. Those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses, Aaron, and the whole congregation. Now, here's the interesting thing, Simon. They put him in custody because it was not clear what should be done to him. That means the people entrusted with enforcing the law were unclear on what the law was. Now, if they were unclear, how clear would the man have been? This is just a man trying to pick up sticks maybe to make a fire for his family or to look after his people or something like that.
You're adding further detail to something.
I'm speculating. I'm commenting on the fact that if the people whose job it was to enforce the law didn't know what the situation was, then some random man was extremely unlikely to have been better informed than they were. Do you grant that or not?
I do not know, because you're making out that some guy picks up some sticks and
he was a high court judge, obviously. He was a high court judge. Then the Lord said to Moses, "The man shall be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him outside the camp." And the whole congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him to death, just as the Lord had commanded. So when I made the claim before that Jesus needs to be held accountable morally for things like commanding that people be killed for picking up sticks, it was this sort of thing that I was alluding to. I didn't mention striking people down. That was your interjection.
Okay, so you're saying, so based on that then, which would you say is worse, picking up sticks on the Sabbath or broadcasting to the world that you think God is a load of crap and so's Jesus? Which do you think
both of them. I think both of them are morally neutral. Actually, I think neither of them are worse in any way.
I'm talking about to God, in God's eyes. Which do you think would be worse?
So your argument that you appear to be making with a straight face, which is quite remarkable, is I should take the fact that God hasn't struck me by lightning or disconnected my internet or made a lorry crash into my house or something. I should take that as a sign that he's actually extremely benevolent and kind and merciful and lovely, because he hasn't infected me with Ebola because I have a YouTube channel. That's the argument that we've come to now. This is the culmination of our exegesis. Has arrived at the point that at the top of the mountain of ideas, we find the claim that I should be grateful that God hasn't struck me down for being a heathen. And that's where we've come to, is it?
No. Once again, that is not what I said. I'm trying to get across to you timescales. I'm trying to ask you timescales.
Okay, we've switched to timescales now. Okay, what about timescales?
No, because you, for weeks, months, whatever, years, have denigrated God without incident, and you're saying, but God just gets someone stoned for picking up sticks.
I think God gives very, very shitty rules that caused a lot of people to be harmed. The fact that he hasn't personally interjected in my life yet is complete non sequitur. This
By
is
the
not
way-
a
by the
winning
way,
avenue of
Simon,
argument, honestly.
According to your theology, God is going to do something a lot worse to John and I, which is light us on fire for all eternity. So I don't know why you're like trying to give him credit for like not striking him down with a bolt of lightning.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
not-
just saving the good stuff for later. Have you heard
I'm-
about the creatures that are going to be that they in Revelation, the book of Revelation? I'm sure you've heard about them. They're locusts, and I shit you not, this is in your book. They're locusts with lion's teeth and ladies' hair. They're going to be
Yeah.
coming for us, apparently. Quite looking forward to those. They'll be fun.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Anyway, Simon, it's been real, dude. I really appreciate you coming up to educate me on the Bible. I hope that I've been a good student, and I do appreciate all I've learned.
I would just say to all of your viewers to repent and seek Jesus, Christ.
We don't do that. We don't do random preaching here, I'm afraid. So you'll have to find another channel to do that on. Anyway, yes. So Simon did put a comment under one of my videos earlier saying that the reason why I have all of these kind of conversations on YouTube and make clips about them is that I've never spoken to someone who can school me properly on the Bible. So I said to him, well, you're very welcome to come up and educate me and point out my lack of understanding, which is what to be fair to him, he tried to do. So I do appreciate him joining us. And I hope he felt that the exchange was rewarding for him. I certainly enjoyed it. So thanks very much indeed. There we are. So just going to read a couple of messages, and then we are going to get Katie in on the YouTube side. Katie, thank you for waiting patiently. I can see you there waiting, and we'll be with you in just a moment. So just a few messages to read over here. We've got Philo straight out the gate. Donkeys don't speak Hebrew, they speak Aramaic. Get it right, John. I'm really sorry. That was a major slip up on my part. Donkeys do not speak Hebrew, only Aramaic. Thank you for setting me straight, Philo. If Simon had been on his game, he could have pointed that out, by the way. But it took Philo to do it. I appreciate that. Thank you, my friend. And Mike Bowen, thank you very much for the message, super chat. The doctrine of hell is particularly damaging for children and people dealing with anxiety disorder. The fear can leave lifelong effects. This is true. And it staggers me that people within the perspective of belief cannot see this. That even for people who don't actually believe the stuff anymore and have moved on, they've left the kind of propositional assent stuff behind, and they've moved into other, another way of living, and they do not consider themselves to be believers anymore. The feelings of trauma and fear and anxiety often persist for years. I know many people for whom that is the case. They don't believe a word of it anymore, but they still have nightmares. They still have anxiety. They still have persistent thoughts that don't go away necessarily. So the psychological damage of these doctrines is not to be misunderstood and underestimated. So thank you, Mike, for pointing that out. Absolutely. And especially with kids. Don't tell kids that they're going to go to hell. That is abuse. Anybody who does this to children is participating in abuse. Don't get it twisted. That's what it is. It's abuse. Anyway, Tim. Lovely to see, Tim. Thank you very much. The problem is you agree that I should burn forever and ever because I don't agree with you. That's exactly it. It's like, dude, you want to have your faith and your belief, that's absolutely fine. But when your belief says I deserve to be punished forever, then we have to have a conversation. That's a little bit different. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce this name, so I'm not going to try, but thank you very, very much for sending this. As we know, it's easy to see through other people's biases, but not your own. This is always true, by the way. How do you two go about countering your own biases? Much love from Oslo. That's a really good question. I say that, Sean, I'd be interested to know what you think about this. I think I'm probably not universally successful at countering my own biases, but I really try hard to do the best job I can.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is. It's because we also have implicit biases. That means we're not aware of them. So, but I think the first step is try to just do introspection within yourself. what are sort of my core beliefs about politics, my core beliefs about all these different topics, and like just have self-awareness of whether, when you have a knee-jerk reaction to, like, there's certain politicians that I won't name that if I hear something bad that they did, I'm automatically inclined to believe them. And it takes overt action to, okay, this sounds believable to me, but let me verify that it's actually true. So I think once you have awareness of at least as many of your biases as you can, it's just overt action to make a conscious decision to do uh, be more critical when you hear information that confirms your biases, and make sure you confirm those as well, not just information that you disbelieve.
Well said. Well said. I'm going to say what he said. But absolutely. And we are all slightly more biased than we think. We're all slightly less critical in our thinking than we think. We're all a little bit less smart than we think, and a little bit more emotionally, let's say, influenced by things than we think. And so I just try and remember that and realize I'm not a perfect thinker. I don't get it right all the time. I try to check myself, and I try to stay open to criticism from other people. If someone says you didn't handle that well, or you're not thinking about that straight, or that answer wasn't right, I'm ready to hear it. I'm ready to hear it and to learn and to try and get better. Okay, Mike again. The 10 Commandments say not to covet a slave, but have nothing to say about owning one. What moral insight! That gets a round of applause. Absolutely, yeah. You don't covet the neighbour's possessions. The possessions being things like their wife or their slave. Possessions, right? Human beings cast as objects to be owned and coveted and bought and sold. It's disgusting. Disgusting. What a horrible place to get your values and morals from. Tim, again, thank you, my friend. Where do we come from? Where do we go? What do you believe in, Cotton Eye Joe? Always rely on Tim. I thought I could see that one coming.
I'm going to work that into a conversation. You
need to do that. Yeah, definitely. And final one for now. We've got quite a few more in the queue, but I do want to get on to Katie and not keep her waiting too long. Does Simon hear himself when he talks? I don't know. I think that he needed to cast us as the bad guys. Did you hear the personal attacks there, right? Saying, oh, there's no compassion, there's no, all of that. In his worldview, we need to be the bad people. We need to be reprobates. We need to be morally unpleasant and morally unacceptable people, because if we're not, then the moral logic of his theology collapses, because, he's going to be up there in heaven doing heaven things, knowing that Sean and I are going to be, in the process of being eternally tortured by the God he's singing to every day. And in order for him to be able to hold that in his mind, we need to be bad. And that's why he had that, that orientation in the conversation of needing to, cast aspersions and say, oh, you're uncaring, or you're not compassionate, or you're, a bad person. We have to be bad. And I understand that. I do understand that. Okay, so we are going to, as promised, bring in Katie. Hi, Katie.
Oh my goodness, it's a little bit of a weird glare. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well indeed. You're very welcome.
Cool. So, yeah, obviously from my accent, I am American.
Yeah.
And so I've been reading the Bible for about 9 months now. I guess the believing set would say that the Holy Spirit reached out to me. I've been told that by an evangelical YouTuber that I admire from a video of hers that reading the Bible does not come from sinful fleshly nature, which is fascinating because I don't believe in God. But I am interested in your premise that no one chooses what they believe. Because I've mostly heard you apply it to people who, like, it's not your fault. I can't choose to believe in the Christian God, for example.
Yeah.
How do you apply that to, for example, a conservative evangelical Christian in America? Like, would you argue that they also cannot choose to change?
Yes. So I actually have a section in my book. I don't know if you know, I've written a book about this. It's coming out later in the year, and I speak about this, that the kind of allowance that I think we as non-believers are asking for, like a degree of compassion and understanding, and to sort of price in the idea that we can't just flip a switch of belief and become convinced of these things that don't believe us. Well, if we're going to be fair, then we need to make that same allowance back the other way to people who have become convinced of things. So the evangelicals who may hold views that I find morally abhorrent and horrible, I have to understand, I have to be honest about why they hold those views. And they hold those views because they have become persuaded they're true. And as such, they can't help it. They can't help it. A combination of the culture they're in, the people they're around, the experiences they've had, their own genetics, the whole thing, all of those causes that I look to when I'm explaining my lack of belief are in operation to explain the fact that they do have belief. Now, that doesn't mean I have to like what they believe, and it doesn't mean that I can't stand up and argue against it, either to them or to others, to say, look, what you're believing is horrible. I mean, look at the conversation we just had with Simon. He is holding horrible beliefs. It doesn't make him a horrible person. He's become persuaded of these things, and because he finds them persuaded, he has no choice but to believe them. The belief happens to him as a direct consequence of him having been persuaded by them. And so I like to think of it as like a double-edged sword. So on one edge is the imperative to push against ideas and to try to persuade people away from them and to speak out loudly against them and call out the moral failures and all of that, and be really bold about doing that. And on the other hand is to also just be honest about why they hold those ideas and try to remember to hold some compassion for people who hold even horrible ideas, because if I'd been convinced by those ideas, I would be a believer too.
Mm-hmm. And so I'm curious, how do you think, do you have a theory for how the process of deconstruction comes about?
Yeah, I mean, it's different for every person, of course. For some people it happens very quickly, other people it happens very gradually over time, and there's a sort of moving along the spectrum of belief, perhaps from very fundamental at one end to becoming a little bit more, flexible in the way we interpret, to suddenly finding, well, I'm a believer, but I'm a little bit of a liberal believer, and there's a spectrum that people often move along. Do you know who Dan Barker is?
No, I don't.
Dan Barker is a wonderful, wonderful guy. He's currently the president of or the joint president, I should say, of the Freedom from Religion Foundation. But he was a fundamentalist preacher for about 20 years. Very well respected evangelical Bible scholar, very well respected in those circles. And he set out to be able to better defend the faith. And in the process of reading more broadly and becoming more educated, he found himself moving along this spectrum of belief from very, very fundamentalist at one end and moving along the spectrum. And the way he puts it, he got to a point where he threw out the bathwater and discovered there was no baby. And he wrote a wonderful book called Losing Faith in Faith. But for him, that process took about 5 years. There are other people who come out of it very quickly. It might be a particular event that happens, or a particular insight they have, or a perspective they have. And I think it really varies from person to person. But I think it starts with a willingness to not shut down thoughts when they become difficult. I mean, I almost think I'd like to defer to Sean here, because Sean has been through that process. And I'm also interested, Katie, in your process and your story, if you've been through that. I feel a bit like a fraud telling you about something you've been through, or Sean. I'm going to defer to you guys.
Yeah, it really depends on the person. Interestingly, there's been a few that I'm aware of, well-known Bible scholars who have been to seminary school, and that is what ended up, like Dr. Todd, Justin from Deconstruction Zone, there's others that in the process of doing the academic scholarship actually kind of persuaded them that Christianity is actually not true. Just doing the academic rigor on it. And I remember one time during one of Justin's shows, he kind of laughed because seminary school, they would often call it cemetery school. It's where Christianity or Christian beliefs go to die. Now, of course, that doesn't happen to everyone, right? But that's not uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
What was your story, Katie?
Yeah, so I was raised mainline Protestant. So that is the version of Protestant that, yes, exists. The conservatives like to pretend that it doesn't. That is more liberal in its theology. I was a mission church kid in Mason, Ohio, by Cincinnati, because what that they really needed was more churches. And so I was like really into the faith. I got baptized. As an infant. Oh my gosh, that probably doesn't count. And I did my first communion and my confirmation, and then my family moved from our little cute mission Lutheran church to the local non-denominational evangelical church, and I started hearing the way the pastor would. It was a two-pronged attack on my faith. The first was just the way that they cherry pick verses out of the Bible, and now I was not familiar with the Bible really at this point. I had a copy of the New Living Translation Life Application Study Bible that I had gotten in youth group that I did not open unless I was in youth group. But even I could look at 16 could look at these isolated Bible verses that were being put up on a projector screen so that the preacher could perform weeping over the fate of the homosexuals. I was like, that's not what that says. That's plainly not what that says. And if there's one thing that you are trained to believe or taught to believe when you grow up in the Lutheran tradition, is that you can trust your own interpretation of the Bible. Because Luther was like, we're going to translate this into German. That was his whole thing besides the 95 Theses. And so I trusted my own understanding of what the text was saying, and it was not persuaded by the arguments that the sermons were making. So that was one. And the second was the stance on homosexuality. It was really hard for me. It was impossible for me to reconcile the morality of when I had,
Yikes. We're having a bit of a signal problem with you, Katie, at the moment. Your sound just went a bit funny, but I think we got you back now.
Okay.
That's it. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I just found that immoral and sort of fell out of belief from there. I don't even use the word deconstruction because for me it was so sudden.
It was pretty sudden, right?
I went from going on the purity retreat and getting my purity ring and writing in a prayer journal every night to just nothing, no signal coming through.
Wow. And for you, was that experience, I mean, that's a real almost whiplash, right? Was that experience, did you find it frightening or liberating or a combination, or how if you look back to that time now, what emotions do you think about around that experience of rapid change like that?
I remember a lot of anger, and this is an accusation that gets tossed across the lines at us non-believers, right? That why are atheists so angry all the time? And I was for a long time, but I can account for that because I lacked language to articulate. I was a kid. I was, let's say this, at this point, I was going to my godless heathen Episcopal liberal arts college, Kenyon College. Shout out to, I guess we're called the Owls now. And I didn't have, but I would get really frustrated with my dad when he would talk about, God, God postponing a weather pattern because he knew we were going to have to drive and it was so important to this, omnipotent God that we get to where we were going, that God held off the rain. But for example, this omnipotent caring God cannot do anything about, the atrocities in the Middle East right now.
Yeah.
Right.
And I would get so angry that I didn't have the language to articulate my concerns and my ethical commitments that sort of caused me to not be able to engage with that. And so I was angry and I did yell a lot and I did say I was angry at God, and I'm much more chill now. That's kind of how I'm fighting back, is just saying hey, let's be chill. Let's read the Bible. Let's read Jeremiah 31 and on and talk about the new covenant. And what does it actually say in the text? Because, it says, like when this new covenant, which Christians would say is the gospel, is the coming of Jesus Christ to die for our sins. It says that when this covenant comes, we won't have to say know the Lord. Like there won't be this need for evangelism and like converting the non-believers that some branches of Christianity believe to be so important. Like it's right there in their own Bible that when this covenant comes to pass, that won't be necessary. So what are they yelling about?
When you started to doubt, was there a moment in time when you didn't like the doubts and you wanted to continue believing, or were you more kind of even keel where, hey, I just want to know if this is true? Like, did you actively try to continue to believing at any point?
I did. I did in the early stages, like when I was still being browbeaten by my parents to attend church. I tried really hard and I just couldn't do it. I had such feelings of discomfort standing in those mega church like concert services like that, with the emotional music and the altar call and like the people closing their eyes and raising their hands and swaying back and forth. And I would just feel embarrassed. Like I would feel embarrassed, like I was witnessing something that I shouldn't see, like something that's so personal and so vulnerable. And I just couldn't feel I just didn't feel the vibes.
Right. It is uncomfortable. Yeah, that's a really common. I went through that too. What caused me to first start questioning was just really thinking. I've always overthought everything, and I thought for me it was like thinking about all these people and all these different countries, geocentric, different religions that, if you're in India, you're likely Hindu, etc. And it's like everyone thinks they're right and everyone's believing what they're born and raised into. And I was believing based on the culture and everything that I was raised into. But, they can't all be right, but they can't all be wrong. And then it's really just asking, do I really have a good reason to believe this is true? But the thing is I wanted, even if it wasn't the Christian God, I wanted some type of God to exist for there to be an afterlife, because I think life is too short, right? But I just literally couldn't. And that's why it blows my mind when Christians won't believe us. Like, you wanted to stop believing. There was something you just wanted to say, whatever they,
you just wanted to sin. You just wanted to sin.
Yeah. There's all kinds of different hypotheses that they have for why I stopped believing, but it always circles back to blaming me. There's something deficient with my character.
Yeah. Oh, we might have lost you a bit there, Sean. But just to pick up, it's always victim blaming there, isn't it? It could never be like you just were applying reason consistently in the way that you would to anything else, and you just found yourself legitimately not convinced. You had some ulterior motive. You had some.
Exactly.
It's amazing to me that a search for God is taken at face value if it results in finding Him. If it doesn't result in finding Him, then it was never a proper search, and it was never done fully, with fully open mind and heart. And it was obviously you've got some agenda, you've got some problem. You say you were searching, but you just love your sin or whatever the nonsense is. I think it's. Yeah, I don't like that. It's a bit victim blamey. I'm not liking that very much. Yeah, well, Casey, thank you so much for coming in to speak to us and share your story.
Maybe a different vibe.
we really appreciate it, and I really hope that you find value in these kind of communities, and I love that you're reading the Bible. That's brilliant. That's
shout out to the NRSVUE.
All Bible. The way. That's the only one I read too. I say the only one, but it feels to me like pretty balanced and sensible. And I gather, I'm no authority, but I gather that it has a pretty good balance between like trying to be true to the language and trying to be true to the intention of the authors. And I do like that one too. Yeah, got my Oxford Study Bible.
All right, well, I will get out of your hair.
All right, Katie. Well, lovely to talk to you, and don't be a stranger. We'll see you again.
Yeah.
Take care. Thanks. Okie dokie. Okay, we are going to go to, still on the YouTube side, we are going to go to Sebastian, and then we've got T-Mac, and then we've got No Degree Required on the TikTok side, and we've got our friend Ash as well, who we haven't spoken to for a while. So we will get to everyone, but we're just going to start off now with Sebastian on the YouTube side. Hey, Sebastian.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well indeed, thank you.
That's great. So I'm a friendly.
Nice.
And I just wanted to say three things. One is thank you for what you guys do. And I kind of wish that you guys had been doing this like way earlier. That would have been great. But it's great that you guys are doing it now, and it's wonderful.
Thank you.
The community you built, the people in the comments, people in chat, that's all wonderful.
Appreciate that. Thanks very
The
much.
second thing is, I am so confused every time a Christian comes in, and it's like the world's worst book club. It's like they're all in this book club, but they don't read the book. It's crazy.
Yeah. I'm always astounded at how much Christians don't know their own book. I think it probably applies to some of the Muslim guests we get as well. Like if this is your thing, if this is what you're organizing your life around, and if you're the type of person who's want to go online in front of a few hundred people to defend your faith, then know your stuff. Don't come up and have me. I don't even think I know the Bible very well, but I always seem to find that people don't really know what they're talking about and don't know what's in it. I think it's wild. Like, that's craziness.
True, yeah, it's insane. It's like there's so many times that you have to like stop and be like, I'm gonna read you your own book, and it's completely baffling. It's just like, how are you so invested in this thing that you don't know?
Yeah, because if I thought it was true, I would make it my business to, like, if the Bible is true, then it's the most important document that's ever existed in the history of the world. Like, what could be more important than knowing what's in it?
Right.
But apparently, it's not that important for many people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So the last thing is, even for a storybook, like we all agree that the Bible, it's not true. It's mostly just like fables, right? Even just as that, it's quite badly written. Wouldn't we agree?
Oh, it's in parts it's beautiful, but a lot of it's really clunky and really terrible.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I understand some of it might be lost in the translation, but some of it's not great.
I just think it's full of plot holes. Is the main thing. Like,
Yeah,
like we constantly talk about how in the earlier books, God is not written as if He is all-knowing.
Yeah.
Like, He has to ask Adam and Eve where they are.
He's very anthropomorphic in the early book. He's much more like a person wandering around and, as you say, not knowing where people are. And even in like right at the beginning, when he says to Abraham after the whole Isaac, kill your son, just kidding episode, he says, now I know you fear me. Like, what, you didn't know before? Like, you had to put this poor man through this ridiculous thing to find out something that you didn't know. You had to conduct this ghoulish experiment. Like, the architect of the universe who just wasn't sure how this guy felt. It's nuts, right? And then later on he becomes Magic Jesus, and then after that he becomes the sort of more like Casper the Friendly Ghost kind of ephemeral, weird, everywhere, omnipresent thing. So he goes through a bit of a transformation, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's very strange, and like even in the beginning in Genesis, he is written as very powerful. He speaks the world into existence and all of that. And yet, I commented on one of your videos a while ago that like a reasonably intelligent 8-year-old could have prevented the whole thing by like putting a giant dinosaur in front of the tree, and like and just being like, look, just don't go near it. There's a giant dinosaur there.
It would have been easy, right? Yeah.
Or like a fence. You don't even have to do the giant dinosaur. Just a fence.
Just a fence would have done it. Yeah. Right. It's so ridiculous. It's ludicrous, and which is why we sometimes run the topic God is silly, and that sort of encapsulates. A lot of this stuff is just silly. That's just the only way to look at it. It's all just a bit silly. Well, Sebastian, thanks very much for coming in to say hi. We really appreciate it. Always happy to hear from friendlies, and nice speaking to you, my friend. So take it easy, and we'll speak again. Yeah, all the best. Thanks. Okay, we are going to get T-Mac in, and then we'll get No Degree Required in after T-Mac. Hey, T-Mac, how you doing?
Hi, John. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we got you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good. Nice to speak again.
Yeah, always nice. So I was listening to the live stream while I was playing some video games, and Simon came on and started speaking, and it was just such nonsense. I couldn't stay out. I had to pipe up.
Oh, we're losing you a little bit.
Get straight the argument that he was trying. Oh no.
We just lost your audio for a moment, so just start again to say what you just said, because we lost you for a few seconds.
Yeah, no worries. So I just want to try and clarify the point that Simon was trying to make before.
Yeah.
He was arguing that because you have never been strucken down by God,
yeah,
and God has commanded people to be struck down for worse things, that God must be loving because he has never struck you down. Is that right?
Almost. Slightly different. He was saying if God was prepared to have people killed for picking up sticks, but he hasn't had me killed for doing something which is much worse than that, because here I am being a terrible heathen and leading people away, and I'm doing the devil's work and all of that. He can't be that bad, because he could have struck me down, but he hasn't yet. I'm not entirely sure what he thought that argument was going to prove. But hey, that was the argument he needed to make in that moment, and I don't want to speak too much about him without him being here to defend himself. But it wasn't necessarily the hermeneutic he needed to be reaching for in that moment, but it was the hermeneutic he reached for in that moment, and so it will forever be preserved.
See, Matt, the very first thing that sprung to mind for me after thinking about that for 5 seconds is, if reading the book leads to the conclusion that you should be struck down because people have been struck down for picking up sticks, and you're doing much worse things than that, then surely that leads to the conclusion that the book is false. Surely you would look at that in your head and see that as a contradiction rather than as a positive argument.
I mean, to sort of play devil's advocate, they could say, well, God has his own judgment and he carries out his judgment in his time. And the point that Sean made, Sean's always on point, but the point that Sean made was, God's got better things in store. He doesn't need to strike us down now. Hell awaits us, right? There's a burning lake of sulfur waiting for us. What does God need to worry about striking us down now? And so you could say, no, the book is absolutely true, and you're going to find out when you get your punishment, at the end of your life, which is what he probably imagines is going to happen.
but then the people who were picking up sticks on the Sabbath don't get to find that out and instead get killed by Moses and his army.
Well, of course, that this was pre New Testament, right? So the Old Testament God is very into smiting and killing and stoning and you know, waving his hand and wiping out huge numbers of people. And it's only later on that you get this notion of the eternal punishment in a different world, the everlasting punishment.
You can come up with post hoc rationalizations for that, for the inconsistency there. But I do think you said bad things about Bob. Bob didn't unalive you, therefore Bob must not be that bad. Is pretty wild.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's among the more exotic apologetics we've engaged with on the channel.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I just like I've been listening the whole time, and it just that was the thing that stuck out to me. But when you were talking with, I believe it was Katie,
Yeah.
you were talking about. I'm completely changing topics, by the way. You were talking about how evangelicals, like conservative Christians, can't help what they believe, and you have to come at it with that mindset. But I think that can also be like somewhat dangerous. What comes to mind for me is that people who are in very abusive relationships, and I have experienced this myself, will often say things like, well, this person can't help it. It's not their fault.
Well,
or try to
abuse is
sorry,
an
go on.
action. Yeah, abuse is an action, and people should be held accountable for their actions. But believing something to be true is not an action; it's a perception. Now, there are some tricky waters here. So people can have racist beliefs, and I don't believe having racist views is a choice. That's not excusing them, but what I'm saying is, like, if somebody I know has racist views or sexist views or what have you, I'm definitely not going to be their friend, and I'm going to have a visceral reaction toward that person. However, I don't think that they should be held like legally accountable just for having crap views. I'm what we should do is try to change their views, promote better ways of thinking, and persuade people into better understanding of humanity.
Sure, yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, I think that there's I mean, you were talking about this as well. There's a lot of messaging out there that being an atheist just automatically makes you a bad person, and it's just because you want to sin or some silly things like that. But I don't think that, like, one of the things that really bothers me about it is that I don't get to consent to my own beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, there's no way to opt out, right? Like, let's say that I was to, come to belief later in my life. There's no way for me to say right now that I actually don't want to be part of that club. The club membership is always open to me, but at the same time, the only way to actually get locked out of being in the club is by being in the club, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure I follow, but I do grant you that beliefs happen to you without your consent. I mean, your consent is required for certain actions prior to the belief. So, for example, if you want to start reading the Bible, well, you need to give your own consent for you to read the Bible, because that's an action you need to take. But the actual belief itself, having decided what information you're going to subject yourself to, the information comes in, and then your brain processes it in the way that brains process it. You're not in control of that process itself, and your consent is not required for whether you find something persuasive or not. You can't help it. You either do or you don't.
Yeah. I would agree with that. What I'm trying to say is that, like, let's grant for a second that I am this evil, entity who is born of sin and deserves to be punished for eternity, and I've done all of these evil things, and at the end of my life I'm going to stand before some sort of tribunal, and they're going to rebuke to me all of my evil acts, and that I deserve to be punished for those. I don't get to choose whether or not I take accountability.
Mm-hmm.
I am either not part of the club and have to spend eternity in hell for not being part of the club, or I am part of the club and I'm automatically saved by Jesus. There's no middle ground where I get to say, hey, actually, you know what? I do think that all of those things were super evil, and I do think that I deserve to be punished, and I want to take accountability and accept that punishment.
Yeah, you're right. It's very black and white, and no consent is asked. And another thing is like this whole thing of, I've often said, I wasn't asked consent about whether I give permission for somebody to be punished in lieu of me for something that I may have done wrong, right? So let's imagine that I am a sinner and I am genuinely morally accountable for being a sinner. Well, then if that's true, if divine justice requires that I am held accountable for my moral failings, then I accept that accountability and I would want to pay the price for it. I wouldn't consent for an innocent person to be scapegoated and made to suffer in my stead. I wasn't asked, and if I was asked, I would not grant that permission, because I don't think that would be morally okay. So if I'm that bad and deserving of punishment, then my vote would be I'll take my punishment. That's never an option. Never an option.
Yeah, exactly. Especially given, like, if we are granting that all of this is true anyway, then supposedly Jesus was this like perfect man who never committed a sin. So he's a way better person than I could ever be, right? And I'm supposed to look at this perfect individual, this amazing person, and just be okay with him, doing all of this for me, even though I've never met him. I'm not okay with that.
Yeah, completely hear you, man. Yeah, completely. Well, dude, we're going to move it on. We have a few others waiting, but thanks, T-Mac. Always nice to speak to you, my friend. Thanks for coming in,
too.
And keep well, and we will see you soon.
Yeah, thanks very much, John.
Cheers, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so we are going to go over to the TikTok side and bring in No Degree Required, who we have spoken to before. Welcome, No Degree. How are you?
Doing good.
Good. Is there a particular topic on the menu you would like to speak about this evening?
Yeah, something actually I've noticed myself. I had actually just realized yesterday that you had featured me on your YouTube channel from our last conversation. I had heard about this through Clubhouse, the Clubhouse app. Someone had heard it who apparently is a fan of you. And I listened to the conversation. You'd also had a conversation with Courtney from Biblical Apologetics on the same topic concerning Deuteronomy 22:13.
Yeah, that was a doozy. That conversation was an absolute doozy, that one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and you had credited Tom Rabbit for kind of getting you started because he featured you with Dark Dawkins on his YouTube channel. Well, I hang out with the circles of Tom Rabbit and them, and they are what I would call Philbro atheists. They like philosophy. And
can I just clarify something? I don't think I credited him with getting me started. I think I credited him with giving my channel a boost. I mean, if there's anyone to credit, really, actually, it would be Justin, Justin Deconstruction Zone, because I made a video about the Darth Dawkins crash out, and Justin reposted my video, and that was what really got the channel starting to roll. So I primarily credit Justin with it, and then Tom Rabbit put his thing out as well. So I'm obviously grateful to both, but of course I'm not as grateful to either of them as I am to Gary for coming into my live stream and crashing out so spectacularly and giving me a wonderful clip.
Okay. Yeah, and what I was going to talk about is the I run around in two circles: Discord circles with atheists and these TikTok clubhouse circles. And you have two different kinds of atheists. You have the deconstruction types, such as yourself, who like to talk about the Bible and debate the Bible and stuff. And then you have the Phil Bro atheists who actually, interestingly enough, think that these arguments are bad. Like the Deuteronomy 22 one, I had a lady who has been featured on several Tom Rabbit's YouTube videos on Discord. She's a Phil Bro atheist, you could say, or a Phil gal. And she listened to this conversation and thought this is really bad. She thought that atheists shouldn't be doing this because she doesn't think it's good reason to be an atheist. And they're more into the logical problem of evil, divine hiddenness, all of these uh, uh, philosophical arguments against God. So my question is here: why do you think that atheists and by the way, I have been drooling, slobbering at the idea of getting a deconstruction atheist and a Phil Bro atheist to have a back and forth debate sometime, but I just can't seem to get that to work out. But what
Debate
do you
about
think
what?
it's why the Phil Bro atheist would call they use the term low-hanging fruit to describe deconstruction atheists, and then why the deconstruction atheists kind of look down on Phil Bro stuff. Justin has been openly critical before of the Phil Bro stuff, and he criticizes this, and they kind of frown upon that. So what do y'all think is going on here? Who is right? Because they would not think that y'all were justified in being an atheist simply by these biblical arguments. They think that they're weak, and I was wondering who y'all think would be.
Let me clarify something. So first of all, in order for me to be a Christian or a theist in general, the theist has the burden of proof. The time to believe something is when there's sufficient evidence to believe it. We generally, first of all, there's atheists that are overly aggressive. There's atheists that engage what I like adults. There's others that maybe don't. There's Christians the same. Plenty of Phil Bro Christians, but usually the way it works is the Christian comes in and says, I have an argument for God. And then what's your argument? And I'm not aware of a single, I'm not saying they don't exist, but I'm not aware of a single philosophical argument for atheism other than I haven't seen sufficient evidence. But there's tons of philosophical arguments for God, the Kalam cosmological argument, all kinds of other, you're aware of them. And we address those when they come up. So when a Christian comes in or a theist of another flavor and makes a philosophical argument, whether it's tag or it doesn't matter, we just address those as they come. There are some atheists, like I have a rudimentary level of understanding of the Bible. I am very far from a biblical scholar. John knows a little more than me. Justin knows way more than John or I. And then if you go to Dan McClellan, he knows way more than Justin. And so some people are more comfortable digging into the Bible when biblical texts are brought up. If somebody brings up a text that, and says, hey, I got this claim from the Bible, I just have to say, I'm going to have to look into it later because, you can't do, on the spot research into what somebody's saying. So it just really depends on the knowledge base of the person and what argument, most importantly, what argument the Christian brings to the table. And often it's very Phil Bro-ish, and we have to try to address what they are bringing to the table.
Well, I think, but my question here is, why is it the case that the Phil Bro atheists, their view is that when y'all go after a Christian on the Bible, like say slavery or this passage in Deuteronomy 22 and stuff, their view is, look, there's apologetics for this stuff. People have been doing this stuff for years. You're not going to persuade a Christian. They're just going to refer to the apologetic or give an apologetic it's not really doing anything. Even when you bring up contradictions, they'll say, well, because it's
I hear
not
you.
logical, not logical necessity. So I'm just wondering, they would not think that y'all guys are justified in these arguments.
Well,
and y'all think that you are, and I'm just wondering, how do you know who's right?
Well, I don't think there's a right or a wrong about it. I think there are different perspectives on the same issue. So for me, I don't do this to be right. I do this to create a space to legitimize non-belief. That's my agenda here, is to legitimize non-belief. Now, I might come at that from different perspectives. I might come at it from a logical perspective, where I might say, look, this God concept feels fairly incoherent to me. And I can get into an argument about what does it mean for God to be all-knowing and all-powerful? If he knows on Monday what he's going to do on Friday, then is he free on Friday to change his mind and do something else? And if he is, then he was wrong on Monday. And if he isn't, then he's not all-powerful. And we can get into arguments about the coherence of the God concept. And if I'm having a conversation with someone and my judgment is that in that moment, a kind of more philosophical argument is warranted, then I'll go down that route. If I'm getting into an argument with someone or a conversation with someone and they're claiming that God is the seat of all morality and all morality derives from God and God is the author of all goodness, then I'm going to look at the Bible and I'm going to say, okay, well, you're declaring that God is good. How do you reconcile your claim of God's goodness with him doing these morally disgusting things or making morally appalling rules? And we're going to look at the tension there. So I don't put myself into one lane and think this lane is right, the other lanes are wrong. They're all just different ways of engaging with the same, with the same subject area. And for me, it's, I'm not out there to, I don't want to do debates as such. I'm not out there looking to be proved right about things and win debates or anything like that. It's for me about having discussions which allow other people to feel legitimized in their non-belief, and wherever the discussions go, I'm happy to go there. And people have their lanes. If you watch the show that Justin does on Sundays with Ian and Dr. Blitz, they're covering all the bases, right? Justin is covering the biblical stuff. Blitz is covering the science stuff. Ian is covering the philosophical stuff. And they're a very, very formidable team. I mean, I wouldn't want to be across from those three guys on a debate about pretty much anything. And they're brilliant. And they all dovetail perfectly together. And they all know where their strengths are. And I don't think either of them would look at the other two and think they're not getting it right. I'm doing it right. They're not. They're just different focuses.
Okay. Well, I guess I was just curious because I often get a lot of pushback on Discord when I am on here and I'm saying, well, I had this conversation with John about Deuteronomy 22:13 or about biblical slavery with Justin or something like that. And they're like, why do you go in there with this low-hanging fruit stuff? And I enjoy it. I enjoy discussing the Bible and things like that more so. But yeah, they really almost have some sort of animosity, it seems like, towards that. So I just found it to be very interesting to see how different atheists react to different things. So it's intellectual. It comes across as intellectual snobbery on their part. But I do know that I've seen some deconstruction atheists being very critical.
What's intellectual snobbery?
They come across as they look at you guys as.
I'm going to confidently assert that no one listening to this conversation now, is about 500 people listening, cares. I don't, and no one in the audience does.
I guess you know how an Christian or they'll say, oh, there's so many denominations in Christianity. Who's right? And I guess I'm asking the same thing. Well, you've got two different denominations of atheists here. One saying the other is wrong and not justified position.
Yeah. Denominations.
Right? This is a non-discussion. Nobody cares. Really, nobody cares. I don't spend any cycles worrying about what types of arguments other atheists are making, and I would guess that other atheists aren't too bothered about what type of arguments I'm
Well, I
making.
could name names if you wanted
Well,
to. Check.
I honestly don't care. I honestly don't care.
Name names?
No, I can think of nothing about which I care less. It really doesn't matter, and it really is not really pertinent to anything we're talking about here. I really don't care what other atheists think about the conversations we have. They're welcome to participate in them if they want to, or not if they don't want to. This is not an interesting avenue of discussion. So
I find it interesting because as a Christian, I love seeing atheists go after other atheists. So that's kind of why
I'm delighted that brings you some joy.
I'm sure you do. But I don't know if you know this, but we atheists talk to each other like it's a big community on TikTok or other platforms or what have you. I don't see that as an insider. I don't see the division that you're talking about, but
I will say that there is some strong tribalism among atheists. They don't really like.
We're going to end this conversation now for no reason other than that it's not interesting. But thank you for coming to speak to us. We appreciate it. Okay.
Well, thanks for having me.
Take care. All right. Take care.
I feel like that was a psyop. Like we got to divide them, turn them against each other or something.
I can't remember the last time I had a conversation about anything I cared about less. Okay, we're going to read a couple of messages and then we're going to get Aman in. We see you waiting, my friend. Thank you for being so patient. I promise we'll get you in a sec. Just going to read a couple of messages and then we will get you in, right in. Tim, again, if I was made in God's image, he's an ugly bastard. I mean, I couldn't possibly comment. I'm sure you're beautiful inside and out, Tim. And we have a Philo again. Thank you, my friend. Somebody needs to check Simon's clothes for mixed garments. Well, of course, I imagine that Simon has found a way to reconcile mixing his different fabrics, even though we all know it's very, very bad. Very, very wrong indeed. And also from Philo, we now have empirical proof Simon definitely does not hear himself when he talks. Yeah, I'm sorry some of these messages are from a little while back. They do sometimes back up, especially when the conversations get a bit long. But thanks for that. We all know exactly what you're talking about. Tim again, to repent one must have pented. Oh, I like that. To repent, you must have pented. Well, I've never pented, but I'm hoping to one day if someone is prepared to teach me how.
I'm going to pent this weekend.
Well, let us know how that goes, Sean, and just be careful.
Okay.
If you get it wrong, It's very painful. Herbie Shine says, just drop by to watch a little live before I go to my sleepy time. Question for Simon. Oops, sorry. Can humans really denigrate God? Also, Simon, repent. Yeah, pent again. I mean, the idea that this God would have his touchy feels so hurt by the things that people say is rather ludicrous, isn't it? It's like it's like if you had a little pet puppy and your feelings were very hurt because of the way the puppy barked or something like that. It's just so completely ludicrous. Real Jiffy Cones. Hey, Jiffy, lovely to see you, my friend. There was only one talking donkey and he spoke English. He palled around with an ogre with a Scottish accent. Shrek is love, Shrek is life. Well, I completely agree with that. And I'm sure we all know that the Eddie Murphy donkey was absolutely badass in the Shrek films. Brilliant. Laura, nice to see you, Laura. Thank you very much for the message. I left one of your videos to come join your live. That's how much I love you both. Oh, and the safe space you provide. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Thanks, Laura. That's really lovely. Really appreciate that. And the space that we provide is created by the people like you who make the space. We just sit here and yabber on. The actual space is the people who fill it and make it. So that would be you. So thank you very, very much for that. And then we have Tim again. Justin didn't get this one. I got kicked out of Weight Watchers for making cruel nicknames. I left with huge grace. They kicked her out too. I get that. That's very funny. Well, I hope that you and Grace are getting on well, Tim, and that everything is going swimmingly for the two of you. And she's in very good health, of course, we hope. And Mike says, hi, Mike, thanks for this. I've read the Bible through 13 times in 4 translations, never come across a Christian who is even close to that. I'm not sure what we were referring to, what was going on in the conversation at that point. I wish I knew, because I'm sure you always make excellent points, Mike. Forgive me for not knowing what to tie that to. Yeah, I'd be interested to know what this was referring to. But respect for having read the Bible through so many times. I have not done that.
I think he might be referring to someone we were talking to mentioned. No, or it might have been a previous conversation. Reading the Bible will help you believe it, or something.
That's what it is.
Accepting the Bible, reading it exactly in a different way.
That's exactly what it is. Thanks, Sean. Yeah. Mike, your comment's absolutely spot on. Like, it's so easy to say, oh, your non-belief stems from you just not having read the Bible in the right way. Well, then how do we explain the non-belief of the people with the PhDs, like Dr. Todd, who have read the Bible more times than you've had hot dinners and understand it and have read it in the original languages and all the knowledge and background knowledge that comes to interpreting it in the correct way, and also don't have belief? I suppose there's flaws in their understanding too. Yeah. And then just a couple more, and then we'll get to our next guest. Ocean Willows says, sacrifice without consequence is meaningless. According to the story, Jesus came back to life, no sacrifice. You're 100% right about this. I've been saying this for a long time. I want someone to explain to me what the sacrifice is. Where was the sacrifice? A sacrifice requires that you lose something that you don't get back. And Jesus, if we to take the story, was back at work on Monday morning, running around the place and making appearances and taking meetings. And then he zoomed up to heaven to be next to his Father. So when we say God gave his only begotten Son, he got him back after, at the most, a long weekend. It wasn't a sacrifice as much as like a Blockbuster rental. It goes out for 3 days, it comes back. I don't see the sacrifice there at all. So yeah, absolutely right, Ocean Willows, absolutely right. That is nonsense. And finally, we have Amon Ra. Thank you very, very much for this. First, great work. FYI, Islam is still horrible, but it teaches everyone that gives consent to God to be created before being born. I have heard about this, yes. This affects some arguments against the morality of being burned forever. That's interesting. Amon-Ra, you sent me a very kind message earlier through the Q&A thing, and I want to contact you about that, but I don't have a way of contacting you. So if you can just send me another message with your email, I will email you back, and we will speak about the thing that you mentioned. That was very, very kind of you. So yeah, please hit me up. The other way you can get me is john@unconvincedbook.com. That will also, if you want to drop me an email, that you can get in touch with me that way. So thank you very, very much for that. Okay, and we'll get to more messages a little bit later on. But right now we are going to bring in Aman. If I'm saying that right, I hope I am. I always massacre names. It's a terrible habit I have. From the YouTube queue. Hello, my friend.
Yo. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
You guys can hear me well, right? I'm on my laptop, so I'm not
sure. We've got you. It's pretty good. Just so I know, did I say your name correctly?
Yeah, you said that perfect. A lot of people don't get it right.
Great. Well, we try. I'm terrible about massacring names, so I always feel embarrassed when I get it wrong. But you're very welcome. What would you like to say?
Well, I don't want to take too much of your time. I just recently started watching your videos, along with many other people's videos as well. I grew up in a Christian household. I'm 22, and I'm African American descent, and it's very strong. It's a very strong belief. The Christianity is a very strong belief in a Black household, and to a very crazy extent too. Basically, growing up, I was taught things, was led to believe things, certain things. And as I got older, it's pretty normal to start questioning things, starting to have your own mind. And it came to my attention that certain stories of the Bible just made me question things, and it was me questioning things like normally, but when I would tell it to like my father, like my mother, or some other Christian, they'd say they always say you're not looking at the bigger picture, or either you're not looking at the bigger picture, or you're not looking at it spiritually, if that makes sense, or whatever.
Yeah.
And they kind of just discount what's actually being said, like the actual things that's being said, things that's actually being done in the Bible. I caught on to these things now recently. What you guys talk about, the struggle of unbelief, trying to get things out of my mind. I'm struggling with that right now. But there is one thing that's keeping me. There's one thing, or maybe two things, that's keeping me still kind of in the middle, and that is when like preachers or someone says, what's the best word for it? There's these street preachers that go around to people and they stop them, and they're like, hey, God gave me a word, and they say what God supposedly tells them, and the other person also confirms that it's true. And I see a lot of videos where it happens more frequently than just like a coincidence. It happens a lot, and I'm wondering, what's your take, or what do you think about situations like that? Because it's like,
I think
there's
that
no way it can just be a coincidence.
They're not authentic. So any of these things can be reproduced by other people who don't have any beliefs like this at all. Do you know who Derren Brown is? Have you come across Derren Brown? Derren
No,
Brown. So when you're free, check out Derren Brown. There's loads of stuff about him, loads of his stuff on YouTube. He's a British guy. Funnily enough, he used to be a Christian, and then he lost his faith many years ago. But he's actually he calls himself a psychological illusionist, and he's able to do all sorts of crazy stuff. I have absolutely no idea how he does it. It looks like mind reading what he does, but he's very open about it. He says, this is all just tricks. This is all just techniques. This is all just stuff. If you're watching stuff on YouTube which is showing things apparently happening, I would be extremely skeptical about it, because there's no way of verifying whether what you're being shown is actually what happened. And even if it is, you don't know if they're using stooges. You don't know. There's too many uncontrollable unknowns here. And the world is full of people that make claims of these kind of paranormal things. And funnily enough, whenever you investigate them under any kind of controlled conditions, whenever you remove the ability to cheat, or remove the ability to be fooled, or remove the ability to play with the results, or whatever the thing is, the effect vanishes. And we have no reason at all to think that any of these phenomena are real. And we have every reason to think that trickery is a much more likely explanation. Do you know who James Randi was? I'm throwing names at you, but you may not have heard of James Randi. He was very famous in the 70s and 80s, but he had previously been a magician and funnily enough an escapologist, an escape artist, but he was gifted a load of money by a philanthropist, and he had for many years, and I believe it's still on offer now, he had $1 million on offer for anybody who could show any kind of paranormal ability at all. Anything. If you claim to be able to read minds or move objects or detect water or whatever, he's founded an organization called the James Randi Educational Foundation, the JREF, and they had the JREF $1 million prize, which was available to be collected by anyone who could do any of this stuff. And for decades, no one got anywhere close to collecting it. And it wasn't because they were unfair and structured the tests unfairly. It was all completely above board. It was all very, very transparent. And test protocols would be agreed by both parties, and then independent third parties would come in to conduct the test. No one even ever got past the preliminaries right at the beginning to just even establish that there's something there to investigate in decades. And so I don't think that you should worry about things like this. They're basically just magic tricks.
By the way, James, they finally ended that program, I think, like 10 years ago or something like that. The James Randi Education Foundation.
Did they finish it? Because I've heard that, and then I've heard someone else say it's still running. I'm not sure. I actually worked with Randy on a project a few years ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
That's cool.
Yeah. He was very cool.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, John, about being very careful. You know, when you're talking about this miraculous thing and it's a video, you know, or there are very convincing videos on YouTube. There's complete documentaries for like alien encounters from outer space. You know, you just have to try to look at everything with a skeptical mind. And like some documentary that at first blush seems very convincing, when you don't actually dig into each of the claims in it or what have you, you know, it's just not enough for me.
Yeah, that's not a reason to keep yourself in the faith if you're having doubts about religion.
It's always in the back of my mind. The reason why, like, that was so important to me, like, because everything else I can pretty make out. I can put logic behind it, and it makes a lot of sense. On top of that, like, the things of the Bible, like, I came to like a few conclusions. It's either these people that are doing these miraculous things, you know, that are saying, oh yeah, God gave me this word or whatever. Let's just say God is real and it is the one of the Bible. I still don't believe that God is all good. I think the Bible is wrong because none of the stories match up with each other. And as you guys already know, of course, but me, I'm finding out a lot of things that don't match up with each other, like all the way to the beginning of life, you know, like to Genesis. It does not make sense at all.
Right.
No matter how you cut it, it just doesn't. And I'm only 22. It doesn't take deep digging to just read it.
Yeah.
It doesn't take the craziness. And basically, I'm troubled with the thought of hell. The thought of, if this God does exist, then okay, maybe I'm just not going to believe it. Maybe I'll perish in hell one day. I actually came to the conclusion. I come to that conclusion like multiple times a day, thinking like, all right, sorry for my background.
No,
that's okay.
I come to that conclusion.
You're not going to have a problem with hell. Like, ask yourself how much time you spend worrying about the Islamic hell. You probably don't worry about it at all. I'm going to imagine that you don't worry about being sent to that. You know, there are any number of religions that might threaten that people who don't follow them are going to be punished by their gods. And that probably doesn't bother you for 1 second of a day. This is just another one of those. You can give yourself permission to stop worrying about that. It's no different to the stories that parents tell kids about if you're bad, the monsters are going to come out from under the bed. And then we reach a point in life where we stop worrying about those things because we know that they're just childish stories. And this is just another one of those. And my heart goes out to you because you were wronged. You have been wronged by people giving you these stories specifically designed to frighten people into submission and to frighten people into compliance. That's why they're there. That's why they were developed. That's why they were written, because they figured out, here's how we keep people in the cult. We tell them bad things are going to happen to them if they leave. And it's fantastically effective. But I'm actually not worried about you because you're 22 years old and you've got your shit together a lot more than a lot of people who have got 20 years on you or even more. So I'm not worrying about you. I think that you are on the right track, and I think that you're thinking for yourself and you're using your mind and you're looking at different sources and you're speaking to people like us, and I'm sure that you're exploring the landscape of ideas, and I think you're going to be absolutely fine. And I want you to come back and let us know how you're doing, and lean on us if you need to. Check back in and say, I'm feeling a bit weird about this thing, or how should I think about this, or is there another perspective on that? That's kind of what we're here for, is to legitimize people like you so you don't have to worry anymore and you can just go where your mind takes you without fear.
Do you mind if I say one more thing? I don't want to take too much time. Do you mind if I say one more thing?
Yeah, sure.
kind of like relating to, I think the previous caller was saying, like a situation. I basically, like just I'll be like a little personal real quick. Basically, my father's health isn't doing so well right now, so me and him is the man of the house right now, taking care of most of the bills. And of course, him and my family's faith, but me with my disbelief, I'm looking at things from a logical standpoint, but they look at things from a spiritual standpoint. Yeah. I now know the I know how powerful words are when it's somebody you care about, especially me being their child, their kid, and them raising me in what they believe. It's like I'm knocking down. It feels wrong. It definitely, like every part of my body feels wrong.
Yeah.
Thinking the way that I do, thinking logically, it feels wrong to think logical. It doesn't feel wrong it doesn't feel wrong to be blind, and I think that's the craziest thing to me nowadays.
I really understand that.
His health.
Yeah,
I'm telling him, like he likes to pull up the story of Job, and he's always like, everything happens for a reason, son. God has a plan. But I literally was having a conversation with him. I'm all like, there's people that die. God's commanded wars and stuff like that. There's people that we only see so much here in America. There's worse things happening all over the world. So you're gonna tell me, you die, I have to be okay with it. Maybe it's God's plan, or maybe something good will come out of it. I can't agree with that at all. And it strikes my mind. It really makes me angry that people that believe in it. And this is not a shot. I mean, just from I'm just voicing my.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just voicing it, but no disrespect to the Christian, because I came from the Christian side, and I was born into the Christian side, and I'm now taking a step from there, going to the other side.
Yeah.
And I understand getting the good out of a book, but you can do that with any story. You can pick out the good things from any book or any story or any fairy tale, but don't discount what's in the book as well. Don't just glaze over it, especially if you believe in it. Own up to every single thing about it.
Yep.
It's like you have to, and if there is no cuts, there is no taking things out just to make it sound good or sound better. No, it is what it is. You need to own up to every single part about it. And it's just so crazy to me.
Yeah,
it's just so crazy to me, because it feels like, especially for me, I'm in the house, I can't voice my concerns so well. They'll call me like the devil, or the Satan's got a hold of me or something like that. I've gotten pretty used to it, and I can't really concerns like that. So sorry for the more passionate side.
No,
that's how I feel.
We got you.
Where are you at right now? If you said it already and I didn't catch it, I apologize. There's issues with the sound. Where are you with your beliefs right now? Like, do you believe there's likely a God? You're not sure? You don't believe? Like, where are you at with your God belief right now?
As it stands right now, I want to, well, based off what John just said, because that thing was very important to me, the people saying they have words from God and other people confirming it, I want to do more research on that. But as it stands right now, if I was to put it on the scale, I would say about 10%. I think there's maybe a creator God, or maybe the universe did always existed.
Yeah.
But I definitely don't believe in like the Bible anymore, no longer, because I tried. I had prayers for my family, nothing happened.
Yep.
You know, and multiple times, nothing happened.
And you're another former Christian, like myself, who genuinely tried to continue and wanted to continue believing, but just couldn't. The important thing to us is not that you necessarily become a full atheist or anything like that. That's not the goal. I would just love to see you be able to contemplate these hard questions and freely, without the fear of hell, because hell is like fear shackles for the mind. Without the social pressure. I mean, you may face that regardless, but definitely without the fear of hell, and just enjoy the process of like contemplating the universe and all of life's mysteries. And if you end up with like, I don't know, it's just a mystery to me, that's totally okay. if you end up if you stay atheist, like hey, I don't believe in Christianity anymore, but I still believe there's a creator God. You know what? That's cool too, as long as it's not you're a bad person for this, or you're going to hell, or you're bad for any, none of those pressures, just to be able to be free.
Yikes.
To discover these things for yourself and discover your own belief for yourself. That's the important part.
That's the conclusion. Thank you so much. That's the conclusion I came to recently, is just because trying to get very deep into it and do the research, it very much can run somebody crazy. So I came to a point where it's all like, I think I've done enough research on the more important things, and I came to the conclusion that I'm just gonna live this experience, live this life that we have. It's very fortunate that each of us is alive at this time. I get to experience this thing, and that's really it for me. I'm left with just experiencing life for what it is, and I love the diversity of different cultures and stuff like that, but never again will I not think logical about anything unless proven otherwise.
Good for you, man. I mean, as a parting thing, the thing I want to say to you is I did not have my thinking as well sorted out as you do right now when I was the age you are. I don't want to sound like the old man or anything, but you are ahead on the curve. You're ahead of where I was. And that's why I say I'm not worried about you. You're going to be great. You're going to be fine. But I do want to know how you're getting on. So come back and check in with us. Don't be a stranger. Come back and let us know. I would love to hear from you again. Just to know that you're doing all right. And we're here for you. That's what this is about.
I really appreciate that, John. I will let you guys know. I'm gonna be watching you guys. I watch all your videos. I got you.
Great. Well, you're a friend now. You're stuck with us now. So
right.
Yeah, we look forward to hearing from you again. And keep well, and stay in touch. All right, bud.
Thank you. I will. Yeah. Take care.
Take care. Okay. Yeah. What a great guy. What a great guy. I really feel for him. And, there's a lot to work with there. It's not just about the beliefs, it's about the family dynamic, and it's about all of those things. But, I mean, we could all tell what he's got his shit together. He's going to be fine. He's going to manage all of that, and he's going to be able to keep his integrity through it as well. I really do think that.
Way,
and I love seeing it. I love seeing minds set free like that. It fills me up.
On the video side, you're echoing pretty bad. I don't know if that translates to the YouTube side.
Right.
If it's just on the video side, it's not a problem. I can still understand you.
I suspect it probably is. Yeah. In the YouTube, I'm loving all the W's for him. Absolutely loving that. He was awesome. Absolutely awesome. Can you just confirm on the YouTube side if my audio is okay? I'm hoping it is. I don't think it's a problem. No echoes on YouTube. Thanks very, very much, Cardinal. Appreciate that.
All right, good to go. No problem there.
Great. Okay, so we're going to stay on the YouTube side. Video is being a bit janky. It's doing some kind of slightly strange things, but there we are. We have to work with the tools we have, and we are going to bring in Peter on the YouTube side. Hi, Peter. How are you doing? Are you still there? Maybe not. Okay, we are not going to bring in Peter. We are going to bring in. It looks like Gobblefart. Am I correct about that? That's pretty wild. Yep, we're going to bring in Gobblefart. Hello. I cannot hear you at the moment.
Not getting audio.
It looks like your mic is muted there. There you go. No, still can't hear you. Let me see if I can sort your audio out. Let's have a little look. No.
Gobble, if we can't hear you right now, it sounds like you're muted.
Yeah. I don't know why. Do you want to try and refresh your browser or anything like that, and see if you can connect up? I'm trying to get you working. I can see you, but I cannot. We can't hear you, unfortunately. Sadly, that is completely not working. Do not know why. No, that's not working. Do you want to try and just rejoin? Just I'm going to drop you down, put the link in again, and see if you can come back up, because we'd like to talk to you. Okay. We're all at the mercy of this technology, and it works very nicely sometimes, and then it doesn't. Very, very annoying. But we'll try again. If he comes back in again, we'll try and bring him in once more. Hopefully it will all be all right. And failing that, we did have Peter in the YouTube queue, but that didn't seem to work. We'll see, and if that doesn't work, then we've got some friends waiting on the TikTok side, so we'll go and do that as well. Well, he's not there, so while we wait for him to come in, I'm just going to read a couple of messages from friends. Let's see what we have. I've never seen a productive conversation with him. I'm wondering who you were referring to, Oren. I wonder if you were thinking about our no degree chap. We've spoken to him a couple of times before, and the conversations were not productive. And that particular conversation about interwars between atheists in different camps, that sounds like a believer's fever dream to me. I don't think that's a thing. And neither do I care. And Mike says, for the caller, don't worry about this bullshit. I spent months thinking I was going to hell. Oh, this is for our previous guest. This shit ain't real. Love yourself and the people around you, and live your life based off love, not fear. Well, I think we can all applaud that as an approach. That is the one, Mike. Thank you very, very much. That is completely it. Thanks very much for the message and the donation. I don't know what happened to Gobble, but he seems to have gobbled, so that's not happening. Or maybe he is now. There he is. Let's see if we can try again. Let's see if this works. Second time lucky. How about that? Nope. That's still not working. I'm pretty sure this is going to be an issue your end, my friend, because I don't know what audio you're trying to use. Sadly, it doesn't seem to be working. It does say no microphone selected. So, yeah. I can send you a request to try and select one, but it doesn't really seem to be working. So, yeah, unfortunately.
There is somewhere a drop down where you select which camera you want to connect to, which microphone you want to connect to, and I can't remember where that is.
Yeah, but unfortunately, right now, it isn't working. Sadly, so it looks like we won't be able to speak. We would love to talk to you though. So if you figure it out, come back and we'll because we won't be able to have a conversation with sign language as much as I'd love to. I'm not skilled in that area, so see if you can figure it out, and if you can, then come back and we'll try a third time. Happy to keep on going. But this one isn't working, sadly. So yeah, good luck. Have a try and see what you can figure out. We'll move on for now. Okay, one last try for Peter on the YouTube side. I don't think that's going to work because it didn't work before. No, that's not working. So we will drop that one as well. And we're going to go back over to the TikTok side, and we're going to bring in Ash, who's been waiting super patiently. Long time friend of ours. Ash, how are you?
Hello, John.
Hey, how you doing?
All good. How are you, Sean?
Doing well, Ash. Good to talk to you again.
All good, man. Sean, you've been in loads of debates I've seen.
Yeah, I've been in a few here or there.
I got you, man. The thing that's always like it's great that you've had some really interesting guests on. Simon was an interesting one.
He was.
Yeah, like it started very like calm, positive, and then he basically never gave in. He never wanted to sound like he was wrong. He kept trying to see it like a personal thing when you tried to keep it to the doctrine of what it was. You handled that very well. But
I felt the conversation went quite well myself, but there we are.
Yeah, the leprechauns was taking the next one. I was like, okay, we're going down this
in a content sort of way, right?
Yeah, it's a great, but like the interesting thing, like just the last couple of days, I've been listening to a lot of Darren Brown, and it's just like it's come up from the previous conversation as well. Because again, what I'm still trying to tackle with again is the free will, the choice, the influence, and these type of things. And when I was watching a lot of Darren Brown stuff, it is fascinating in the sense of how susceptible we are, that we think we've got control, but it just shows of how like receptive we can be to just choices that we don't fully understand. And Alex O'Connor's thing on, the brain splitting experiment that he did for epilepsy patients. Do you know that one?
Did they sever the corpus callosum?
That's the one.
Yeah.
And it's almost like, they give a completely different reason why, when they've been told like the instructions to like the right side of the brain to go walk to the room, they'll just come up with a totally different reason and they'll believe it like it's true.
Yeah.
Of why they did it. But it's something that, like, again, I know we've discussed previously on we can influence our decisions. We, like, when you experience the world subjectively, which is still, like, I think equally as important as objectivity, because essentially, like the previous guest, right? He said it's like his family, very religious, and he's kind of trying to balance it with logic and from how his mind is working. And essentially, I think there's a middle ground for him in the sense of where, again, you can say that there is potentially, like he said before, like there's a spiritual God potentially. We just don't know if it's true or not. There's a lot of evidence probably says against it. Well, we can never test it because science is all about testing the things that are material, not the things that are immaterial.
Yeah,
it's not really built for that. And when it comes to emotions and logic and thinking, this is where I'm finding it fascinating about the system 1 part of the brain and the system 2. And this basically connects to a lot of your conversations here, that when things get a bit hard and it's hard to reflect and think about where you could be going wrong with your own biases, it looks like the system 1 part of the brain takes over, where it's emotion, and people react the way they react, And even that I'm more like obviously an atheist and things, when I see these other debates, it's almost, there's like an injustice that kind of, I feel that happens, which doesn't happen here as much, where before the person who's of a religion tends to speak out among lots of people who are atheists, it's almost like identity politics is played straight from the start, where it looks like it's just pure bullying, really. And even that, I'm completely siding with the atheists with a lot of the arguments. It's just, I always feel like what the tactics you do is you hear people out, you try and use other logic and ways of them to think through things and to kind of see where they could be going wrong. And either they will eventually agree or they need time to think about it. And maybe they'll come back in another live and admit, yes, a lot of the things didn't make sense, because you need time to reflect on these things potentially, but others you just digging in and will end up going against their moral intuition, I would say, on a lot of things just to justify what the text is saying. So I'm against religion hugely when it comes to the doctrine and what's said, because you can't just cherry pick. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
it's all about interpretation. People can, like, you can have some lovely people who are religious because they've interpreted the text in a certain way, but again, the argument is essentially it's the same God from the Old Testament to the New Testament. Why is it suddenly, we're just going to ignore the Old Testament, even if it's the same God? Did the God get a firmware update? I don't know.
It's very inconvenient. It's very inconvenient that book is there. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a pain.
So
but
I do find when I've listened to people with scholarly backgrounds in biblical studies, there seems to be at I haven't heard enough to say it's a consensus, but it seems to be each time they agree that the old laws still apply. However, in discussions, if they believe otherwise, that the old laws don't apply, etc., it's nearly impossible to persuade them. But I almost think it doesn't matter, because if Jesus is God, that's Jesus in the Old Testament. It's or same being or what have you, making these atrocious laws. And if the laws are immoral, it doesn't even matter if whether or not they still apply or not. Allowing things like slavery is just, it's gross no matter what. And so it almost doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Like, obviously there's stories within the Bible and the text. Like you said, there's good parts of it and there's horrendous parts of it, especially
Yes.
of barbaric time, and people will make all different kind of reasons and rationale why maybe the God is still valid, even that there's so many like problems you have to deal with. And this is the problem with religion in general, compared to if you were just spiritual and you have some deep connection with some kind of thing, like you're just grateful for being alive. Obviously, I'm grateful for being alive, but I don't need to direct it to like a creator in the sense. But some people do, and there's nothing wrong with that. But
yeah,
it does get problematic, like you said, when people start going to the system one of thinking. If they can't convince someone to join their religion, they start attacking them, saying you're going to go to hell. Like it's and the thing that I like to think about is like, I feel like there's no people that are born evil. I think evil is kind of within all of us, like the potential of it happening. We just, got to make sure we never lose our way of thinking, being. And this is where I'm thinking, like, when you have these certain individuals on, the only way you can convince anyone is to really come from like an open mind. And this is coming back to the first question, is like, can you choose your belief or not? And you influence it? And it has to come from, essentially, do you have an open mind or not? Are you just going on emotion from your system one of thinking? Have you really reflected on it and thought, you know what, I really thought about it deeply, there's no other way? Or could you just be thinking you're wanting it to be true?
Well, you can want things to be true, and
it will be.
and you can and you can even behave as if they are true, and behaving as if they are true sometimes does precipitate genuine belief, but quite often it doesn't. And then you just have to live with the cognitive dissonance of saying saying one thing, behaving in one way, and internally experiencing the world in a different way, which is contrary to that, which is exhausting and difficult and emotionally draining and not psychologically healthy, which is a space a lot of people are in, sadly.
It's the rules is where it gets like, obviously I know you are very strong in the stance of do not hit women in any circumstance, and
can I say something about that? Whenever those conversations have come up, I get 100 comments saying, what if she's got her finger on the nuclear button and she's about to get, obviously you can dream up extreme circumstances. If she's about to hurt a child or something, you can figure out the circumstances under which the application of violence to prevent a greater harm might be warranted. But I just want to clarify this because it gets so dull replying to all of those comments. When I say this, I mean under any circumstances within the parameters defined by those laws and commandments, where basically she's just being disobedient. Under in that context, there are no circumstances where it's okay.
Yeah, like 100%.
There's those situations in like mixed martial arts where a woman is fighting three women are fighting one guy that they've consented for, which is obviously still like
and maybe it's a consensual bedroom situation and people like to be hit or whatever. It's like, look, I'm not judging other people. If everything is consensual, fine, do your thing. If that's what everyone involved wants, then I'm not judging anyone. But we're talking about violence, aren't we?
I know, but the one thing I was trying to get at is essentially when it comes to trying to convince people of your point and your way of thinking, of the rational way of thinking compared to, being religious, I think a different tactic to be employed in the sense of, because a lot of the times in those situations, you will do a thing where it's, where it's like you've just got to answer the question. Like you're either going to accept it or you say no. And a lot of the times you can see they are like probably genuine and good, and they don't like want to admit in a say like they obviously don't agree about hitting women, but if they confirm in the Bible that the text is saying it, and it's almost like they have to denounce their God, then it's like but that's the whole point. Like you've got to either
that's what happens to you when you outsource your moral intuitions to a book. Unfortunately, one of the side effects of doing that is you're then tied to the things in the book, and it's a very uncomfortable position to be in. I'm very relieved that I never have to do that. I'm not beholden to any text or any system or anything like that. I'm completely free to have my own opinions about things, and I never have to struggle with that. And I think that's a much nicer and better position
like
to be in.
Obviously the Bible going so many like thousands of millennia years ago, and by the time you get it to nowadays, like, do you really think you understand the true message of it? It's like Chinese whispers. It's been interpreted so many times. There's so many multiple religions from the same text. Like, how can you use it reliably as a source? But then again, when you look at real life stuff, especially like things on the vaccine and things, people are always interpreting things to what they want to feel. It's the system one part of the brain that's just blinding you from truth. And I'm thinking, it's like when you're dealing with these type of people, like I think the more analogies you can use that in a situation that they basically have to come up with self-discovery, and you do kind of do it. But I think those would always push people to like, they just don't have an answer to it, and it's coming from their own.
That happens. Any approach you take, Ash, is going to work for some people and not work for others. So you just have to kind of try and aim in the middle, and the people who resonate will resonate, and the people who don't, you'll miss them, and you're probably never gonna get them anyway. And
can't control the outcome really. But
and my view here is not to convince people out of their beliefs. It's to just legitimize wherever they're at if they don't believe. That's the agenda here. And it's fun when the believers come in and they want to engage on the ideas. We enjoy the discussion, and the discussion is fruitful for other people to listen to because it allows them to hear those ideas being dismantled. But apart from that, really we're just about legitimizing non-belief, and that's the mission. And it's
that's the thing I really do like about your lives, in the sense that it's always calm. You always hear the other person out. It's not shouting over the other person, never hearing them. So it's fair, and you can see which ideas resonate and which ones don't. And I think I don't think, like, for all the number of people you've spoken to, is there one idea from a religious person that now resonates in any and I don't think it does really still.
No, I'm open-minded, but hasn't happened yet. Dude, we're going to move it on. Got a few in the queue. But nice to speak to you, Ash, and keep well. All the best.
Pleasure.
Take care, man. Bye. Thanks. Okay, we're going to try and get Peter in again on the YouTube side. I tried a couple of times, it didn't work, but hopefully it might work now. Let's see if it does. Hey, Peter. Are you there? I wonder if VDO is having a problem, because now I can't hear you, and we couldn't hear the other guest, but Sean, I can hear you on video, can't I?
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, so that is working.
You're echoing. You are echoing on video something fierce.
Am I?
Which, not a problem, because I can still understand you. That's all that matters. But apparently you're okay on YouTube. But this is twice the audio for the guests isn't working. That's
really strange. I wonder why. I cannot figure out why. It all seems to be okay here, but it's just obviously not quite happening. And it's weird because it did work for some guests. So, we've had a few guests. So, Peter, you can hear me, right? But we just can't hear you, sadly. And this is the same problem we had before
with the previous guest.
With the previous one. So
happened.
I don't know why. I wonder if it's worth trying to.
Now, the interesting thing will be, can the YouTube side hear him?
No, they won't be able to, because it routes to YouTube through my setup here. So I don't know why that's happening. I can try refreshing things mine, but I don't think that will really help. It's so frustrating when you you rely on this stuff and it kind of works and then it just doesn't work. Let's see. Nope, that isn't working. And Gobble is back, who was there earlier. We could try and see if that one works, and if we can get Gobble working, then hopefully we can get Peter working. But unfortunately, it's just not working. I suspect that it won't work with Gobble either. It's strange that it works with you, Sean. That doesn't really make sense.
Well, they're on the YouTube side, they're not dialed into VDO, are they? Like you're talking to me because I directly connect to VDO.
Yeah, but that's what the YouTube guests are doing that too. So that's how that works. Let's see if we can work with Gobble and see if that works. I'm sorry about this. It's very strange. I don't know why that's happening. Hold fire, Peter. We'll see if we can get this to work. I'm going to take you out and we're going to bring you in. Hey, Gobble. How's that?
Can my voice be heard?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's terrible quality though. Not sure what's happening here, but try again.
I went to a different device. I've got an old iPhone, 6 inches from my mouth.
Right. It's fairly bad, but we can kind of hear you. It's just very broken up. But let's try and see how we go. Maybe we'll sort of, if you had a particular thing you wanted to say, maybe we can at least hear you out.
Well, I'm going to say real quick, I spent 65 years pretending to be a Christian, never thought a whole lot about it. John, I've been watching you for the last 3 or 4 months. The part about not choosing what we believe, yes, it was simple enough for me to understand. I know my audio's bad. This is a sad little iPhone I'm trying to talk on, so I'm going to let you guys go. And I want to thank everybody before I go. And I had a weird screen name. Thank you for putting up with it.
No problem at all. No problem at all. I'm glad we got to speak. At least we were kind of third time lucky, and I'm really glad that these ideas about belief being involuntary have resonated with you, and I hope that they've helped you in any way if you needed it. But it's very gratifying for me. These ideas just started off forming in my mind 3.5 years ago, and I felt a compulsion to share them with other people, not knowing how they'd be received, and very meaningful for me to hear that they're landing for you and for others. So thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate that.
Yes, 65. I'm 71 trips around the sun. My first trip to a church, I was 5 years old, and I loved it. And then my brain went to work, and I couldn't get answers for thousands of questions. But I just thought it'd be a good idea just to be a Christian. I've been saved 3 times. That's pretty impressive.
That is impressive, yeah.
Pretend for 65 years, I think is impressive. I never suffered, but it was kind of a waste of time. But thank you, John. I'm going to have to go. My battery's low. I'm having to do something better next time, okay?
Of course. Well, I'm really glad you made it in to speak to us, and thank you for your kind words. Yeah. And I'm delighted that we've been able to connect with you with his ideas. It means the world. So thank you very, very much indeed.
Thank you. And my name is Keith, and I hope to see you again someday.
Hope so too, Keith. All the best, my friend. Take care. Thanks.
Have a good one, Keith.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that he persisted. I wasn't sure what his perspective was, but that was an absolutely appalling connection. But it was good enough to get what he was saying. And it's really great. I mean, this is what this is about. This is about communicating ideas, and if those ideas resonate with people and help people, then that is a really fantastic thing, and it means the world. It means the world to me. Okay, before we get on to guests, next guests, and we do have a couple in the queue, including our good friend Baku is in the queue as well. But before we get on to guests, So on the YouTube side, people who are members on the second or third member tier have access to a form to send questions, either specific questions they want us to answer, or topics they want us to talk about. And we have had a couple in, so I just think that now we'll just perhaps take one of them. So this is from Tracy, a very, very good friend of the channel. We absolutely love Tracy. Great to see you, Tracy. And Tracy says, something that confuses me about Christians is that they don't understand why it's bad that God killed everything on the earth by flooding it because he was unhappy with his creation. Let me just get the rest of it up here. What if I were to go and get a lot of animals, open an animal sanctuary, and then all of a sudden decide, you know what, I really don't want to do this anymore, and so I just burn it all to the ground with them in it? I mean, do they see the sense now? I mean, that's just crazy. So, yeah, I mean, it is. And thank you for that. To me, we've had this conversation before, but this whole like flooding the world and drowning everyone thing, it's absolutely depraved. Like even if we can get past how ridiculous it is for an all-powerful God to have created the world knowing that this was going to happen, and then get all twisted up because what he knew was going to happen happens, and he messed up the design the first time, and then he had to get rid of everyone, kill everyone in the entire world to solve the problem, and then the world is full of people and it's still bad. So even his proposed solution didn't even work. Even if you can get past all of the kind of craziness of that, the fact that he decided to do it by drowning is like, it's like the cherry on the top of a shit cake that you have to eat, because it's such a horrible barbaric thing to have even thought up. He's going to drown everyone. He's going to drown all the animals. He's going to drown all the children, the nursing mothers, the elderly, the people in the last years of their lives that are frail and old. They're all going to just be drowned. Not just like a finger snap and remove them. No, they all have to be drowned. They all have to die, suffering, gasping for breath, drinking in salt water or rainwater, or being swept under the water. It's barbarism. It's absolutely depraved. It's like the creation of a sick mind. So, yeah, Tracy, I don't know what to say to you other than I share your outrage at it. I laugh a lot at how ludicrous the whole Noah's Ark story is, and it's lots of fun thinking about the marsupials making their way across over to Mesopotamia from Australia, and how did the Antarctic creatures get there, and that the penguins must have swam across oceans and all of this and made their way back all afterwards, and the koalas and all of that stuff. It is really funny, and we should laugh at it because it's completely ridiculous. But as a moral story, what lesson does this teach? It teaches that you create this, you make this creation, and then you're not happy with it, and so you destroy it in a way that causes unbelievable amounts of suffering. And this is the moral good God, apparently. Absolutely mad. So yeah, thanks for sending that in. I do appreciate it, and we love talking about Noah's Ark because it's just complete crazy town. But I think we mustn't forget that there's a really, really dark aspect to that story as well, which is the complete indifference to the suffering of all, displayed by the one who later became Jesus. Let's remember, this is Jesus who did this. The same person, the same entity. Jesus loves drowning kittens. I should put that on a mug. Okay. One message, and then we'll take the next guest. Message is from WLJ 1287. Recently found this channel. I hope it continues to grow. Thank you very much. In a world so keen on deceiving people, this is vital. I actually do agree. John, huge fan. Sean, you're awesome. Thank you very, very much on behalf of us
Thank
both.
you.
I want a signed book that can be arranged. I've held on to belief too long. Well, it sounds like you're well clear of it now, and we're really pleased about that. And I'm very grateful for your kind words and support of the channel. It really makes a difference. It really does. So thank you very, very much indeed. Really appreciate that. Okay, I'm not entirely sure how we pronounced our next guest's name, but it's on the TikTok side. I'm not entirely sure, but perhaps they will tell us. Hello, you are
Hey,
in.
John.
Hi. How do we pronounce your name?
It's Duragon. We've spoken maybe 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, but I never remember how to pronounce this.
That's fine. It's fair. It's not English. I don't expect people to be able to remember or memorize that.
Fair enough. Okay, well, welcome back, and forgive me for not remembering the nature of our last conversation, but the floor is yours.
You're far too polite. I do appreciate that. So I would like to maybe press a little bit of a contention with 2 of the points that you have on there.
Sure.
And I think coming at this from an atheist or an agnostic perspective, I do understand how you kind of have to have some kind of a minimal threshold to be able to talk about it. But I think it's kind of important to also remember that not all Christians really fall into the same category, and not all Christians hold the same beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
True.
And we have talked maybe slightly on my beliefs, where I do lean towards an agnostic Christian, a hard deterministic perspective, and I don't hold to the Bible as being
Inerrant.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there are certain things that we can take a look at and say, within the physics that we understand, a global flood is not something that is possible, and not
Agreed.
all, right. So not all Christians are going to hold to that. But I think leaning more towards this idea of deism, where if God does exist, or if God did exist, we don't necessarily see a hand in God or the actions that this being would be taking. It kind of makes me wonder, how does that work with God being not morally good, and also God hating women?
It's always going to depend on which God you believe in, and more importantly, what are the facts surrounding that God. So I think you would agree that taking the Bible, in the plain reading of what it says, and I know you don't, it sounds like you don't, that God is terrible. That God is terrible, right? So first of all, do you identify as Christian? Do you believe in the Christian God?
I do,
okay.
yes.
Okay.
Although I think most Christians would very quickly put me as a heretic.
Disavow you, of
Yes.
course. Yeah, there's a lot of gatekeeping in Christianity, so it depends on your God concept. But do you believe God is all powerful, all knowing and all good?
The best answer I could give for that is I don't know, but I think we can have some kind of philosophical argument and see whether it pans out. Because I don't necessarily think there's necessarily contradictions within that, because we're going to start injecting our own personal subjective ideas of morality, and it's going to be based off of humanity.
Well, yeah. So here's the thing: if God does not prioritize well-being, I am going to disagree with his morality. So so do you believe that you have to accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, or you'll go to hell, or be eliminated, or face some kind of bad consequence for it?
I don't necessarily think that. I don't actually, as an mythicist Christian, I don't even believe that Jesus Christ existed as a human being on Earth. That's number one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I do believe that the stuff that Paul talks about is usually of an angelic being in heaven taking on the form of man and whatnot. But that's neither here or there.
So being an I want to be clear. So from your point of view, being an atheist is inconsequential as it pertains to getting into heaven.
Well, I don't actually believe in a hell either, because that's also not biblical.
Okay. Yeah, and we can agree or disagree on like what the Bible says on that, but I more just want to address your theology.
Right.
Do you agree that there's a lot of awful things that happen on earth?
100%.
Okay. How do you get around the problem of evil, like a tsunami wiping out 250,000 people in, I think it was 2004, and all the bad things that happened. I don't have to list them all.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I can look at that from my humanistic perspective and say that those are all horrible things that happened.
Right.
But I don't think that people who fumigate their house by putting a huge tent up are necessarily concerned about the termites or the ants or whatever. But something along those lines. Sorry, give me a second.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one, because it might be that, and I am remembering some of the conversations we had before. There's a particular set of ideas
sorry about that.
That's okay. What I wanted to say before we get too into the weeds on this stuff is,
sure,
there's a particular set of ideas that I'm motivated to engage with, and there might be people who have conceptions of the divine that work for them and that are sort of so removed from the kind of ideas that animate me and motivate me to get into these discussions and to be active and to write and to speak and to do this stuff, that, like, to me, it's like it almost doesn't really matter. Like I'm concerned about harmful ideas, so I'm concerned about, telling people that they're going to be punished for the contents of their minds, and I'm concerned about misogynistic ideas or promotion of violence or overt tribalism, or these are the things that kind of animate me and make me want to stand up and go, hang on a minute, there's a moral thing here to talk about. And
right,
you can get to a point where if you've defined your own faith in a way which doesn't touch on those issues, then I feel myself sort of like, yeah, whatever, man, do your thing. It doesn't right. really worry me. If you're not out there telling people that they, that they're going to go to hell if they don't believe the right things, if you're not out there saying that women need to, accept their place as lower down in the hierarchy than men, things like that. If you're not doing any of those things, then to me, whatever faith you have is benign. It doesn't bother me. I may not agree with it. I may even, from an aesthetic point of view, not love it, because I think we have better outcomes when we're led by reason and evidence, and I could be accused of being slightly dogmatic about that, but do you see what I'm saying?
I'm inclined to agree with you, but I think maybe moderation might be key here, because I have talked to some people who are like heavily into like anti-theism, and then that also starts encroaching on like other people who do use their faith in a positive perspective to be able to be a better person for themselves, for humanity, for their community, for their family.
Can I ask a question about that?
Please.
So let's imagine that I'm massively anti-theist for a moment, right? Well, what I've done is I don't go into churches and I don't go knocking on people's doors to tell them about it. Like I've set up my little corner here on the internet where I'm saying things and speaking things and putting ideas out that people are completely free to come and engage with or walk on by. So even if I did adopt that, let's say the kind of attitude you're talking about, being very, very anti-theistic, when you're saying, well, that they're impacting on people who just want to live their lives with their faith, what are they doing that's impacting those people?
So I could give you an example that I actually saw here on TikTok. Was somebody was just on a panel, and the panel wasn't specifically designed for like anti-theism or anything like that, but they were talking about like the hardship that they kind of gone through in their life with, like, a family member who had cancer and they're kind of like, towards the end of like their life. And someone who was leaning towards this idea of like heavy anti-theism, they started attacking this person based off of like their beliefs and telling them like how it's, this is the God that you're following that, supports slavery and all these things. And it's like, this is not what the conversation was about. And this kind of becomes problematic from like that aspect of atheism that I'm talking about.
So that's not neither John nor I, and I go into a lot of
100% agree. That's why I
yeah.
listen to you guys, and I think you guys are amazing.
Well, thank you. But I'll be the first to say, and I'm not going to call out any names or anything, but in these discussions, people on both sides, including atheists, can be abrasive, maybe a little too aggressive, or what have
100%.
you. Yeah, and I'm all for having good, polite, rational discourse. But yeah, I'm going to agree with you. I'm certainly not going to say every atheist is a paragon of virtue, and then it's not that way. Just people in general,
Sean, I completely get that, and I think that's one of the reasons why I like engaging with people who aren't like that. That's why I will talk to you, and I will talk to John. And as like an agnostic Christian, like I have spent probably far more time arguing against theists than I have against atheists on this panel. Not this panel, but like just on lives and on TikTok. So like whenever I think that there are things that are harmful, at least like I would like to think that I'm trying to be a better person and trying to point out the flaws, and to be able to help people like maybe be a little bit more rational towards like the things they do and the effects and the actions that they take, and how these have a consequence within the reality of other people's lives. So I think we just kind of got to be mindful of that. So I feel like I'm kind of maybe starting to move a little bit farther away from where the conversation originally started.
Yeah,
but I think
we can agree that these kind of debate spaces online attract a certain type of person, and I would say that if you're of a mind where you can be easily destabilized by someone attacking your faith, if it was a discussion panel in TikTok on dog breeding or something, then no one has a right.
That's
That
right.
would be extremely ill judged to go into a discussion like that and then randomly start attacking one's faith. But if it was on a faith related thing, if it was on a thing, this is what happens in these spaces. People come in and they get they need to either signal dominance or signal virtue or whatever it is, and it becomes very personal, and people don't want to lose face, and it's very often not a place for nuanced conversation, which is why we try to kind of have them here when we can. But I think would say to someone who's doesn't want to have their faith attacked, don't go into discussion panels on TikTok unless you're prepared for the possibility of something like that happening.
Right. So I guess just where I would probably go back with this is, if I did hold to classic theism, then there are certain things up on that on your heading, maybe all four of them, I would have to have contentions with. But you already know, I as a hard determinist, I don't believe that we make any of these choices that most people really struggle with to understand. As far as like God being moral or immoral, anything that we look at within Scripture is always going to be from a humanistic perspective. And if God does exist, I don't think we know God, or we wouldn't even be able to understand God. Kind of like how I know what my dog likes. I know a lot of the things that my dog does and doesn't do, but I don't know what it's like to be my dog. I can't perceive things outside of humanity. And hell is a ridiculous idea. I agree with you there. But also God-hating women. I think that's just, I think that's men hating women.
Well, I agree. I agree. It is.
Right.
It is men hating women, but of course, from the perspective of the book being a true account, you could say, if this were true, this is clearly a God who has very little, regard for women. Yeah.
So I think we would probably, all three of us at least, I think we would probably land on the same page with all of these things. And you as a person who maybe does not have a belief in God, Sean, you also, something that doesn't exist can't be moral or evil.
Yeah, we know that.
Well, that is true. That is true. Yeah, I mean, and of course, we're referring to the God concepts that people have and believe in, etc.
Yeah.
Right.
Dude, we're going to move it on, but thank you for coming in to speak to us again.
I
Nice
definitely appreciate you guys. You guys be good, be safe, take care.
And you.
You
Take
too.
care, man. Thanks, take care. Okie dokie. We are going to bring in Baku, and then we've got Screaming Silence after that. If you're on the YouTube side and you would like to get involved, the YouTube queue is currently empty. It has been behaving very strangely, but Sean can use it. So if it works for Sean, theoretically, it could work for you too. So if you want to get involved, you know the drill. It's tinyurl.com/JC guest. I think I put a link to that in the description for the live on YouTube. So it might just be that you can just do that. Otherwise, type it in on a phone or a computer and come and say hi. We'd love to talk to you. Baku, how are you?
I'm good. How are you both?
We are great, thank you.
Doing
As you
well,
can see,
thank you.
we've got the old school menu of topics up, and of course you have spoken about these many times. But
I have indeed.
Did you have anything in particular, or were you just coming in to say hi?
No, I do have questions right now.
You've got questions, because of course you have.
Of course I do.
Yeah. Well, why don't you fire a question?
All right. My first question is, if your beliefs are the result of things you can't control, in what sense are they yours or true?
Yours or true? Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So
go ahead.
Do you want this, Sean?
Sure. So,
okay.
Basically, it's a way to. You can look at your mind as like a belief generator, because belief is a perception. It's almost like a calculator. So the likelihood of it being true just has to do with how well your belief calculator has been honed. People who are, in my opinion, people who are susceptible to disinformation, conspiratorial thinking, or what have you, are less likely to have more beliefs in sum and total being true versus false. And then, what was the second part of it again?
It
and what aspect are they your own?
Yeah.
Yeah, if they are yours or true.
Yeah. And they're yours because they're your beliefs. So just like if my eyes are hazel, that's they're my eyes. Just like your taste in food, like those are your preferences.
Yeah, but wouldn't you know for a fact that you had eyes, whereas belief?
Correct. Yeah. Now here's the interesting part of it. All the things we believe we are right about, all the things that we believe to be true, that's tautological, right? If you believe it to be true, you believe you're right. However, I am convinced that everyone, including myself, believes some things that are false. We just don't know what they are. Otherwise, we wouldn't believe them.
Yeah. Yeah. John, are you the same?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Your beliefs are the ones you have, and you know they're yours because you're the one experiencing them. No one else can.
Yeah. Okay. My next question is it possible that the tools you use to evaluate truth are the very things preventing you from seeing it?
I don't think so. I mean, you evaluate truth by trying to compare your perceptions and thoughts with how you think the world is. That's what evaluating truth is. It's like you think something, and then you're trying to sort of match it. Does it match with reality? And you only have one thing to do that with, and that's your mind. So yeah, obviously, if you're failing to make that connection, so if you're coming up with thoughts and ideas and they don't match reality, which is what not being true means, then it's still just your mind is the thing that came up with them. There's no one else's mind that could have come up with them. And so if you're getting it wrong, you're getting it wrong because you're either working on the basis of incorrect information you've been given, or you're just not processing the information in the right way, and that's what's leading your thoughts to not match correctly with reality. But in terms of, is it the same thing? Is the thing you're using to find truth the same reason why it doesn't? I think it depends. It might be that you're just not thinking straight, that you're miscalculating, that you're not being reasonable, or it might be that you're just working with poor information. If somebody tells you the train leaves at 2:00, and so you get to the station at 1:45 to get the train, and it turns out it left at 1:00, well, then you hadn't arrived at truth, but it was because you were given bad information. It's not because your perceptions were wrong or your thinking was wrong. So I think it's probably situation dependent.
Yeah, I think it can be. So yeah, you said the tools you use to evaluate truth. So if somebody relies heavily on intuition or inner feelings, for example, and they're convinced that those are reliable tools for truth, they're going to rely on inner feelings, intuitions, things like that more. And that could be the very thing that causes them to believe some false things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good.
Would you like another one, or
yeah? Give us one more, and then we'll get screaming silence in, and then
All right.
see what happens after that.
Okay. Let me do that one. If a morally perfect being commands something we perceive as evil, which should we distrust more, the moral intuition or the being?
I didn't quite get that.
I mean,
I've worded it weirdly.
The issue is that if you who's judging that this being is morally perfect. That's where the problem lies. Because if the being really is morally perfect, then what would it mean for you to question the morality of what it's saying? So
yeah, perfection, there needs to be a measurable for perfection. So for example, if I take a math test and I get a perfect score, that would be 100. There's some goal in mind to get as many right as possible. If I get them all right, then that's a perfect test paper. For a being to be perfect, there has to be some type of criteria by which you are measuring perfection. And that's ultimately always going to end up with a personal preference. So if a God cared first and foremost about well-being and avoiding harm, I would measure perfection by them maximally being able to achieve that. And so, but that would still be like my preference and my measure of moral perfection versus, potentially somebody else's.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. There's some tricky stuff in the framing of the question, I think.
Yeah, I was just going based off what some Christians say, how he's perfect morally and all that.
I mean, of course, that's their claim, right?
Yeah, that's their claim.
Yeah.
I seldom get straight answers when I ask. So, well, God is perfectly moral. Okay, by what criteria are you assessing that God is good or perfectly moral or whatever adjective they use? And I seldom get straight answers. He's just God. He created morality. Therefore, it's like saying God is perfectly beautiful because he created beauty, or it just makes no sense.
Yeah. It's a bit of a category error there because it would imply an objectivity to God's morality, which we don't accept even can exist. So,
Right.
Yeah. Right. Well, Baku, thank you very much. As always, we appreciate
You're very
your thoughtful, probing questions. Yeah, hang around. We might get you in for some more later on, depending on the flow of guests. Did you say everything's frozen? Did you say? Oh, okay. Well, I think we're okay. I don't think we're frozen. Maybe things are frozen at your end, but I think we're okay.
We were frozen for a minute.
Oh, okay.
Or for a couple of seconds. Yeah.
Everything's back now. We're okay.
All right. Well, we'll speak to you later, my friend. Great to see you as always. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
You too.
All right. Thanks. Okay. We've got non-alcoholic Guy on the YouTube side. Hopefully this is going to work. We'll see, because it's been really, really playing up. But let's see if we can get this to work okay. Hey, non-alcoholic Guy. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Yeah, good. That kind of works. So I think we are all right for now. Thank you for joining us. What would you like to say?
Well, first of all, on the YouTube side here, there's actually two of you on my screen synced up. It's kind of funny, but it works. It works.
Fair enough.
I did want to talk about that one top question you have there. It says, nobody chooses what they believe.
Yeah.
Now, me personally, I don't believe in a God, but
yeah,
I do believe that everyone chooses what they believe. And I was just wondering, I'd like to know what you meant by no one chooses what they believe.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it sounds really counterintuitive, doesn't it? So, shameless book plug here, but here is my book about it called Unconvinced: How Belief is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything. So the idea here is that you can only believe something if you're convinced of it. And once you become convinced by something, belief happens to you automatically. It's not something that you choose to happen. It's once something persuades you, the belief train is pulling into the station and there's nothing you can do to stop it. It's going to happen. Belief is a thing that happens to your mind. But if you're not convinced of something, if you're not convinced of it, belief is impossible. So you can't just decide to be convinced. That's really the nub of it, right? If it was the case that you could just decide to be convinced, no one would ever worry about anything, because worry is the belief that something bad might happen and it's uncomfortable and unpleasant. So you could just decide not to be worried and then you'd stop being worried. And no one would ever have issues with self-esteem, because you could just decide to believe that you're great and all the things that bother you about yourself aren't problems. No one would ever have self-esteem problems. And people wouldn't struggle with religious faith. People wouldn't lose their faith. The people who have been so hurt by faith slipping away from them and the loss that often follows that, it's like a bereavement, right? They lose their community, they lose their standing, they lose their purpose. In some cases, they lose the expectation of seeing loved ones again, who might have, died. All of that just wouldn't exist if you could just decide to be convinced of something and then immediately be convinced of it. And so it's obvious if you just think about it. If you think about what it feels like to not believe something, what that means is that your mind has not been persuaded that that thing is true. And as long as that condition pertains, that your mind is not persuaded that the thing is true, belief is off the table for you as an option. You can't do it. And the only way you can access belief is if something happens to shift that lack of persuasion into being persuaded. Now, what is the something that can happen? Well, it could be input from outside. It could be arguments you hear. It could be an experience you have. It could even be input from inside. You could just sit down and think about something. And you think about it long enough, you can end up potentially becoming persuaded of something that you weren't persuaded of before. But no matter whether it's imposed from outside or generated internally, it still has to be the case that you change what you find persuasive, and that's what allows you to believe. Does that land or make sense for you?
It does. It does make a good measure of sense, I must say. And it wasn't the argument I was expecting to hear, but it's very interesting. It is. And
Thanks.
I
Yeah.
have one of the questions I do have is, do you believe it's possible for someone to oh, I just had it. I can't even think. For someone to persuade themselves, not by necessarily by any outside means that they hear, but they decide to choose themselves, or I should say, to persuade themselves into believing something is true, no matter how false that
Yeah.
their belief may be.
Yeah.
They still, do you think that's possible for someone to do?
Right. So this is the terrain of the argument that most people find themselves standing on when they're arguing against my position, because what they say is, you can choose to think about things in a certain way. You can choose to be open-minded. Conversely, you could choose to be very closed-minded and foreclose belief happening. But, you could choose to what to listen to, who to listen to, what to read, what information to subject yourself to, and even what kind of attitude to bring to the conversation. And those choices could end up leading to you believing the thing. So isn't that you choosing to believe? And in my book, I call that the edges of control. That's like it's as far as your will can take you. It's as far as your own decision making and actions can take you in terms of trying to get to a point where you believe a thing. And you do have quite a lot of control there, right? You can decide to go to the Bible study, go join the prayer group, meditate on the thing. There's all sorts of things you can choose to do. And sometimes those choices do actually lead to your belief happening. But here's the problem, is they don't reliably lead to the thing happening. They don't always lead to the thing happening. And in philosophical language, we would say that they may be necessary but not sufficient conditions for the thing to happen. Meaning, you may have to do those things to get to belief, but doing them doesn't guarantee you will, because you can do all of those things and not believe. And even if you do them and then you believe, it still wasn't you choosing to be convinced. It was you choosing to do things that led to you being convinced, but you could easily have not have been, and it would still be the conviction that led to the belief, not the choices you made upstream of them. Does that make sense?
Yes, I would say it does. And honestly, I'm not sure if I agree with it. It's a lot to think about, I must say, to be honest with you. For me, at least.
I'm going to give you a nugget to chew on while you think about it then. So think about what you're experiencing right now as I make this argument that belief is not chosen. And let's imagine you think I'm full of shit, right? You think I'm full of complete nonsense.
Okay.
That feeling of not being persuaded by me, and therefore not being able to believe that beliefs are involuntary, that feeling is the thing I'm talking about. That experience of hearing me make an argument and not finding it persuasive, and therefore not being able to be persuaded by it and not being able to believe it, is the thing I'm describing.
Okay. Well, all right, I will think about that. I'd like to. A question I have for you. Another question is, I believe that belief is a constant. It is impossible for a person to live their life without some sort of belief, because, well, for instance, when you sit down in a chair, you have to believe, no matter what has influenced you, you have to believe before you sit down in that chair that will hold you. Therefore, those tiny, minute things that people do throughout each day of their existence, prove a constant belief in something, no matter how insignificant it is.
Yeah.
And I was wondering what your view on that was.
Yeah, I mean, we all have to construct a mental map of reality in order to be able to navigate it. So we need to know, in a really sort of primitive way, we need to know where the safe water is to drink, or where the what animals we can hunt and what animals might hunt us, and where the safe places are and where the danger places are. And our ancestors who didn't have minds that worked that way were selected out of the gene pool because they were not capable of surviving. And so what we've been left with are brains that are good at making maps of reality that work, right? The sort of idea testing in order to know what's actually around you confers a significant survival advantage. And that's why we have brains that are optimized for figuring out what's true, rejecting what's not true, and getting on with it. So yeah, we all have beliefs. We all have beliefs about what's true and what isn't true. And those beliefs can change. They can be modulated by new information coming in or thinking about things in a different way. But they can never be changed just by an act of will. That's the point. So yes, I agree with you. We all have beliefs. Some people are less inclined to think about kind of deeper things. We all know that the person who, has never read a book particularly and is not interested in talking about, deep issues. They just want to, watch the sports and whatever it might be. That's fine. That's okay. But we all have to still have a map of reality because we need that to survive in it.
Yes, and I would, now that I see that you believe somewhat, I believe, I'd like to take it a step further and add on to what I've already stated, and that is that I believe that while we can look around us, we can look at the reality that we live in and say, well, here's a chair. I know it's a chair. I can touch it. It has a back. Something that's, maybe it's a comfortable chair. It's a comfortable chair. I can sit in it, and it takes some load off my legs. We still have to believe, however, what the definition of a chair is. For instance, definitions are created by men. So someone out there, or a group of someone's out there, got together and decided what the definition of chair is. So right now I'm sitting in a chair, but theoretically, it could have been called something else. And just like stand could have come out to mean sit in a different universe. I don't mean that standing, as in standing upright, would mean sit. I mean the word stand. The word stand could have meant sit, and the word sit could have meant stand. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying here.
Not entirely. So, aren't you just saying that language could have evolved differently?
Yes, but I have a point. That's exactly right. So
okay.
I don't have to go on about that.
Sure.
My whole point is that we believe in that language, or we were raised. I was raised speaking English, and now I believe, no matter how that came about, my belief came about. I believe that the word chair means, something that has a seat and a back and things like that. Well, I have to believe that. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't think that something that has a back or that has a little plateau on it, I could sit, or I could call it a chair. I have to believe that. But I also have to believe that that there were humans that created the language before. Even though I'm speaking this language, I don't really know if in the past it was created by humans. I had something that, I know you don't believe you can choose a belief, but that's something that I would have to choose to believe. I could go through my life living a lie, saying, I don't believe humans.
You wouldn't choose to believe it. You'd just be persuaded by it.
But why would I be persuaded by it? I mean, what if I'm an irrational thinking person?
Then you would be persuaded by bad arguments. Either way, right? Whether the scenario is that you're a critical thinker and you've got your epistemology is sound and you're believing claims when you have a epistemic warrant for them and you're very on top of like all of that critical thinking stuff. If you do that, that's kind of like epistemic hygiene. It just means you're gonna believe things for good reasons. If you're a person who doesn't believe things for good reasons and you're easily swayed and gullible, for example, and sloppy in your thinking and prone to falling for fallacious arguments, well, then you're going to believe things for bad reasons. But in both cases, your belief is going to be downstream of persuasion. Persuasion is going to have happened, either for good reasons or bad, and as a result of that, belief will be instantiated, and that's what you'll experience as an inner sense of thinking about what's true. That's universally true for every human.
I understand that, and I understand what you mean, but also, it requires a choice that we have to choose what we're persuaded by as well.
No.
So if we have the ability to choose what we're persuaded by, that which dictates what our belief is,
We don't,
would that
though.
mean that we are choosing? We don't have. We can choose what we are persuaded by.
All right, look, I mean, we can test this right now. So there's a lawn in front of my house, and of course, I've never counted all the blades of grass. You know, I couldn't even do it if I tried. However, I'm just going to make a blanket assertion that there's an even number of blades of grass in front of my house. So I want to test if that's true. If I tell you the evidence is that I consulted a magic 8-ball, would you be able to decide to find that evidence persuasive?
I'm sorry. Could you rephrase that last bit about the 8-ball?
Yeah, so the evidence I present that I have an even number of blades of grass is that I asked my magic 8-ball and it came up with yes. So that's the evidence that I'm providing you. Can you choose to find that evidence persuasive?
That is a very good question. I need to think about that just for a second.
Sure.
Well, I think I would first need to see, well, of course, the magic 8-ball he used.
It's just a store-bought. You've seen them, right? Those black store-bought magic 8-balls. You shake them up, and the little thing floats. That's all it is.
Yes. What if I were to count?
It's an awful connection.
And I found out that, well, he was right.
Well, there's a 50%.
I believe. Do you think that would be by chance, or that actually he was right?
There's a 50-50 chance you're right, but right now, if I consult my magic 8-ball and I tell you, forget about the blades of grass, I'm going to write down the lottery numbers and tell you that's the next lottery numbers, and I know they are because I asked my magic 8-ball. Can you decide to find that evidence convincing?
Well, I could say I believe that and go off and buy some lottery.
You can say it, but can you yourself right now actually be convinced that that evidence is sufficient to believe I chose the right lottery numbers?
No, I cannot.
Right. So what evidence you find convincing also is not a choice.
What evidence I find convincing? Well, that's interesting point as well.
Yeah, and conversely, if I'm a friend of yours and I'm a prankster, I like to mess with you a lot, and I say you're a big Tom Hanks fan, and I say, hey, Tom, we're out in Podunk Town, but Tom Hanks right now is in the grocery store, and you're like, stop it, I don't believe you, and I start driving you there, and then you still think I'm messing with you. But lo and behold, you see Tom Hanks with your own eyes, with an entourage around him, cameras, people taking pictures. Now you have no choice but to find that evidence convincing that Tom Hanks is actually at the grocery store.
While in theory, you are correct, I could also just say, well, that's not Tom Hanks. I mean, not just say it.
Well, it's either...
I could choose and say, I don't believe that's Tom Hanks. I think that's just a guy in a mask.
But if you didn't, then that would be because you found yourself unpersuaded that it was really Tom Hanks, and the problem is just relocated. It's not removed. So the point of all of these examples is that any process of evaluation that you get into to determine belief, we call it choosing. It's just an unfortunate choice of language. What we really mean is just that the process is located in our own minds. And so we feel that gives us in the entitlement to call it a choice because it's our minds doing it. But there isn't a choice involved. It's just an evaluation which is more akin to a perception. It's a bit like if you look at two objects and one is larger and one is smaller, you are determining object A is taller than object B. It's your mind who's doing it, but it's not a choice. You're not choosing to find it taller. You're just evaluating it as taller, and that's how belief works. And the final thing I'll say before we move on, because we have a few more in the queue, but the final thing I'll say is that it's uncontroversial that there are other processes that brains and minds do that are not under our conscious control, And we're familiar with this intuitively all the time. So, for example, nobody decides what to be frightened of. Nobody chooses to find something frightening. You just do find it frightening. And you discover that about yourself when you realize that you're experiencing fear after that, whatever the thing is, right? It could be heights or snakes or particular, whatever the thing is. Nobody becomes frightened because they chose to. And this is uncontroversial. That's not to say there's nothing you can do to learn to mitigate the fears and cope with them, whatever. That's a totally separate subject. Nobody chooses what they find funny. You don't laugh at something because you decided to find it amusing. You laugh at something because you do find it amusing. Your mind evaluates the input and creates within you a feeling of amusement, and that happens to you without your consent or your control. And belief is just another process like that. We can call it propositional assent. We can label it anything we want, but it's your mind evaluating something as being true or likely true. And we know a fair amount about the neuroscience that makes that happen. And it's all outside of our conscious control.
I understand it, but I also don't believe that it is completely outside of it. I understand you have to move on, but I would ask if I may be allowed to say just a few more things really very quickly before I went to let you think about. And that is, if belief is a constant, and it's a constant ongoing, then, and we have no choice of what we believe, then humans don't have a choice in what they do.
That's not necessarily true. Actions are not beliefs are perceptions of reality. Actions are like physical things that you do. They're completely different categories.
But are beliefs actually perceptions of reality? Because if I have a belief that's based in fact, like there's a jar of applesauce in front of me and I believe it's a jar of applesauce because I've tasted it, I've looked at it.
Well, yeah, beliefs can influence actions, but that's different from actions not being a choice.
And do you also believe it's possible for someone to become desensitized to things?
I mean, that's a separate topic, but yeah.
Well, I'm going to connect it here in a second. So if we, like you said before, we couldn't, well, not you personally, but John, I believe that your name said that we cannot choose what makes us laugh. However, we can, say decide to choose. We can decide to choose to watch something that, well, maybe we're not necessarily in tune to, our brains don't naturally laugh at. But over time, if I watched that and fed that to my brain long enough and allowed it to influence me, I would then become not necessarily desensitized, but I guess accustomed would be a better word to it, and then start become amused by it. And
I mean, it may happen.
The choice I made to watch those videos, that was a choice, and it led me to laughing at something. So therefore, I have allowed
you're doing the same. You're doing the same thing that people do with beliefs, where they mistake influencing beliefs by the choices you take before the beliefs have arisen with choosing the beliefs themselves. You're relocating the choice about what actions you might do that could lead to you being desensitized to things, and calling that choosing to find different things funny. It's not. It's choosing actions which are going to change what you find funny. And once that change has happened, you can't control it. You can't start finding those things funny again. Or if you stopped finding them funny, you can't start finding them funny. And if you started finding them funny, you can't stop finding them funny. They're just things that happen to your mind. So we are going to move on because I don't want people in the queue to lose patience and drop out. But I appreciate the conversation, and have a think on this stuff, and come back and let us know if it landed with you or not. And if it didn't, then contemplate what that means about your inability to believe it. That would be the thought there. But I appreciate the conversation.
Okay.
All right.
I do appreciate the conversation. I had a good time talking to you, and I most likely will be back. When do you stream? When are you going to be streaming again?
Generally, normally it's Tuesdays during the day and Thursday and Saturday nights. That's the normal routine. There might be some variation this week. I'm not going to be able to do the Tuesday during the day this week, but we'll get notices out. If you subscribe, I always put posts out saying when the streams are going to be.
All right. Well, thank you. Have a
All
good
right.
rest of your day.
And you. Thanks
Bye.
for the conversation. Thanks a lot. Take care. Okay. We are going to try staying on the TikTok side. We're going to go with Pesho. It looks like Pesho over here. Let's see if that works. Hopefully it will. Let's see if we can hear you. Hey, Pesho, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yep.
Awesome. Nice to meet you. My full name is Mapesho. I'm calling you from Zambia. I just saw your the video on YouTube. Yeah, it's nice to talk to you.
And you.
I come in Jesus' name. I'm a follower of Jesus.
Okay.
And I disagree with everything you said concerning like all the things you said. Is it hell is ridiculous? You said God hates women.
Yep.
You also said that which other thing is there? Sorry, I'm on
Yeah.
the
So
computer.
I've said nobody chooses their belief, and God is not morally good.
Yeah. So all those things I disagree with, and the scriptural basis for all of that, because the premise of a belief, the premise of what I believe, where I stand, it stands on the truth of what is written in scripture, on the truth of what God's word says. Any other basis is a false basis.
Right. Well, let's look at the script. Let's look at the scripture then. Do you think it's right for men to kill babies?
To murder a baby, no. But if God has, if by God's authority, if God has given you
right, so it's okay to do it if God says so, but other than that, not okay.
I mean, if God has if God has made that commandment, because God has the right to take life,
right?
He has the right to.
So God is held to a different moral standard to all people. So if God says go and kill children, then it becomes right to go and kill children. Correct?
No, it's right, yes, because that's what God is what
it's what He wants.
God has commanded.
Yeah. So
for example,
anything He says is definitely good. So when God tells men to go and kill children, then the right thing to do is to do that. How about when God says to have women raped? Is that good as well?
No, God has never commanded any woman to be raped, because God will never tell you to break His law or go against His law or go against His truth.
Right. So when God says in 2 Samuel 12, thus says the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight, for you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. What do you think He was talking about? Are you still there? Sean, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you, but I'm struggling to hear our guest.
Yeah, I don't hear him at all.
Yeah, not sure. Maybe the Holy Spirit is interfering.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. So
I was saying that. Put the King James Version plus. I haven't studied this haven't gone deep into this.
Right. So we don't use the King James because it's complete garbage. We use the New Revised Standard Version, which is the same one that they use in seminaries and Bible schools, as being a good balance between being true to the language and being true to the intention of the author. So we won't use the King James. I mean, if you think that there's going to be a material difference on any verse, then I'm prepared to go and look at a King James translation. But I can tell you now that there won't be on this. So this is in what's happening here is that David has basically had a little thing with Bathsheba, who he liked the look of, and got her pregnant, and God is very upset about this. So the way he punishes David is in two ways. He punishes David by killing the child that he and Bathsheba had. He makes the child sick. He makes the child suffer for a week and then die. That's the first thing God does. And then he says to David that the way he's going to punish David is by having some of David's wives raped. And just a little bit later on in chapter 16, we get the fulfillment of this plan by God to have innocent women raped. Where Absalom is actually David's son, basically perpetuates a coup. It's a bit of a power grab, and spurred on by the delightful Ahithophel, Absalom is told, go into your father's concubines. You know what we mean by go into? It means, do the thing with.
Yes.
The ones he has left to look after the house. All Israel will hear that you have made yourself odious to your father. So he's telling him to basically assert his dominance over his father and show his power over his father by stealing what belongs to his father, which is these women, never mind what they want, and the hands of all of you, of all will be strengthened. So they pitched a tent for Absalom upon the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel. So there we've got God deciding to punish David by organizing for women to be raped. Is that good as well?
It was a judgment. This was talking about David, right? As you are saying, right?
He's punishing David by having innocent women raped. Explain to us how that works morally.
So it was a judgment against David, allowing that to happen as a consequence for his sin.
Yeah, we get that.
So
We understand why it happened. I'm asking you to justify why innocent women should be raped because of something David did.
No, that it was as a result of David's disobedience.
We understand what it was a result of. We understand what it was a result of. I'm asking you to make a moral argument to say it was reasonable to have innocent women raped because, and then complete the sentence.
Let me just. I'm sorry. Let me just go to the verse in the King James. Can you pull out the scripture again so I can see it again?
I just read it in King James. It says the same thing, but you can if you want.
I mean, it's going to be a waste of everybody's time to look at this in the King James.
I just wanted to see the.
You want to read what it says?
No, I'm just kindly asking, please.
Sure.
Please,
So it's 2 Samuel 12:11.
Okay.
2 Samuel chapter 12 verse 11. It's 11 and 12 is where God announces his punishment against David.
Mm-hmm.
And then the fulfillment is chapter 16 verse 21. In the same book, obviously.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So.
But it's really the principle here, right? It's the principle is what I want you to address rather than the specifics. The principle is, I'm going to ask you a question. What had the women who got raped done wrong?
Well, how would I say this?
I don't know.
It's not that it's just that the it's not that. Well, how would I answer this?
I don't blame you for struggling. I would be struggling too.
No, it's not that I don't have. It's not that I don't have an answer, but the only answer I can give is that it's a consequence as a result of David's disobedience.
You're answering a different question. Sorry for interrupting you, but I want to keep you on point. My specific question was, what had the women done wrong?
Yeah, the women haven't done anything wrong.
Right, so they haven't done anything wrong. Right, so the women are innocent. Explain the moral logic of punishing innocent people for something someone else did.
Oh, that scenario had entirely played out because of David's disobedience. So David's sin
that's irrelevant.
had affected the women. So
that's
his
irrelevant.
sin
That makes it worse.
the women.
That makes it worse, not better. The sin had affected the women, so God arranged to have them raped. That's fucking depraved. You can't be making that argument seriously. Come on.
Yes, that's why God actually explains in the verse. He actually explains here in the same verse 11 to verse 12, the same one that you read. I'll just read the last part where it says the last part that says, I will take thy wives before thine eyes, and give them unto thy neighbor, and you shall lie with thy wives in the sight of lie with thy wives.
We all read it. We all read it. Explain why they should have been punished for what he did. God could have punished him by doing something to David. He punished him by hurting other innocent people. So that's like saying if my wife cheats on me, I can have you raped. Would that be okay?
It's not that. I think it's the way I look at it. It's not that God wanted. It's not that God wanted them.
God said, "I will do this. I will do this to you." Are you suggesting God was obligated to do this against his will?
No, it says, "I will raise up evil against thee." So he's the one that's allowing this evil to take place in David.
He's not allowing it. He's making it. He's
responsible.
making it happen. He uses the word, "I will." Listen, I will do this to you. What's ambiguous about "I will do this to you"?
That's why there was a difference in translation. That's the reason why I preferred the King James. At the same time, and understanding who God is and rightly dividing the word of truth with the rest of the other scriptures to understand the kind of thinking that God has when he's actually doing something.
Can we pause for a moment to let's just pause for a moment to take stock of where we are right now? Because what you're doing right now is trying to justify innocent women being raped. That's what you're doing. You are on the internet in front of 400 or 500 people trying to justify innocent women being raped. That's what you're doing. This is what your faith has led you to.
No, what I'm trying to explain is that God is not the one causing the rape.
So when he says, "I will do this to you," what does he mean?
That's why I was saying the translation is where the issue is.
Your translation said, "I will raise up evil against thee." Meaning God, first person, will raise up evil against thee.
Yes.
And then the next part, you're saying yes, but you understand this is God saying he is going to do this thing, and then the next verse or the next sentence, he explains what evil God will do to David, but it's actually done to his wives, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So when you understand the mind of God, it's not that he is causing the rape.
He said it. What does God mean? Okay, let's take it piece by piece. I will raise up evil against thee. I'm using your preferred version. I will raise up evil against thee. What is God saying there?
Yes, he's saying exactly what he's saying. But in a case, for example, it's not the first time God has used this language. For example, when he says something like, I'll raise up this nation against this other nation, right? So those nations are still the ones that are still going to perform the actions. If the nation commits the atrocity, it won't be because God is the one who actually committed the atrocity, but it's that God allowed the atrocity to happen. Hence, he's the one who's
He didn't
raising them
cause
up.
it. He arranged it because he said, I will take your wife and give your wife to your neighbor, right?
The subject to that sentence is I. He doesn't say someone else is going to do it. And you know what? Here's the irony here. Even if we were to concede the ludicrous point that it isn't God doing it, it's God allowing it, is somebody who stands by and allows innocent people to be raped and then venerates it as just and good, is that a person whose ethics we ought to admire?
It was a consequence of the sin of
It wasn't a consequence. A consequence is if I leave my bathroom tap on and then the bathroom floods. That's a consequence. It's something that leads necessarily on from something else. It's an inevitable occurrence that happens as a result of some prior condition. That's a consequence. This isn't a consequence. This is a punishment chosen and specified by God beforehand. He's chosen this, and he said, I'm going to make it happen, or if we allow for your ridiculous cope, I'm going to let it happen. But he still spelled out what it's going to be, so he knew it was going to happen. He could have stopped it happening, but he hasn't, because he wants it to happen. He's enabled it happening. And where are the interests of these poor innocent women? Why should they get caught up? I mean, I'm going to presume that you think God is just, right? You think God is a just God, right? So does your version of justice involve punishing innocent people for the actions of others?
I wouldn't. I don't know if I can say that the I don't know if I can say that the wives were.
Be very careful. Don't say they weren't innocent, because we're going to have a problem if you say that.
The best way. Pardon?
We're going to have a problem if you say you don't know if the wives were innocent. We're going to have a big problem if you say that.
No.
Okay. I'm glad you didn't go there. Okay. So then let's refocus again on the question, and I'll be quiet and let you answer it. Does your version of justice include punishing innocent people who had nothing to do with the crime for the crime? And that just needs to be a yes or a no. Either yes, it does include that, that's fine, or no, it doesn't.
No, God punishes people responsible for the crime.
I really want you to focus and answer the question I asked you. Does your version of justice?
You've asked me if the person who's done the crime is the one who should receive the.
Yeah, I'm asking you if you think I'm asking if you think justice includes punishing innocent people who had nothing to do with the crime for the crime.
No, that should not be.
It shouldn't be, right?
The case.
Okay, is that happening here?
No, it's not the same thing that is happening.
Not. Okay, so what was the culpability then? What was the hand in the crime of David being unfaithful and having a thing with Bathsheba and having a child with her? stealing her from another man, having him killed, all the transgressions that David did. What was the moral responsibility of the wives in those crimes?
The wives had no moral responsibility, but it was a judgment against David in him allowing an evil thing to happen to him. That's the point that I was trying to make.
But your position is inconsistent, because a moment ago you said you don't think that justice involves punishing people who didn't do the crime or were not connected to the crime. That justice doesn't include punishing them. But now you're saying justice does include punishing them because you're fixating on what David did, and you seem pretty untroubled about what happened to these poor women. Why is that?
That's why I'm saying it's not the same thing. That's why I was trying to explain. Such you see my thinking, you see scriptures thinking, so that everything is clarified for you.
I have to say, there's very little clarity at the moment.
Unjust.
There's very little clarity happening right now. There's a distinct lack of clarity happening right now, because what you're defending is morally monstrous.
It's not monstrous. It's God's way of making God's way of making a point.
By hurting innocent people. By hurting innocent people.
He wasn't hurting that the innocent. He allowed this evil thing. He allowed this evil thing to
he organized for this evil thing to happen. He told David that he was going to make it happen. And even if you allow that he just allowed it, he said it was good. He said that he linked it directly to David's transgression. He said, you did it in private, but I'm going to make this happen in public. He owned it.
Yes.
You can try and disabuse him of it, but nobody's going to believe you, because that's not what the text says. So God arranged for these poor innocent women to be sexually humiliated as a property move, as part of a kind of show of strength from David's son. And you're okay with that. And that's a big problem, because what this signifies is that your faith and your commitment to defending what God does, no matter how obnoxious and morally terrible, stops you and blinds you from engaging with these things with a normal moral sense. Any mentally healthy person would look at a story like this and go, this is unacceptable. Those women deserved better. They did not deserve to be humiliated and violated because of the actions of other people that were nothing to do with them. Those women had rights. They had autonomy. They had dignity. And women everywhere are listening to this conversation right now and thinking that is absolutely disgusting, that you can be so relaxed about the idea of innocent women being raped because of what someone else did. That's not a good look, my friend.
Yes, but that's the whole point. The whole point is that they did not deserve it. That's what I'm trying to say. So if you just let me explain, then everything would be clarified. The point that God was trying to make.
Right.
Pardon?
Yeah. Explain how to clarify God making points by having innocent women raped. Explain that for us.
Yes. So the fact is, the fact is they did not deserve it. So by God allowing it, by God allowing this evil, by God allowing this evil to happen, it's
There's a reason you're struggling. The reason you're struggling now is that there's a part of your brain that knows this is bullshit. There's a part of the brain that is short-circuiting because you are trying to justify the unjustifiable. And shame on you for even trying to do this.
Pesho, Pesho, I have a quick question. Is it just to punish people who are innocent?
No, it's not just to punish people who are innocent.
So what God did is by definition unjust, right?
No, he wasn't punishing. He wasn't punishing people who are innocent. He allowed
You
an
said,
evil thing to.
all
He
right.
allowed an evil thing to happen.
We're not going to keep on going around this roundabout. You can say that as much as you like. The text doesn't bear that out. God said, I am going to do this to you. That's not the language of allowing something to happen. And even if it had been allowing
Yes.
something to happen, that would have been almost just as bad. God allowing innocent people to be violated like that isn't exactly in line for winning any medals for ethics. That would be just as horrible.
No,
And
it's
and
the same.
the thing with this too. So the premise here is that it was going to happen to them anyway, and then God just allowed it to happen when He otherwise wouldn't have. That is already disgusting, but not at all what the text says. But it goes to a greater thing, like why do women, children everywhere get raped all the time, all over the place? God doesn't ever stop it. And the reason I always hear is because God doesn't want to interfere with free will. But suddenly here, not interfering with free will is a punishment, but it's still punishing the women and not David.
What about their
there's
free
no
will?
What's that?
What about the free will of the women?
Yeah, exactly.
Their free will wasn't apparently very high on God's agenda that day. I wonder why.
I feel like we're just in circles now. Like
Yeah,
we're just going to keep.
we're not going to go round the "he let it happen" merry-go-round anymore. I'm not conceding that point because no one with a brain would. It's not what the text says, and it's not. We're not having it. That is just ridiculous.
No, I kindly ask that. Please just be patient with me. Just give me a moment just to explain, and hopefully I can.
If
try my
if your
best.
explanation contains the words "he didn't do it, he allowed it," then I'm literally just going to end the call and we're going to move on because that's literally lying, and I'm not going to have it.
It's not a lie. It's the exact same thing. Him raising up the evil and him allowing it is the same thing. So what I'm just trying to say is the point in him allowing it to happen is that he was trying to make a point that what David did was wrong. So the same way that he committed adultery with Bathsheba was wrong is the same way that I'm going to do this thing openly before I'm going to do this thing openly before everyone, showing you how wrong what you did was.
Do you think that's a good explanation for hurting innocent people? Does that sound like a sufficient explanation to you? Because I've let you make your case. Every single person here listening is shaking their heads and going, "What is this guy on? How can he say this?" And wondering whether you really mean it. In which case, what is going on with your own moral intuitions, or whether you know deep down that what you're saying is trying to negotiate with this text in a way that is bound to fail because the text says what it says and there is no context, there's no reframing of this sequence of events that is not morally disgusting. And you know it on some level.
Not at all. I agree with everything that God's word. I agree
Yeah.
with
Well,
everything
in that case, I can only conclude that you yourself are a morally broken person. If you agree with this and you think that this is the expression of some kind of perfect justice, after having previously agreed with me that punishing innocent people for the crimes of another is not justice, then your position is both immoral and inconsistent, which in a funny kind of way is quite an impressive achievement. But it is morally horrible that you're saying this. And I feel personally sad for you that your own moral intuitions are so tamped down and subjugated and destroyed that you would try to defend something like this. Because the only reaction to a story like this is, that's appalling. I couldn't stand by it. I feel the tension there. It's disgusting. This is weighing heavily on my heart. I'm going to have to go and pray on this because it's disgusting. And the fact that you haven't done that, the fact that all what you have done is come in and try to make excuses for it and explain to us all how right it is and how wonderful it is without even acknowledging for 1 second how horrific this is from the perspective of the innocent people harmed by this says quite a lot about you, I'm afraid, and it's not good. So I'm really sorry that your faith appears to have broken you, but
No, you haven't tried to understand the mind of God.
We don't care. We don't care. This is why God is a monster. This is why I say God is not morally good. I'm not interested in understanding the mind of somebody who would have innocent people raped. The fact that you think it's great is really unfortunate. So I think we're going to probably move on. I think we've been in this swimming in this cesspool long enough, and we're going to move on from that because that is disgusting. And I've spoken over and hung up on people for a lot less. So I think for the sake of consistency, we have to say that didn't work out well for you, my friend. That was not a successful attempt at evangelism or apologetics. And I think there's only so much rape apology we can take in an evening. I think we've probably met our quota of that right now.
Yeah.
So there we are. This will be clipped for everyone else to enjoy. But yeah.
Can we get Screaming next? He's been in the queue since like the Ice Age.
Screaming has been absolutely ages. So we'll get Screaming in, and then we have a few more in the queue on the YouTube side as well. We will get you in. If you're in the queue, please be patient and we will get to you. But we're going to get Screaming in right now. Hell knows we need a palate cleanse. Hey, Screaming.
How's it going?
Good.
What's going on, buddy?
I did notice that there's I think there's like a 2 to 3 second delay when we talk. I've been finding that.
Okay. Well, we'll manage it.
So bear with me a little bit. I wanted to speak a little bit about, a lot of these callers, especially the one earlier, bring up constantly that, you don't believe in this, so why are you talking about it? Or just let people have their beliefs, or, talk about only the good that comes from Christianity. And maybe there's Christians listening to this now that, I kind of want to tell a little bit of my story just because maybe it'll make a little more sense to them. But everyone focuses on the good that they see that comes from some of these religious beliefs. But there is a lot of the things in the Bible, specifically the things that, you guys bring up, that cause a ton of harm and trauma to people.
Yep.
So for me, myself, being raised in an extremely religious household in fundamentalist Christian belief system where they took the Bible as the inerrant word of God and that it was literal. I remember as young as 7 years old being told about hell, and I started to have night terrors because of this at a very, very young age. And even 30 something years later, not even believing in it anymore, it has caused me to have a deep terror of death that I, to this day, can't get over. Even as a young kid, talking about that I was born basically not good enough. I was born a disappointment. I was born a failure. And as a child, that made me feel inadequate. It made me have a worldview that was so distorted that I've spent so much of my life trying to feel worthy, trying to be good enough.
And you never can be in this system. This system never lets you be good enough.
Well, no, and that's what's so horrifying about it is even when you think you're doing good enough, I remember when I was younger, if something bad would happen in my life, just something bad would happen, my parents would say to me that I need to examine my heart because God either caused it or allowed it because I was doing something wrong.
Yeah.
So that creates this like terror of the unknown, on a daily basis, to where, I'm looking around being like, crap, what am I doing? Am I doing everything right? Am I doing everything right? Am I treating people the way I'm supposed to be treating them?
Yeah.
And 30 some, even though I've told you before, like I never truly like 100% believed, everyone was telling me this was the truth. And so I was constantly thinking about it, and I found no peace with any of it.
Yeah.
Um, you know, 30 years of my life with this ideology. And, even when I was married, I was married from 21 to 31. And she was extremely religious herself. And every time something bad happened, it was because I was the responsible party in the marriage, so it must be me that was failing, because we wouldn't have bad things happening if I was doing what was right and being responsible. I've I've gone to therapy. I've tried different things. Nothing to this point has really made a huge difference. And I mean, I've had a therapist tell me it could take decades to undo some of this, because my brain is so programmed
Yeah.
that it takes a lot of constant work. And it's really upsetting, because I like I look at people like you sometimes, and I'm like, I don't know, jealous really isn't the word, but I'm like, man, what could life really be if I was never told any of this? Because I feel like 30 years of my life was spent trying to fit in, trying to believe, trying to be good. And now I might spend the next 30 years of my life trying to undo all of that. So when
Yeah.
people say, like, tell me something that's, bad that comes from Christianity, like, I could tell them hundreds of things. The psychological torment that it does can destroy people's lives, And I mean, I live my life still, on the outside, it looks like there's good qualities, because I try to really be a good person. I treat people with respect. I'm very empathetic and all these different things, because I don't like seeing people in pain, or seeing people, not helped. I don't like being a failure. So in every area of my life, I strive very hard to do well, and, be worthy, which people look at the outside and they're like, yeah, those are all good things. Like, they look at me and they're like, oh, you're this way because you grew up in a Christian household. And I don't tell, many people the truth, but even hearing like that, like, I don't know if I don't know if I don't want to say I don't know if it was worth it, but it's extremely painful and hard. Like, it's torment sometimes.
Yeah.
I was in a very bad place before I found this online community. Months ago, I was really struggling, and with finding you, and finding specifically Joel and Mezzo, and to where now I have this community. That's the other part of this, where I just want you guys to know that it's giving me life again. Like, it's starting to slowly give me, like, hope, because I was so alone before this. There isn't a community like this out there in the world, and in finding this has really started to bring that back to me. So that's the other part of it, where I just want to say that, like, you are making such a difference, and I'm an example of that, because honestly, I was thinking about not continuing last year.
I'm so sorry to hear that, and I'm so pleased to hear that you have been able to, be lifted up by finding a community of other people who can relate online, who share experiences with, who get you. They understand what you've been through, what you have been going through, what you are going through, and that's the amazing thing about community is just that, knowing that you're recognized by other people, and that they understand and you can understand them, and everyone is just lifted up together. And so I'm really pleased about that. My heart breaks for the little boy who was so abused by being told those things, and I feel that pain so much for you, and I am also just lifted up by the fact that you're in a better place now, and I do feel like we've been speaking for a while, and I do feel like you're on your way. Like your better days are ahead of you still, because the distance helps from this stuff. And yes, the ghosts of belief persist, and the fears and the leftover kind of emotional remnants of that stuff can take a while to get over. But you're in it. You're doing it. You're doing all the right moves. You're speaking to someone about it. You're seeking fellowship amongst others. People like Joel and Mezzo are great. I think this is brilliant. This is feeding you what you need, and you're heading in the right direction. And so I feel optimistic for you, and privileged to have played any part in your story. Really, we all do.
No, I'm not saying this lightly. Like, I have a lot of respect for you. There's not a lot of people that I look up to because I just don't trust most people. And, the way you present yourself and the way you deal with people and the way you act, you walk the talk, and I have a lot of respect for that. So I just want to say thank you, because it is truly helping me, and it means a lot.
That's
Thank you.
great, Screaming. We're happy to hear you're starting. If you're not all the way better, that you're on that path. Do you still struggle sometimes with the idea that you're not worthy? For years, we're all sinners and worried about every little thing that you do that could be a slight against God or what have you. Do you still struggle with like feeling like you don't measure up in some ways, or are you like over that?
Yeah, that's one of the most difficult things. So I, for the past year, have been dealing with a lot of health issues, and I'm on some treatments and stuff that cause a lot of difficulty. And I just was with my doctor last week, and she told me, she's like, it doesn't make. I work construction. She's like, it doesn't make sense that you're able to do your job and go to the gym. And she's like, none of my patients would be able to do this. She's like, how are you able to do this? And I said, because I have to. Like, I don't have a choice, because for me, failure is the scariest thing, and I don't even want to look like I'm not exceeding, because I don't feel worthy. Like, she's like, I obviously work out. Like, she's like, you shouldn't be able to do what you're doing. And I'm like, well, I don't give myself a choice. I don't have an option.
Well, the newsflash is you are worthy, and you surround yourself with the right people, you'll hear that more and more. And I totally understand that it can take time for that message to get through the layers and for you to start really believing it yourself. But I think you will get to that point, and we're all here for you, and you are worthy. You're more than worthy. You don't deserve to ever have been told that you're not. And we'll drum it into you until you get the message. But you completely are.
I appreciate it, and I see everybody in the chat giving me words of encouragement. I really appreciate it.
You're getting a load on the chat you can't see as well, by the way, on the YouTube side. You could be getting lots of love.
Well, good. And the other reason in saying this, because I want, if anyone else is, afraid to maybe come up and say things similar or share their stories, I want them to feel comfortable as well, because, I know a lot of people, it's hard for them to do that.
Yeah,
good,
absolutely.
Good call. Well,
thanks,
thanks, man.
everybody.
We're always here for you, and we love having you in the community. So thanks for coming in, and your words will definitely help someone else as well at some point, I'm sure.
All right. Thank you all.
Take care, brother. Take care.
All right, Scrooge.
Bye. Okay. That definitely was the palate cleanse we needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just goes to show you how toxic Christianity can be for some people, because you can tell he's a really, really good dude. Yeah. And just like to be such a good person and to still feel like I don't measure up to,
Yeah.
I just, I'm not worthy. I don't measure up, and having to struggle with that constantly.
It's grim. Okay, we are going to go back to the YouTube side, and we're going to bring in JC. There's me thinking I was the JC around here, but apparently not. There's another JC. We are just going to bring him in right now, and hopefully it cooperates and works well. There we go. JC, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey there.
Welcome.
Great. Hey, I was calling in with a deconstruction story. Do you have time for that tonight?
Yeah, if it's reasonably brief. So we do. That's what this space is for. But we generally don't get into sort of very long personal stories because it's just not that interesting for the audience. But of course, we are here to hear you, and you can share your story if you can keep it reasonably focused. That'd be great.
Sure. Yeah. I was born into a Catholic family and was sent to a Catholic primary and secondary school. But I never really formed an opinion or believed it until I went to a Protestant church, and I became a Christian then. But looking back on it now, I kind of want to share at the end of this story a reflection about that.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was in high school, it was a private college preparatory Jesuit high school named after a Spanish inquisitor. And I was sent to religion classes and biology and chemistry classes, which presented a conflict. And so the struggles of thinking about, like, okay, in terms of what I'm learning in biology and chemistry, what did happen in that tomb? It just doesn't, did the laws of physics rewind themselves?
Yeah.
That combined with the issues about hell that you talk about a lot, it just seemed to me to make no sense at all. Like if you had given the Jewish or Christian God a psychopathy index kind of test, it just seemed like at that time in my life, I had no doubt that I was probably a more virtuous and just character than those deities.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I am wrapping up. At university, I studied, philosophy of science, anthropology, sociology, and the humanities. And later, I went to visit the church that I was brought up in outside of Mass, and I was studying, the bulletin board there and saw something interesting. And while I was thinking about that, the priest, the same priest who kind of had educated me in the faith earlier, just like showed up, and I asked him about it, and I could see on his face, because at this time I knew how to like read people. I was socially aware enough to see, and I could just see him visibly dissembling in front of me and even pleading, like, don't make me do this. Come on. And so, I mean, the joke is that I extracted a confession from a priest, but it's been a hard, so the analysis of the period of belief that I went through when I was exposed to the Protestant church through friends is that, looking back, I don't really feel that I even believed it at that point. It was just something that provided stability throughout, confusion in my life before I had a unified way of seeing and understanding the world.
Sure. And it does provide a lot, right? It provides a framework. It provides a social environment. It provides community. It provides order, routine. There's a lot of stuff it provides. So I think a lot of people just get swept along on a wave of all the things that these traditions provide without necessarily really believing this stuff. I think a lot of people are performing belief rather than experiencing it.
Right. Yeah. So the final notes that I have here on this, I wanted to keep this brief, but I would characterize it as a behavioral program that I practiced, in exchange for gaining certain privileges, social privileges.
Mm-hmm.
And now I don't believe in Christianity at all. So that's the end of the story. Thanks for allowing me to share. I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you, and we appreciate you sharing your story. And my sincere hope, and I'll say a similar thing to what I said to Screaming before, is these communities are great at what we're trying to do is just legitimize non-belief. So I don't go into Christian spaces telling them they're wrong. We just set up over here for anyone who needs to hear this stuff, and I think there's a big need to hear it. So I'm never going to stop doing this. While there's still a need to create these spaces in these communities, I'm extremely committed to it. And we're all the richer for having you in it. So thank you.
Oh, well, congratulations on the book too, by the way.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm very keen for it to come out and make contact with the world, and I'm sure lots of people will have lots of criticisms of it, but I'm looking forward to hearing what they are. And engaging with them, and it'll be good when that happens. So not too long to wait now. About 7 months, so a little while still. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. It's very
it's not on shelves yet. Okay, is it available digitally?
It's available to pre-order, but it's not out. It's not actually out until November. But it's available to pre-order in all the places, Amazon and Barnes and Noble and all of that. Yeah, if anyone's interested, just go to anywhere that sells books and write my name and Unconvinced, and you'll see it. And yeah, I'll be recording the audio book for it over the summer.
Okay.
So yeah, it'll be on all the formats and ebooks and audiobooks and all of that. But it's initially coming out in hardback. So it'll be hardback, ebook, audiobook in November. Yeah.
Very nice. Okay, I'll get out here. Thanks,
JC. Appreciate your call very much. Thank you, my friend. All the best. Take care. Okay. Got to read a few messages, and then we will get on to the next caller, which may well be Jack over on the YouTube side. We've got friends in the TikTok queue as well. Again, as I always say, we'll get to everyone. We really don't like to leave people behind, so we'll do our very, very best. Just some messages to get to. We have Johnny. Nice to see you, Johnny. Thanks very much for the message and super chat. Hi guys, good to see you again. Missed a few streams, been busy. I think watching this helps ease my stygiaphobia. That's fear of hell for people who don't know. Keep at it, Jon and Sean. Thank you. We definitely will. That's definitely the plan. We are keeping at it. But thanks very much, Johnny. Great to see you. How to push back. One of our newer Inner Circle members. Lovely to see you. Religion is running your mind on Windows 95. That's brilliant. I must try and remember that. That is very good. I love that. Thank you very much for that. Tim is back with, remember when the rapture was happening? When it didn't, I kept telling people, no, it happened. Apparently, you're just not good enough. Can you imagine the trolling that could have been done around that? I know, it was brilliant. I mean, there were people like giving away their pets and all sorts of things. Crazy people. Honestly, people don't learn. I sometimes think idiocracy is actually happening. It's become a documentary. It's happening in front of us. For sure.
The Y2K was one as well. So a lot of people thought the rapture was coming then.
Oh, Y2K, yeah.
Yeah, actually believed it, went to the mountains with his church group and everything. They were waiting for the rapture and it didn't happen.
Oh, yeah. How disappointing, right? Bummer when the world is still going, just when you thought it was going to end. Sorry, we're still here. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Axehead Gaming, I have to go, but wanted to say I will be back soon. Much love, and please keep calm and keep cooking. Well, thank you very much. We are always calm. And I'd like to think we do our fair bit of cooking. There's certainly been some tonight. I have to say, God's not sending his finest tonight. There's no question about that. Elvis Presley touched me. That name never gets old. Thank you very much for the donation and the message. Appreciate you admitting when you don't know. Obscure Bible verse or physics facts, you'll straight up Google it live. Too many debaters see it as a sign of weakness, but no one knows every field. That's exactly it.
Exactly.
I never want to be the person who bullshits and pretends to have expertise they don't have, because however good you think you are at doing that, you're never going to be good enough to do it. And so it's going to backfire, and you're just going to look infinitely worse than if you just said, I don't know, let me look that up, or I'm not sure, I'll get back to you on that. Let me go, or I can't remember.
Yeah.
Let me look it up and see. There's no loss of face in admitting that you're not completely omniscient. So for sure. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. We have Tim back again. I read an article. I think I know this. I read an article about an 82-year-old woman marrying an 87-year-old man and thought, that's not going to last. Tim just brings it. It's non-stop. It's good, though. It's good. Non-stop from Tim. I love that. Thank you very, very much indeed. We've got Gordon Loves Science. Nice to see you, Gordon. Thank you very, very much for this. Another Inner Circle member. Have to go. Good show. Keep up the crucial work you and Sean do. Thank you. We will keep this up. We're not going anywhere. But thanks for being with us tonight, Gordon, and for your ongoing support. Really appreciate that. And thank you as well for the message. Really appreciate that too. Docs and Greenlight. This message came in when we were speaking to our rape apologist friend recently. You hear the desperation, the wheels are turning. I think the wheels were spinning. I think the wheels were spinning there. He was spinning there.
You know, his answers were atrocious, but I did appreciate his mannerisms, the cracking in his voice, the stuttering. He was struggling with it, and that's a good thing.
It is a good thing. It is a good thing because I found that a lot less harrowing than the people who are so kind of sociopathic in the way they engage with this stuff. It appears not to bother them in the slightest. You could feel that the dissonance was landing with him, and I was trying to push him into owning it. Like, realize that this is horrible. Realize that that what you're feeling inside is your body, your body telling you something's wrong here. There's something like when you eat something bad and your body's trying to make you get rid of it. This is your body trying to make you get rid of bad ideas. So I know what you mean, Sean. It's some people come in and they're like, the way they engage with this stuff, they don't care.
Absolutely,
they're like nonchalant about it. So we can thank him for that. It was still disgusting, but a little bit less so because of that. And finally, one last from Tim. Thanks again, Tim. Only Sith dealing absolutes. God deals in absolutes. Ergo, God is a Sith. I think we would have to agree with that.
I think that's a line. I think that's a line from Star Wars.
It is. Yeah, the Sith, of course. Yeah. I think we would have to agree.
Only Sith deal in absolutes.
Love that. Okay, we're going to bring in Jack from the YouTube side. Hey, Jack.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, welcome, Jack. The floor is yours. Is there something you'd like to speak about, perhaps from our choose a topic list?
What the choose a topic list? Is this a God and an atheist channel?
Yes.
What is the topic?
This is an atheist channel, and we have a few topics for conversation available. So we can go with nobody chooses what they believe, which is our kind of core doctrine and thesis here. We could go with God is not morally good, or hell is ridiculous, by which I really mean hell for non-belief is ridiculous, and God hates women. So is there anything there that grabs you?
Well, God, the existence of God, perhaps, but
I mean, the existence of God isn't directly on there, but we can talk about that if you want to.
But I heard people talk about their bad experiences with church. So is this some kind of sort of recovery channel?
We
sort of recover from trauma.
we're happy to talk about people who have had bad experiences with religion, and we're also happy to talk with people who haven't had bad experiences with religion and think it's really cool. So where are you on this? Are you a believer? You sound like you might be.
Yeah.
Yeah. What God do you believe in?
Well, the only one. There can't be two gods.
Well,
the power of one would.
People might disagree with you on that. Go and speak to a Hindu. But what are you a Christian? You are, okay. So Hindus are a polytheistic tradition, are they not?
That's not true.
Not true.
You have to. That's what's circulated. I mean, if you there's a hierarchy of doctrine, and the most important and the least important, for practical life. You can pray to different agents, and they will make it whatever you're praying for. It's basically magic, but insofar as the universe is concerned, there's only the debate is between a God that is a person you can relate to, and a God who is uncomparable with anything else. So that's the great debate in Hinduism. Not many gods or one God. That has never existed.
So have I been getting this wrong all along? Because I've been told that there are many different deities within the Hindu faith. Have I misunderstood that?
Well, we have to. Well, that is deities. There are powers. That is true. So angels, in angels and saints, you pray under a saint. The different forms in which.
I think it's a matter of semantics, but regardless, let's focus on what you believe in. So, are you calling to defend God belief, or what would you like to talk about? Okay. What's your best evidence for that your God exists?
Exists is not an appropriate term for God, because
I agree.
Because to exist means to be outside itself, ex machina. What does that mean? Out of. So God cannot never be outside. So it's just not. So we say exist so that common people can understand, but it's not. It's just not something that you can replace that with saying God is. But that doesn't sound right in English. So English has few failings.
We can go with God is. We can go with God is.
Yeah. So
what's the evidence that God is?
The evidence is philosophical. So it's the existence of composite beings. That is, beings that can perish. Indicates the existence of two composing principles. So when I die, something goes away. When I come into existence, something comes. There's a change happening, and in every change there is always something lost and something from which it is lost. So that is what we.
I mean, that's like matter and energy interact with.
No, not energy. No, not energy. Matter and form. That's the technical terminology in philosophy.
Okay, hold on.
So we have to make sure that our philosophy is very watertight.
You gotta let me finish what I'm finish speaking. So matter, energy, things around the universe change. Gravity acts upon.
No.
Let me finish, Jack. You got to stop talking over. So matter and energy change forms. Things happen through laws of physics, etc. All right, so people die, people are born, people form in the womb, this and that. We agree all those things happen. And as we study how those things happen, we identify laws of nature that allow them to happen. How does this prove that a thinking agent, a God, is responsible for those things?
I was going to answer that.
You can answer it now.
You just have to let me finish my question. Now you can answer.
No, I was beginning to answer. It's going to be a very long answer.
Okay, so
I understand the question, proving God. So I was going to talk about what change means.
Okay.
I don't think we need to talk
What
about
does
what
change mean?
change means. We just
What
want to
is
know what
change?
the
What is
evidence is for the God. I mean, Sean
Yeah,
asked
when we
you.
get there, so what is the definition of change? I mean, think about it. What does it mean to change? To go from one form to another? Yes or no?
Yeah,
depends on-
to alter state in some way. I mean, things can change in different ways.
But that means there must be something from which the change took place. Yes or no?
Yeah, there's got to be a cause, sure.
Not cause. That's a technical term. You can't say cause. So, but there must be something. So take the example of clay.
I can say cause, and I did.
What?
You said you can't say cause. Things cause other things to change or what have you.
That's not the topic. That's not the topic.
You asked what makes things change.
No, I asked what change is.
You're asking what change is.
Past that. We already.
So change is an alteration of the characteristics of an entity over time. So that's what change is.
First, so a chair cannot change into a chair. Why not? So we have to make sure that the philosophy is watertight before we go into interpretation of scripture.
Well, I'm not sure if we're being very watertight with philosophy here as much as just a little bit.
I mean, you have to have a philosophy of everything before you tackle the interpretation of sacred scripture. Basic stuff. I mean, the Protestants don't do this.
Okay, so get to it. So John gave a definition of change. I'm good with that definition.
What definition? What was the definition?
An alteration in the characteristics of an entity over time is a sufficient definition of change.
That's not sufficient enough, but we'll take that. That's enough. So can a chair change into a chair?
Can what change into a chair?
Potentially could, yeah. You could have a red chair that gets recovered and now it's a blue chair.
No, can a blue chair change into a chair? The subject cannot be altered. The chair has to be a chair. You can't introduce blue into it.
I'm slightly losing the will to live here.
Did you ask if a blue chair can change into a
This is a very, very big topic. You can't spread nonsense around the internet. You have to make sure that what you're saying is correct.
Jack, back and forth conversation. Did you ask if a blue chair can change into a blue chair? Jack?
Oh, you heard what I asked. Why are you asking me?
No,
you know what I asked, right?
You were speaking. You were speaking while John was speaking, and I wanted to make sure I heard you clearly. A blue chair can change states and still be a blue chair, but a blue chair can't change into something that's already itself because there would be no change. That would be an oxymoron.
No, I really don't understand. Where you're coming from. The question is very
simple. I'm answering your question. You asked if a blue chair can change. A blue chair can change into
Can a triangle change into a triangle? I think the problem is sensual matter and the passage of time. You're thinking that the blue chair I'm mentioning is a blue chair, and when change has taken place, the time has elapsed. Can a triangle become a triangle become a triangle?
Okay, a triangle can change into a different triangle, let me finish. A triangle can change into a different triangle. For example, with a larger triangle, for example. So a triangle can change, but a triangle cannot change into what it already is, because change means
that is precisely the philosophical point that I want admission from. And
I mean, this is all. I feel like this is just navel gazing. Are we getting to
this is real stuff, and you're very mistaken in thinking God doesn't exist.
I don't think this is the place for the conversation. Sorry, I put a poll to the room. We've got 80% on the YouTube side have said no thank you, and 8-0 on the TikTok side have said no thank you. So democracy is a beautiful thing, and we are going to enact its power right now. Okay, I don't think we needed that anymore. We're going to go over to the TikTok side and get Just Filled in on the TikTok side. Hey, Just Filled.
I didn't expect to come up so quick.
Well, you just came in at the right time. How are you doing?
Perfect. I'm doing all right. How are you, sir?
Good indeed. Good indeed. What would you like to say?
I want to agree that the idea of hell is ridiculous if your understanding of hell is not biblical.
Okay, we get different opinions about different hell concepts, both with respect to what hell is and what it takes to get you into hell, etc. So if you want to explain your version of it, we can address it.
Well, it's not my version of hell, it's the biblical version of hell. And
Can I give a clarification before you do? So just to be sure, what I really mean by this is specifically hell for non-belief is ridiculous. I mean, I think hell overall is fairly ridiculous, but the particular instance of hell that we mean here is hell as a result of not believing.
And is your understanding of hell as eternal torture?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be eternal torture. It could be temporary. It could be temporary inconvenience. I would still make the same claim.
I see. Temporary inconvenience. Well, hell is the way that we understand just being separated from the source of life forever.
Okay. And what does that exist? What is separation from God, right? Okay, so basically, does that mean John and I'll just be chilling here on Earth, and then all the good people who believe the right things will be off with God somewhere, and John and I'll be sitting around playing chess, drinking beer?
You'll cease to exist.
Okay, so the death penalty. Okay, so from our perspective, the death penalty for non-belief is ridiculous.
Why is that? Would you rather have eternal life with a God who you have rejected?
Do you reject Darth Vader? Or better, let me pick a good character. Do you reject Superman?
Do I reject Superman as the creator of the universe? Absolutely.
No, no. Do you reject Superman? Period. Like you don't want to have a relationship with him?
What? Superman is a fictional character.
Now he's getting it.
Yes, exactly. So
the pennies just dropped, dude. Congratulations.
Well, we don't. From our perspective, we don't believe God exists. So not being convinced of something is not the same thing as rejecting, right?
Yeah.
Not being convinced of something is not the same thing as rejecting.
Correct, because you're not rejecting Superman. You're not saying, Superman, I don't want to be around you. In fact, I would suspect, I can't speak for you, I can speak for me. If Superman were real, I would want to know the dude. I think he's cool as hell. But I don't believe I'm not convinced he exists, and I can't just by an act of will decide to believe Superman exists any more than you can. So that's where we're at with God.
I actually believe without a shadow of a doubt that Superman does not exist based on the evidence. I know who the creator of Superman was and that he's a fictional character, and it's it's still based off of evidence why I believe that God exists. I'm not basing my belief of God existing off of just blind faith.
No, I got you. But do you agree that two people can look at the same evidence, one be convinced and the other one not?
Well, sure, but if the evidence still points, at least ideally, the evidence should still point to the truth.
Well, if ideally, but human minds are flawed. Now, it could just be, I don't believe I am, but it could just mean I'm an irrational person and the evidence is good for God, but it's still like, then my irrational mind spits out the wrong answer. And so it's still not me choosing not to believe God exists. It's just I'm not convinced he exists. I'm not rejecting him. I'm not saying I don't want to be around you. I'm just not convinced he exists. Do you see the difference?
Are we talking about rational beings or are we talking about irrational beings?
Well, I think all humans are irrational to some degree, some more than others. But either way, we're talking about humans. Two humans can look at the same evidence and come to very different conclusions. And that happens all the time. Some people believe in flat earth. Some people believe in round earth. They're looking at the same evidence. Belief isn't a choice.
And so I'm not rejecting God. I'm just not convinced he exists. Now, God, if he's all powerful, could convince me. He could convince every person on the planet he exists, and then they could use their free will to follow him or not, right?
I mean, well, there are those who harden their own hearts, who see evidence, and because they choose not to believe what they are seeing as evidence, they
well,
have decided.
We'll get there. We'll get there in a moment. But I want you to acknowledge the problem at the center of all of this, which is what Sean was just alluding to, is that I understand why believers have to frame non-belief in God as rejection. The reason why you have to do that is that the moral logic of the religion collapses if you don't. Because once you acknowledge that belief, is that your end? That's really loud. I wasn't sure if it was. I just sent you a mute just for a second. The moment that you acknowledge that belief as propositional assent is something that happens to a mind, it's not an action you take. If you were to acknowledge that, then the idea of punishing someone for not having been convinced of something is shown to be what it is, which is morally idiotic. So you have to cleave to this. You have to hold to this rather silly, naive notion that somebody who just happens not to be convinced of the same claims you are is participating in some sort of rebellion, some sort of willful hardening of the heart, thereby completely closing down the conceptual space for honest disbelief. It's literally wished out of existence by believers because it's such a terrifying concept. But the newsflash is that there are people who are intellectually open, emotionally open. They don't have hardened hearts. They're not loving their sin. They're not turning away from God. They're not rejecting anyone. They just aren't convinced of the same stories that you are. And our job here is to not let that perspective be invalidated just because you don't like it and just because the authors of your book don't like it. Tough. We are here. We exist. We have minds. We have intellects. We know how to use them. And we will not have our perspective belittled by a need to criminalize us.
You have to unmute in order to speak.
Yeah, I would never try. My goal is not to belittle your perspective.
No, but your doctrine does.
Well, I think it's your understanding of my doctrine.
No, it's not the understanding. You said it yourself. You started going on before about hardened hearts. That's bullshit. It's not hardened hearts. It's using brains. It's just using brains.
I mean, I don't know if I could say it's just using brains, only because in my opinion, there's way more. Even let's say you don't believe in the God of my book, fine, I'll grant you that. But there's way more evidence that points to a creator than there is that. Like, it takes just as much faith to believe that everything came from nothing.
We don't believe that. We don't believe that. We don't believe that.
I know that. I know that you don't believe that. I know that.
Nobody.
Why did you say it?
Nobody here is saying that. So if you're going to engage with the position, it would be helpful if you could engage with the position we hold, rather than with positions we don't hold. Because if you're going to engage with positions we don't hold, there's all sorts you could engage with, and that, I'm sure we could agree, would be a waste of time. So if you want to engage with positions we do hold, you can say there's lots and lots and lots of evidence for a God. All you really mean by that is you find the arguments for a God personally, intellectually satisfying. That's all you can say. What you don't get to say is I ought to find the arguments for a God personally satisfying.
What my opinion is, the same way that you did, and just as you are stating what your opinion is, I understand that you're not trying to say that I should hold your opinion. I'm sorry for the confusion if you're saying that you should hold my opinion.
Can two just here's the point.
But I thought you opened this debate up just to have open discussion with people who have a different opinion.
Sure.
Okay, let me address the point. Let me address the point, Jess. Do you agree or disagree that two people can, not with hardened hearts, but two people
can see the same information and honestly come to different conclusions from each other?
Depends on the information. I feel like there's a lot more nuance to that question than just black and white.
Okay.
There's a lot of contextualization of information that causes the way that we interpret it.
Okay, so everyone who wants to believe in God will believe in God. If someone who wants to believe in God, they have a quote unquote not hardened heart. If they want to believe in God, then they will believe in God. Is that your position?
I think that if somebody wants to know the God who created them, they can seek and find who that God is and have a relationship with them.
Okay, so everyone who seeks God finds him. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, you're factually wrong because I can not only speak for myself, I can speak with scores of people in this community, in this chat right now, who once believed, tried to continue believing, wanted to continue believing, but couldn't. So it's not like an opinion, you're factually wrong.
I mean, what you're saying assumes that you understand all of the intricacies of a person's heart when they are seeking God, quote unquote.
I understand the intricacies of my own. And I have this amazing ability to read my own mind. And when other people have shared similar experiences, I don't have the hubris to tell them, nope, you're lying.
I wouldn't say that they're lying either. I would just leave it alone because it's not for me to judge. If somebody says that they saw God and they didn't find him, then
right.
I mean that's between them and God. That's between them and their own opinion and their own sense of sincerity.
But there's a very big claim you made there, which you can't back up.
I can't claim to judge anybody's authenticity or sincerity when they do it.
Well, you can't. But guess what? Your book does, right? Your book does. The Bible does.
Does my book do that?
The Bible does. Well, the Bible says that anyone who doesn't claim that Jesus is God is condemned. Right? The Bible says the fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They're evil and corrupt and none have done any good. The book is fairly unambiguous about the moral status of people who happen not to have come to the same conclusions as you. So it's great that you are taking a softer line, but unfortunately you're burdened with the doctrine in this text. And you said it yourself earlier. It was disappointing to hear you say it. You were casually explaining away non-belief in your religion as only being understandable in terms of hardened hearts and some kind of disposition against belief, not wanting to believe. Our community is full of people who lost their faith and felt like it was a bereavement, felt like it was a traumatic event. It was crushing for them. It was devastating for them. It slipped away. They tried to hold on to it and were not able to. And that position of just saying, oh, it's just hardened hearts, is to completely ignore the experience of millions of people who have had that trajectory of being in belief and then losing it. It's just to wave it all away. And I just think that's wrong. I think it's disgusting. And
I'll receive that. I'll receive what you're saying. That makes sense to me. And
I appreciate
I appreciate that perspective.
All right. Well, then I thank you for that. It's important. It's important because if you want to be a compassionate, compassionate human being,
it's dismissive. Yeah, and I shouldn't be dismissive. So,
thank you for saying that.
I appreciate you saying that, and you will get respect in the audience for saying that. So I appreciate that from you. And what you have to wrestle with is, unfortunately, the text that you hold doesn't make that allowance, right? So the text you hold doesn't make any differentiation between what we call honest non-belief, sometimes called non-resistant non-believers, right? Honest non-belief, which just comes from a place of having looked at it and just not finding it convincing. There's no distinction made between that and like active rebellion. It's the same punishment for all, the same for all, and that is a moral problem with the text that believers have to wrestle with. You have to figure out how you're going to reconcile that. I don't have to because I don't hold to the book. But if you hold to the book, that's a problem for you.
I appreciate what you've brought out because it's actually very faith strengthening, and it gives me something to look into as a better response. I should have a better response to this question than, oh well, you're hardened hearts. That's a terrible response.
Yeah.
So, thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, just and I want to say, like, it's actually rare that somebody will acknowledge that. We have Christians sometimes that'll claim to know the contents of our mind, like literally, and even on two contradictory positions. I've had Christians tell me, because I'm a former believer myself, I've had Christians tell me, "You actually know God exists. There's no such thing as an atheist. You're just lying." And I've also had Christians tell me, "You never were a believer." So, like, those two things can't be true in concert.
Yeah.
But
I apologize on behalf of those Christians. Everybody's just a human being at the end of the day. And I believe that how we have these conversations is more important than like proving any particular point.
Yeah.
So
I would agree with that. We can all agree with that. So thank you for making such a gracious concession to the point. That does make you very rare around here, and I want it to be acknowledged that we respect you and thank you for that.
Sure, I respect you guys too. You guys are a rare breed of non-believers. So
thanks.
Very much
right,
respect.
Go well. Yeah, you too, friend. Take care. Thanks. Okie dokie. Well, that was an unexpectedly upbeat end to the exchange. So that was good. Okay, we are going to bring in Mike on the YouTube side. Mike, how are you?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
All right. I just wanted to offer a thought on the common Christian refrain that current disbelievers were never real Christians.
Yeah.
I've been told that a number of times, and I think there's a little bit of a rhetorical sleight of hand happening there, because what believers often mean by that is to say that you never had a relationship with Jesus. But what's actually being implied is that you were never a sincere believer.
Right.
And those are completely different claims.
And by the way, that question is often asked as a semantic trick. It happened on one of our lives a while back, and I know it when it comes up, is that they'll ask, well, when you were a believer, did you have a relationship with Jesus? So check this out. If you answer, well, yes, I did. See, you even know Jesus exists. If I say, no, I didn't, see, you weren't really a real Christian. When the truth is, I genuinely believed at the time I had a relationship with Jesus. But right now, I don't believe anybody does, because I don't believe Jesus actually exists. But it's just basically, if you just answer it yes or no, it's a catch-22.
Isn't it crazy how many of these arguments just become word games? There's like, if you strip out all the equivocation and all the false analogies and all the stuff, there's like nothing there. It's amazing. It's quite telling, I think, that there's so many like silly word games going on. Sorry, Mike, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Oh, not at all. You're good. No, it's bullshit to justify invalidating the experiences of people whose differing perspective you can't cope with.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And they have to do that. And as I said to our last guest, that position of honest non-belief is a really, really threatening position, because if it's honest, how can it justly be punished? So it has to be dishonest. It has to be born of ill intent. It has to be born of obstruction, and turning away and closed-heartedness and hardened hearts and all of that stuff.
Rejecting God, yep.
Rejecting God. It has to be framed as a rejection in order to legitimize the promised punishment for it. So it fosters fairly discompassionate behavior. It's pretty nasty.
Yeah, it's there's something very sinister and manipulative about tying a moral value to belief and saying, well, you don't think the same way I do, and that means there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
Rather than just seeing it as you think differently than I do.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're going to get what's coming to you as well, which is the delightful, the delightful other level of that whole thing. It's pretty grim, isn't it?
Not great.
Not great, but that's why we do this, to push back on this. You know, it's time we did, and we are, which is why, you know, it's quite interesting, because, you know, we'll sometimes get into discussions about, you know, design arguments and first cause arguments and this and that and historicity of this and that. Actually, in a sense, in terms of the core thesis here of belief being a morally neutral thing that shouldn't be punished or rewarded, all of that stuff's kind of irrelevant. If Christianity was all completely true, it would still be the case that punishing someone for non-belief is immoral. So we don't even need to get into these discussions about, I mean, it's fun to do them and we will always do them, but the discussions about what are the justifications for believing in a God and what's the evidence and this and that, it's fun to have those discussions. But even if it were all true, there's still a moral problem here that needs to be reckoned with. And so that's the space we operate in. Happy to do it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, the idea that you should be thrown in the Lord's charcoal grill for not assenting to certain propositions is just, whether the propositions are true or not, insane.
It's insane. It's morally incoherent. So,
yeah.
Glad we're agreed.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and drop down. Good to talk to you all again. Have a good night.
And you, Mike. Yeah, nice to talk to you. All the best, friend. Take it easy. Cheers. Okay. Well, before we get on with anything else, we did have another question. We could have some fun with this one, Sean. So we had another question from the members' question form, which is from Gordon Loves Science. Unfortunately, it seemed like Gordon had to go earlier, so unfortunately he won't be around to hear the answer, but hopefully he'll get it on the replay, which is, would you explain a tag defense? Thanks, Jon and Sean. So we can speak about tag a little bit, because it's fun and interesting.
So we should probably explain what tag is. By the way, do you know what tag stands for, TAG? I don't. I just know what it is.
Transcendental Argument for God.
Okay, got you. That makes sense. Okay, so tag basically is God is the necessary precondition for logic or intelligibility or some intangible, what do you call it? Abstract fact about the way reality functions, such as the laws of logic, the laws of non-contradiction, identity, and excluded middle. And it's a claim that, one, it requires a grounding, and two, that grounding is God. But when they go about it, it's always burden shifting. Here's the thing with logic. There's a known paradox in philosophy where you can't prove the laws of logic. In a sense, we can, because we could see that the laws of logic work. However, if you're going to prove the laws of logic, you have to use logic itself. So it would be like measuring the accuracy of a ruler using itself. Mm-hmm. So that's a paradox. So they take that paradox and they say, you don't have an explanation for this, for why the laws of logic are like unchanging facts of reality. Therefore, since you don't have you can't explain it, and I can. Therefore, I win.
Yeah.
So it relies upon burden shifting. So, like, if Jon and I come upon a dead body, and I'm asking, and Jon asks me, like, "Hey, oh my gosh, what happened to him?" Jon doesn't have an explanation, and I say, but Jon, it was Professor Plum in the library with the candlestick. And Jon says, "What's your evidence for that?"
and I say, I just have a feeling that's what it is, or I give some garbage evidence for my claim. Well, I can't then say, if John rejects my claim, I can't then say, well, you don't have an explanation and I do. Therefore, it was Professor Plum. Go arrest him, right?
Yeah.
So it's burden shifting. I don't know, like, so it appears that the laws of logic, like, it are just a brute fact of reality. Like, it's absurd that in any possible world, with or without a God, the moon could exist and not exist simultaneously. That's the law of non-contradiction. So it appears to me just to be a fact of reality. I'm open to it not being, and I'm open to it requiring grounding, but the onus is on them to show, A, it requires a grounding, and B, that grounding is their thinking agent God.
Yeah.
And so it's like, cool story, bro. You claim to have explained it. What's your evidence? And if you can't, you don't have an explanation. You're just making shit up. You have a claim. You're stuck with the same paradox I'm stuck with. What do you think, John?
Yeah. So here's my take on it: is that the claim is that things like morality and logic need an explanation for where they came from. Where did they come from? What is it that caused them or made them? And that in itself is a kind of category error, because logical laws they're not objects, they're not entities, they're descriptions of how propositions relate. So asking what caused logic, it's like asking what caused the relationship between bigger and smaller. It's a relationship. It's just there. It's a category mistake to ask what caused it. So that's the first problem. And then you get into this weird business. They always use the term grounding. What do they really mean? And here's where it gets a bit weird, right? Because they will often say that you need God to ground logic as if God created it. But if God created logic, right, then presumably logic could have been different, right? If God could have chosen to create something differently. So God could have chosen it to be the case that A could be both A and not A. And that seems counterintuitive.
Or the 2 plus 2 could equal 5.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know.
Just on a whim could have made it be that way. And that doesn't seem feasible, because if that's true, then all of logic just collapses, and then their claim that it's necessary doesn't work. And if God didn't create it, if it sort of exists essentially, well, then what work is God doing in the explanation for it anyway? Then God is redundant. You don't need God, because he's just some tag-along that's been smuggled into the argument that you don't actually need. So I think the way I spoke about this when tag came up it was either the last stream or the one before, is this idea of a terminus, right? So you can say, well, why is this? It's because of that. Why is that? It's because of that other thing. Why is that? It's because of that other thing. And eventually you get to something which is your baseline. You get to something which is your just because that's just how it is. And what happens is we all agree on a terminus. I'm prepared to accept that something like the laws of logic are just necessarily true, and that reality is just necessarily true. We're all aiming for this same brute fact. What they're doing is they're just relocating it into God, which doesn't actually explain anything. It's
that's
just
a really good way of putting it.
It's just renaming the stopping point without adding any explanatory value at all. And that, to me, is why this whole thing is just a joke. It's a non-argument. It's just complete nonsense. So I don't think that logic needs like a cosmic landlord. It works because coherent thought requires it. If we don't have it, if we can't make coherent statements, then we can't communicate about concepts. We can't know anything. We can't speak to each other about anything. And our ability to communicate with each other in a meaningful way collapses, and all we can do is make random noises, which doesn't get bridges built and all the rest.
By the way, I've seen a lot of Christians, not all, a lot of Christians though, will say God is all powerful.
But to a point, like he can't make a circle square. God, a lot of Christians accept that God can't violate the laws of logic.
Exactly.
If God can't violate them, then he's beholden to them.
Exactly. And therefore crediting him for somehow having created them is nonsense. So either way, they're in a bind, because if he's created them, then they just exist on a whim, and he could have done them differently, in which case you can't claim they're necessary. And if he didn't create them, and as Sean said, he's kind of beholden to them and he has to operate constrained within them, then what's he for in the argument? What explanatory value is a God adding to any of this? So that's where I think Tag breaks down. And it also breaks down because as I said, it's the category error of claiming that things like morality and logic exist in some way. They're not objects, they don't exist, they're just ways of keeping relating propositions to each other and make our statements.
And I'll say the moral. I kind of consider the moral argument different from Tag, because they're very different things. The laws of logic are an objective, abstract fact of how reality functions. Morality is just us having a stance on how we prefer people behave.
Yeah, Ice Pick has said it beautifully. Their descriptive linguistic construct. That's exactly right. Yeah. They allow us to make sensible statements and not just be babbling on, which is kind of what we're doing now. So we'll stop. But hopefully, Gordon, when you hear this back on the replay, hopefully that's satisfying and helpful in some way. I'm always happy to get into these debates about Tag with people if they want to, but I find it so boring. Like it's such a silly. It's word games. These things are just word games. I find it really silly. Okay, we are going to just read a couple of messages and then we'll see where we're at. We've got a couple of friends in the queue on the TikTok side, which we will hopefully get to very shortly. But just to make sure we get through these, Bethos, lovely to see you, Bethos, as always. God hardened the heart of the Pharaoh just to make the plague even more cruel. Why should I not harden my heart versus such a God? Well, that's true. And of course, in the whole sorry case of the Pharaoh, not only did God keep on hardening Pharaoh's heart, but he promised Moses beforehand that he was going to do it. So this was all a plan. And listen to this for a morally disgusting story. Is like Pharaoh has the Israelites enslaved. God says to Moses, I'm going to mess him up. I'm going to harden his heart so that he won't let them go. Moses goes to Pharaoh, let my people go. God hardens his heart, so he says no. This happens a couple of times, and eventually what God does is he sends all of these plagues, which, as we discussed right at the beginning of the show, end up killing the children of some of the enslaved people. The death of the firstborn doesn't just affect Pharaoh, and it affects lots of innocent people. Again, more collective punishment of innocent people. The firstborn of animals are also killed by this. So all of this heart hardening, and then this sort of psychopathic explosion of consequences as a result of what God has done is extremely unpleasant. And
I like what a guest said earlier about if God took a psychopathy test or what have you.
Yeah, he'd index hard, for sure. And Tim, again, only Sith dealing absolutes. Oh, we've had this one already. I'm sorry. Forgive me for that. And then we also have Joe Skeptic. Hey, Joe, lovely to see you. Thanks very much for this. Wow, John, that response to the hardening of hearts was so eloquent. Oh, thank you very much. That totally needs to be clipped. I'll do my best. I think we've got quite a good treasure trove of clips from tonight's live. I'm looking forward to getting into it tomorrow and seeing what to share. But we've had some good moments. It's been a good one today. I've really enjoyed it. So thanks for the lovely message there, Joe. I really appreciate it. I really do. Okay, well, we're sort of getting towards the time, but we've got Brian, our good friend Brian, in the queue, and we've got John. We're just going to bring in John first, and then we'll get to you, Brian, as well, and see where we are then. Hey, John, how are you doing? Are we there? Oh, TikTok's trying. That didn't work. Oh, it did work. Hey, John.
Yeah.
How you doing, John?
Oh, I heard breathing.
Oh, it's another snoozer. Shall we clip it? Shall we clip it?
Yeah, let's absolutely clip it. Love you, John.
Sleep tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite.
Rockabye baby on the treetop.
Okay, we'll say good night and sweet dreams to John. And to be fair, it is late. I can't remember where John is calling from, but if it's UK, it is 4 a.m. So nearly. So snoozing would be completely understandable. With
he
that,
was in full on REM.
That was proper hardcore sleep. Yeah. Brian, how are you?
I am hanging in like a hare in a biscuit.
Nice.
All right, you sound a little more awake than John. How you doing?
Man, when I heard the story about David and Bathsheba,
yeah,
I want to make a few more points of it. This will only take a few seconds.
Sure.
Because there's so much more to that than just number one. David sees Bathsheba, right? He's lusting at her. He sees her on the roof. And it's funny how it's worded. He has messengers to get her, and he laid with her.
Yeah, it's grim.
So what does that mean? I mean, the first thing that popped in my head is that movie, It's Good to Be the King. I mean, there's a power differential here. So what she can't say no, can she? He's the king of Israel.
Yep,
right.
She can't say no.
Okay. And they make a point in the scripture saying that she was purifying herself after her period. And the reason for that is, the way I was taught was, it clearly shows she's not pregnant. Okay? So David knows. So he lays with her. She gets pregnant. And clearly it has to be his. So David's sitting here going, oh, shit, what do I do? Her husband is at war. She's pregnant. Word's going to get out. So what does he do? He sends word, hey, go get Uriah, bring him back. And I know about this very well. For instance, when a military man's gone for a while and he comes back home to the wife, you know what happens first. My dad was sent to Okinawa. He was there for a year before my wife could come. I was born 9 months to the day that my mom showed up in Okinawa. I mean, that's how it works. It's just the way it is. You know, you're away from your wife. You want to be with her. So now, Uriah is clearly a good military leader. He loves his men because you can see part of it when he comes back, he does not go to his house and celebrate. His men are back at war. There's actually guilt when men have to come home early from combat, because they know their men need them. They know they want to be there. They want to help them. To come back and all of a sudden be with your wife, there's guilt there. And it's you have to learn how to deal with that. So anyway, he comes, he doesn't do that. So what's David got to do now? Well, he won't do it. So Uriah goes back. Oh, David even hasn't come to the house. Come to him. David gets him drunk. What? This is David. Yeah. This is the man. The Lord has sought out a man after his own heart, and the Lord has appointed him to be ruler over his people. That was just the book before, 1 Samuel. I mean, this is a man after the Lord's own heart. Okay, so he says, fine, send message to Uriah's leader. He's got to go out front at the worst of the battle. So, guess what happens? Uriah dies, and what blows me away is David's taking the task with that little, I call it a proverb, call it a whatever. And David said, oh, yeah, that person's really bad. He needs to be punished. And the prophet says, yeah, that person's you. And it's funny when I'm reading this, he says, when Bathsheba's done mourning, David sent and brought her to the house and becomes his wife and bore a son. So here's David now. Still now he's now got a new wife, and it just keeps getting worse. When the prophet holds him to account, this is what blows me away. Instantly, David realizes, I'm wrong. I've done something bad against the Lord. But what does the Lord say? He says, the Lord's put away your sin. You're not going to die. So women are raped. A woman is taken. Her husband is killed. But don't worry, David, you're not going to die. Someone else is going to die. Guess who else is going to die? Bathsheba's child.
The child.
I mean, can this get any worse?
Yeah.
Now a child's going to die. By the way that reads, for anybody that wants to say it's just a consequence, it says, the Lord struck the child.
Yeah.
It doesn't say as a consequence, it says the Lord did that. So that child dies.
Wasn't a quick death either. 7 days of illness and pain and suffering for a child.
So David fasts and weeps, saying, while the child's sick. But the child dies. And what does David say? Listen to this. While the child was still alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, who knows? The Lord may be gracious to me and the child may live. But now he's dead. Why should I fast?
Time for lunch. Time for lunch. Yeah.
Can I bring him back again? So, and then the next, David consoles his wife Bathsheba, and he went to her and lay with her, and she bore a son, and he named him Solomon. So, what happened to David? David is the cause of all this. He first lusts, then he takes her, and then he knows he's going to get caught. Okay, so he has the husband killed. Well, first he has to come back, have sex with her, and everybody will know, it was him, so everything will be okay. But no, that doesn't happen. He won't do it because he's a good guy. The good guy in all this is the guy that gets killed.
Yeah.
Okay. And David consoles his wife and went to her and lay with her. He's still laying with the woman that this all started with. And then the son they have, the son, David and Solomon together, are in the actual genealogy in Matthew 1 of Abraham to Jesus.
This is like a really bad telenovela.
This is just sickening.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible.
If we had a version of this nowadays,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
So this actually, as awful as it is, I can compartmentalize this because I don't think any of this shit actually happened. But it fascinates me from a psychological standpoint that men wrote this down and thought that this was a compelling story to tell. Like this was like a useful, moral, what have you story. Like the mindset of the people at the time.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you have Bathsheba who's forced to become a wife. You have women that are raped. It's even uglier than that. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, this is even in the open. It's not even hidden. You're bringing these people to rape these women in the streets,
up on the roof,
where Israel can see.
Up on the roof. Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking about all the women all David's wives that are forced to be. I mean, I don't think it says where that happens. It just says it's in the open where Israel can see.
What? When Absalom rapes them?
Yes.
It's under a tent up on the roof. Yeah.
Oh, I've missed that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's grim.
Yeah. So all this stuff we've got a dead child. We've got a woman that's made to be a wife. We've got a husband that's loyal to his men.
Yeah.
Who gets forced in front to die.
It's crazy.
And this guy is a man after God's own heart.
It says it all, doesn't it? Yeah, the apple didn't fall far from the tree.
Here's what's blown me away. Why did I miss this all the time I was Christian? I glossed over this, and I must have just said, you know what? This is God showing his judgment, and don't lust after a woman. And that was the main story I got. And it's like, wait a minute.
Exactly.
What about this? What about the people that got?
Yeah. And this is what happens time and time again when we confront believers with these stories. They just present us with the learning that they want to draw from it, whilst simultaneously ignoring the moral horror that wraps that little nugget of learning. It's amazing. Time and time again, it's always the same. It never stops fascinating me. I just find it absolutely amazing.
Well, every time like I said, I enjoy listening to y'all talk, and then going back and reanalyzing it now with a mindset that simply says, look at this just with your logical brain and how you treat and deal people today without a biblical worldview. Just a humanist worldview that says, be kind to others, treat others the way you would want to be treated yourself. That doesn't have to be from the Bible. That's just a general common, makes sense.
I just have to comment now. We've got people in the chat saying things like, the story is showing you the consequences of sin. This is the same idiotic argument we had earlier.
Yes.
They're not consequences. They're God capriciously just deciding to fuck over innocent people because of something that someone else did. That's not the consequences of sin. That's the consequences of having no moral compass.
Right.
I don't understand how people find this hard to understand.
Well, it's the whole core of, think about it, it's the whole core of Christianity. Adam sinned, and now we suffer the consequences.
Yeah.
Now, here's the difference. I suffer consequences of my dad's actions, my mom's actions. But you know what? I have the ability to, all right, how do I overcome those? I don't have that choice. According to God, we're all dead in sin. Yeah. I have no choice. I can't. Matter of fact, the theology of Christianity says I can't even do anything good.
Yeah.
When I go out every Saturday morning and help with the food drive, that's not good because I'm not a Christian.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can only sin.
Psalm 14.
So,
they are corrupt. They've never done any good. Yeah.
And I still don't understand that. If God's plan A, which should have been the only plan, there shouldn't have been a plan B. If God had a plan A where Adam and Eve were put in a garden, and that's how heaven per se is going to be, that's how his creation is going to live forever.
Yeah.
But somehow they sin, even though they don't know right or wrong. Somehow they still sin.
Yeah.
And that causes me to have the consequences. So why is heaven's not mentioned that? We're not going back to that in heaven. Heaven's totally different. Matter of fact, I lose my free will in heaven because in heaven I can't sin anymore. All I can do is good.
Yeah. Exactly.
I lose my entire ability to sin again, yet he gave that ability to Adam and Eve when he created plan A.
And you're always happy even though you have loved ones who are in hell, which means you are no longer yourself. You're basically a robot.
Oh yeah, you have to be changed. I've shared that many times. Number one, you have to be changed in such a way that doesn't affect you. There's no tears in heaven, that hurts, and I mean,
you're not going to care anymore about the people you love. They won't matter to you anymore. You won't care.
Think of what you just said. The people I love won't matter anymore that are in hell because I'm changed to not worry about that anymore.
Yeah, it's grim, absolutely disgusting.
Oh, I've heard grandmas tell me I'm going to be worshiping Jesus at his feet, and I'm like, well, get in line because there's billions of people supposedly that are going to do that. Well, no, I guess the path is thin, so I don't know. I'm just all right. That was it.
Thanks, Brian. No, I appreciate you. I appreciate you fleshing out the story because it is, I mean, for me, one of the most absolutely horrible moments in the Bible is this. Like, collective punishment is bad enough as a concept, but just this one instance of these poor women and their lives were completely ruined because, of course, having been, defiled by Absalom, David couldn't, touch them anymore, and so they were, locked away under lock and key on their own for the rest of their lives. Their lives are all ruined. They're sexually humiliated, raped, and their lives ruined, and they had no part in this action. So it is.
And to make it even worse, now the Lord has put away your sin; you shall not die. So the person that caused all this, the person that lusted, the person that committed adultery, the person that committed murder will not die. His sin will not be held against him. And he goes on to still be and lay with Bathsheba and have a child that's going to eventually, the genealogy is going to be Jesus. What a wonderful story.
Yeah, it's a winner. It's a winner. Thanks for coming in, Brian. Always a joy to speak to you, my friend.
All right, bye-bye.
Take it easy. Thanks. Okay. Okay, we do have a couple more lined up before we're going to end. So staying on the TikTok side, we're going to bring in Emmanuel, and then we've got Dan in the YouTube cube. So Dan, if you can be patient, after this call, we'll get you right up. Emmanuel, how are you?
All is well. How about you?
Very well indeed, thanks.
Doing
good. What would you like to say?
I'm just looking at your topics, which whichever one, what's the best one?
Whatever grabs your fancy. I mean, why don't you tell us what your perspective is? Are you a heathen non-believer like us, or are you believe in a God? In which case, which God do you believe in?
I'm for sure a believer in Jesus Christ.
Okie dokie. All right. Well, why don't we look at? I mean, we really love talking about the logic of belief and the logic of punishing the lack of belief. So let's look at that for a moment. So I know that John 3:18 says anyone who doesn't believe that Jesus is God is condemned already, right? And the unbeliever is condemned already. Why does it make sense to condemn someone just for not being convinced of something? Because you know what it's like to not be convinced of things. That's why you're not a Muslim. You're not a Sikh because you're just not convinced of the truth of Sikhism. It's not that you're not rejecting it and saying I don't want to know you. You're just not convinced that it's true. So that's how I feel about Christianity. It's like I'm just not convinced it's true. I'm open-minded about it and I'm open to evidence, but all the evidence I've seen so far just hasn't persuaded me. So because I'm not persuaded, I can't believe that Jesus is God. So why should I be punished for that?
So I think that, for one, I respect your logic. I think everyone's entitled to their own perspective, and I think even God values everyone's perspective because we're created in his image, according to what I believe. And I think that it's a different scenario than you proposed. I think that the condemnation is not brought on necessarily because of how you presented it. I think it's more so because there's no way to erase the sin. So from reading and studying the scriptures, when we do a sin, something happens to us and it stains our soul or something, or our spirit. And there's no way to take that stain off without Jesus Christ's blood.
Okay, so it's the same scenario. It's just semantically we can call it receiving the divine pardon. So the pardon is based on, not entirely, but in part, a hard prerequisite is that you believe the right things. So, but the problem is, if you're not convinced Jesus is Lord and Savior, there's nothing you can do about that. I can't by an act of will just decide to believe Jesus exists, right?
So I believe totally, if you wanted to right now, just say, you know what, I'm going to do it and just believe in Jesus. You certainly could.
You could not.
You know?
That's factually false.
Yeah, because
I don't know.
There would be there would be no former believers who tried to continue believing, and you're talking to one, and there are scores of them in this chat right now who wanted to believe, tried to continue believing, but couldn't. Look up the term non-resistant non-believer.
Well, can you just quickly tell me what prevents a person from doing that? Because the Bible explains that God actually would prefer and want all to be saved.
Right, but the Bible says that. What prevents people from believing is the same thing that prevents you from believing Superman exists. You can't, even if you wanted to.
I do actually believe that that spirit exists and it's a bad spirit. So I do believe all those Marvel created characters are existing in the spirit.
Okay, let's go with leprechauns. Do you believe leprechauns exist?
I think those are bad spirits.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go with I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
I
Do
think
you believe
the nursery rhyme.
do you believe John is a little teapot?
Well, no, that's not the same as those Superman and Marvel characters.
No, well, hold on. Yeah, no, I got you. Do you believe John is a little teapot?
I can see with my eyes that John is a man, so I do not believe that.
Okay, can you choose to believe John is a little teapot and actually believe it?
Yes, but I would be a liar.
No, so you can't. You can't. So when you say yes, but I would be a liar, what you're doing is equivocating between believing something and saying words. They're completely different. Believing something is something that happens to your mind. It's an internal state of your own brain. And saying words is an activity that you engage in. They are completely separate. They may be related, but they're completely separate. So you're not able to believe that I'm a teapot. Now, the reason for that is that there's strong evidence that shows you that I'm not a teapot. But if you think in your mind that just because the situation changes where there's a bit of uncertainty there and there isn't any more obvious strong evidence, that at that point we suddenly become equipped with a magical switch that allows us to turn belief on. That isn't how belief works. I know we would like it to be, but it just isn't. That's not how our human brains process belief. We know a fair amount about how this happens. And all the structures in your brain, the networks in your brain that evaluate a claim as to whether you believe it or not, are outside of your conscious control. They do their work before you even know about it. And they serve the results of that evaluation back up to your conscious awareness, which is downstream of those events. So we know this. We know how beliefs work, and we know how they don't work. And belief is not something that you can just instantiate into action by a mere act of will. That's not to say that there's no actions you can take to increase the likelihood of a belief, but you cannot choose to have one.
So I humbly disagree, and I think that's proven in mental health, and I think that's also proven when people go to court and plead insanity. I think that your logic is people can't believe what they want, but everyone has a unique perspective, and nobody is able to be in another person's body and see how they perceive life. So it sounded good what you said, but I think proof of that is the mental health industry. And also when people go to court, they can plead insanity and get off based upon how they perceive reality.
Okay, so let's look at two of those. Let's look at two of those. So the mental health industry has got absolutely nothing to say about people having the magical ability to decide to find things convincing that they don't find convincing. There's nothing in the mental health literature. There's nothing in that happens in mental health practice. There are no therapies. There are no interventions. Nothing that is predicated on the idea that you can decide that you can decide to find something persuasive that you don't find persuasive. Now, the reason why a lot of people who are schizophrenic suffer is because they become delusional and they start becoming convinced of things that aren't true, and wanting to not be is not enough to stop it happening. So the presence of schizophrenics is actually proof that belief can't be chosen, because if it could be, then people who had those kind of delusional conditions could simply decide to stop having them and they would go away. The fact that they can't and that they need medications to help them manage that is actually powerful proof to the contrary position to the one that you're spelling out. And in terms of
That's a good point.
And in terms of the other thing that you said, which is people claiming insanity, well, people claim all sorts of things, and sometimes people actually are judged to, be less accountable for their actions because of mental health breakdowns. But that does not lead you to those people can choose to become convinced of things. It just tells you that sometimes people have diminished responsibility on grounds of mental illness. I don't know why you would think that establishes the point you're trying to establish.
I'm going to tell you why, because I'm a mental health professional, and there's a whole list of mental illness that have to do with false beliefs. The first, most obvious one is delusions, which by definition is a fixed false belief that a person holds strongly despite clear evidence against it.
You're arguing against your own position. Dude, stop. Listen to yourself. You're arguing against your own position.
Distortion.
But before
Can I
you
just
move
finish
on,
really quick?
but let's deal with the one you just said. So someone who's
Can I just
having
finish the list, please?
But why do you want
You're
to have?
stopping my thought, and I didn't do that to you, sir.
But
Can
you
I
want to
please
go through a
finish?
whole list. I want to talk about the
I
thing
just
you
want
just
you to be
said.
civil and allow me to finish, so we
Okay,
can have a civil
finish
conversation.
your list, and then we'll go back to the beginning of it again.
Thank you. The next is simple false belief, which is in developmental psychology. You've got confabulation, which is creating false memories with intended to lie. There's a whole list of different mental conditions.
Yeah, they're in the DSM. I know them.
Yeah, dealing with people who perceive life and believe things that are not true.
Correct.
So I think that it's impossible.
Thank you for making my
you to
argument
say
for me.
A person cannot falsely believe something or choose to believe something.
Hang on. Look at the equivocation. You said a person can't falsely believe something. That's not the argument. People believe false things all the time. The argument is that you cannot choose to make yourself convinced of something you don't find convincing. And none of the people suffering from any of the conditions that you mentioned, that are all in the DSM under delusional conditions and similar things, none of those people are equipped with the magical ability to take something they don't find convincing and by a sheer act of will and whim suddenly start to find it convincing. None of those people. And I suspect you probably know that.
If I say
why use medication? Just tell them to tell them
of your background right there. It's not green and it's black. Is that a delusional statement or no?
If you become convinced of something that's false because you're delusional, that means that your brain's ability to correctly map reality has gone faulty, right? It doesn't mean that you just chose it. You're bringing in the ability to choose conviction in instances where it has literally nothing to do with that. People have delusions all the time. People suffer from just faulty reasoning and lack of critical thinking all the time. People come to incorrect conclusions all the time. And these delusional conditions are so serious precisely because the people afflicted by them are not able to wish them away in the way that you're suggesting they can. If we could just choose our beliefs, then no one would ever be delusional, because you could just choose to believe things and make the delusional beliefs go away. You're powerfully arguing against your own position.
Different religions, sir. That's not true, because by your own words, that it should be impossible for everyone to have different religions.
No. Nonsense. Different religions are easily explained by the fact that different people are convinced of different things.
If I can't choose what I believe, then what's the difference between a person that chooses to be, let's say, Islam, or chooses to be a Jew,
doesn't exist,
or a person who chooses to be Christian at one point and says, "Oh, I've deconstructed."
Yeah.
What are you talking about, sir?
You're talking about choosing to be. Laughing isn't
I apologize. I meant to mute it. Let me mute it. I didn't.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's a common thing for people to like fake laugh as a rhetorical device. So
I assure you that wasn't
people.
A fake laugh.
Okay, people not having a choice in what they believe doesn't mean different people won't have different beliefs. It's absurd to suggest that. It doesn't say that at all. So people, if you're born and raised in, for example, Thailand, you're more than likely going to be born into a Buddhist family and a Buddhist culture, etc., and you're going to become convinced of Buddhism. If you're born and raised in Saudi Arabia, you're going to be born into a Muslim family in a Muslim culture, and you're more than likely to be convinced of Islam. So I don't know why that's confusing for you.
You said you used to be a Christian. Did anyone force you not to be a Christian?
No, nobody forced me to, but that doesn't mean it was
a choice not to be a Christian.
So is it a false dichotomy? Hold on.
Sir.
No, that's a false dichotomy. That's a false dichotomy.
What's
as I
the
learned
other
more,
power that caused you to not be a Christian?
You got to let me explain. What?
So basically, as I got older, learned more about the world, I began to have doubts. I fought against them. I tried to continue believing God exists, and I couldn't. And through much introspection, praying, etc., I couldn't continue believing because I became unconvinced by new information, new life experiences that God is real. I didn't decide. I know for a fact I didn't decide to stop believing in God because I have access to my own mind and I know my own life experience.
Well, as a mental health professional, what I just heard you say was you literally have a reason for why you stopped believing. And that literal stop in belief was because you could not become convinced. So you actually have a reason why you chose to not be a Christian. And that's what you just said.
Hold on. If I could not be convinced, it's nonsensical to say I chose
I think
to stop
I think I
being
see what's
convinced.
happening here. I think I see what's happening here. You're fixating on the decision to identify a certain way, like choose to not be a Christian. Yes, you can choose to not identify any way you like, but that's not where the belief lies. That's something that happens after the belief has happened or not happened. Choosing how to identify is obviously something you do. It's an action. The process that Sean is talking about isn't choosing to identify. It's being aware of what you find convincing. And that is not something that you can change at will. It's something that changes as a result of being persuaded or not being persuaded. That's it. This is universally true. I know you disagree, but you're wrong.
If you say so, sir, but I think that there's plenty people that would disagree and say we have the ability to choose our own way.
Then why give people medication if they have delusions? Why not just tell them, oh, dude, just stop believing those nutty things that scare you every day?
Some people do, and they're called Christians.
Right. Yeah. All of mental health. You call yourself a mental health professional. You should be ashamed of yourself for saying something like that.
No, because
let's just throw away the meds. Yeah, throw away the meds and just chug on a Bible instead, because that's going to work out really, really well for everyone, isn't it? This is total nonsense.
Yes, it works for a lot of people, sir.
It doesn't.
For you.
I'm not talking about myself. You're making ludicrous claims about human psychology. I don't know what type of mental health professional you are, but right now I'm feeling a bit concerned.
Do you prescribe to your? Do you as a mental health professional, when people have delusions, prescribe to them just become a Christian and then they're cured? Is that what you're saying?
My first go-to is always spirituality. And we have great success with that. In the name of
are you a mental health professional for a church? Quote unquote mental health professional?
No, I don't work for a church, sir.
Okay, so you actually work for a mental institution or a hospital of some sort?
Correct.
Okay, if you're not full of it, and I suspect you are, you should have your license.
In Jesus Christ's name, I am not lying to you, sir. Why should I lie to you?
Well, this is very, very concerning then, because you should not be prescribing 2,000-year-old Bronze Age blood sacrifice cults to people having mental health difficulties. That's the absolute last thing people need.
I never once said that I prescribed medication, did I, sir?
No,
I didn't mention medication.
Pushing religion on your patients.
There's counselors, there's mentors. I work in the mental health field at a facility for mental health.
Are you an orderly?
I mean, I'm not going to publicly say what I do, but I work in a mental health facility, sir.
Okay. So you're not an actual mental health professional. You just work.
I am a mental health professional, sir.
Right.
Wow.
And you're recommending religion to people who are having mental health difficulties, and we wonder why there's 50 million people suffering from religious trauma in America right now. I think we have the answer here. It's this kind of craziness, and I honestly don't know how much training you have in psychology, but everything you said, every example you gave, as intended to counter my claim that belief is an involuntary process, actually proved that it's an involuntary process. So I think this was not a successful dialectic exercise for you. I'm a bit concerned to hear
So
that
I
you're
think
working with
that
people and that
you
your first line intervention is recommending that people get religious rather than other forms. I think there's no place for religion in mental health. I really don't. I think that's for people to decide themselves what their own spiritual inclinations are. But I don't think people should be pushing religion on people in times of mental health stress. That is lighting lots of red lights for me.
I'm honestly as likely to believe John is really is a little teacup short and stout. I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah, yeah, I think so too. Okay, I think we're probably done with that. But thanks for all of that. That was cool and interesting. So we've got Dan in the YouTube queue that we're going to get in right now. Hopefully this will work. Dan's been waiting a while. And then we've got no comment Lily in the TikTok side. And then we'll see where we're at. It's 20 past 4 a.m. over here in the UK. I'm still going strong, though. I'm feeling good. So let's have Dan in right now. Hey, Dan.
Hey, you hear me good?
We can hear you. How are you?
Good. I don't think I'll be able to hear Sean, or maybe I will be. I don't know. Look, I wasn't able to on the video. It doesn't matter. Maybe.
Are you able to hear me now?
Oh, I can. Okay, great. I was just concerned that I, sound like I was ignoring you.
We got you.
All right. Anyway, I was listening to Screaming Silence's call, and I was, just like touched by his story and proud of him and wishing him the best and thinking of other people. And I was thinking back on my own story, and I realized that today is my 5-year anniversary of meeting with my church leader and telling him that I no longer believed in God. March 21st, 2021.
Good for you, dude.
I wanted
Awesome.
to celebrate with you all and mark this, anniversary. And thank you for doing what you're doing. This mission of supporting unbelief and it's really nice. It feels good.
Thank you, Dan.
Because I struggled for about a decade before I realized that that I just didn't believe anymore. Right? I was unconvinced. I found myself unconvinced of what I lived with my whole life, 40 years before that.
Yeah.
And it's tough. It's a lot. And 5 years later, I'm still watching content like this, to help myself. So,
well, we all need a bit of topping up sometimes, and particularly a bit of community. And it's very, very human to look to others around us for validation and to like check. I got this right, haven't I? And that's very, very natural. And I need it too. I mean, I haven't deconstructed from religion, but I have other things where I like to just look to similarly minded people around me to go, yeah, I've got this right. My thinking is right on this. I'm okay. I've got this right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's great that it serves that need, and I'm really, really pleased for you. Like 5 years, man, that's great.
Yeah, and it's I think I just maybe wanted to tell everybody that's maybe struggling a little bit is that it's okay to be hurt, to feel hurt. It's okay to feel feel a loss and mourn that loss, and it's okay to be angry, which was kind of tough for me personally.
Yeah.
And one thing that I felt crazy with was I would be angry at God. And it's okay to be angry at a God that you no longer believe exists, even though it's a confusing emotion.
Yeah. That reminds me a little bit of, in mathematics, there's this concept, imaginary numbers, right? So I being the square of -1, and it's a number that's irrational. It doesn't exist. It's a nonsense thing, but it still has a use. You can use it to get stuff done. So here you can have you can have this imaginary target of anger and resentment and frustration and sunk costs and opportunity losses and all of that kind of stuff. And it can be the God that you don't believe in. I think that's an absolutely valid target for anger. I think that's well said and really astute.
Yeah. So I've just called in to say thank you and to celebrate, mark my anniversary, and
brilliant.
Yeah, so thanks.
Well, congratulations on that.
Thanks, and I think it's great that you have a never believer and a previous believer. I think that it helps. I'm sure it helps, like in the debates where you can, Sean can step in and say, "Hey, I used to believe this stuff," but I think also it helps. It probably helps Jon, retain that compassionate, view that you have, that you exhibit for people who believe currently and people who used to believe. And it was, because I can still remember it. I was very convinced when I was convinced. It felt so obvious.
Sure.
And then it slipped away. And anyway, so great work. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Really appreciate you. Big up and congratulations on 5 years. That's awesome stuff. Take care, friend.
Bye.
Thanks. Okay, as promised, we're going to go over to the TikTok side now and bring in no comment. And then we just have got someone else has just joined the YouTube queue too. So not flagging yet. So let's see how we go. Bringing in no comment right now. And we'll see how we are with that. Hey, no comment. Another snorer. No way. It's another one.
We are putting them to... Are you going to clip it?
Oh, it's the best. Oh, it's glorious. I'm tempted to start shouting fire, fire as loud as I possibly can.
Well, clip it, and I just started following him. Clip it, and I'm going to send it to him.
Oh, bless. I almost don't have the heart, but yeah, okay. Well, it's all going to be forever immortalized on YouTube. Wonderful.
Right.
Okay. Well, we'll do the right thing and gently tuck no comment into bed there. And we now have we've got PVG. PVG on the YouTube side. We're going to bring in just a moment. There we go. PVG, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going. How are you?
Not bad. Just a bit under the weather. I'm sorry, this is my first time in your channel. I do see a lot of debates around around this topic. So I was just, it was recommended on my feed, and I really like the way you were doing it. Just to remind me, I'm an atheist too.
Sure.
However, I do have, I do have a lot of, because I remember, I believe just a few minutes ago, you were talking to someone who claimed to be a psychologist. Because I'm a graduate in psychology, and I'm trying to get into my PhD moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
And I could honestly say we don't. Yes, there is some junk parapsychology in research that we have to put up with, and you could be a positivist or you could be one of the constructionists. And I'm not against constructionism, but it can sometimes encourage these beliefs just for the sake of it. And then there's also a lot of junk research around parapsychology that I usually avoid, but nowhere in clinical psychology that you prescribe religion as a modality for clinical conditions. So I think that's very unethical, and they wouldn't allow that in the NHS or.
Yeah, I mean he was in the US. He was in the US, but my wife has a doctorate and postdoctoral training in clinical psychology, and she would absolutely agree. There is no legitimate use for religion as a frontline modality for people in mental health clinical settings. That isn't a thing. Like, you can have chaplains and you can have people with spiritual advisors and all of that kind of stuff, but it's not the job of healthcare professionals to be administering religious guidance to people. That is a massive overstepping of boundaries.
I can't help but believe that even in the US, if you are using your position
to push your religion on others, that would be considered malpractice, and you could lose your license for that.
Yeah,
I can't say I know for sure, but I can't. It's hard for me to believe it would be any other way.
Yeah, there's probably some way of sneaking it through, as you know, sort of, what do they call it, like pastoral care or stuff like that. But yeah, it certainly shouldn't be the way.
I think the US has statewide laws. So some states, I don't know. It's quite weird. I've always considered it. There are these federal standards, and then each state can have their own standards.
That's
so maybe
true.
some states are goofy enough to let that
Maybe.
slide. Because I know, I know that some states where the right-wing states that kind of ban abortion altogether. And make it a criminal offense. So I wouldn't be surprised if some states allowed spirituality to be a modality for mental health. I think, and even in the UK, but when I was in university, there was a chaplaincy service, and sometimes they kind of do it as a if someone, they kind of consider spiritual health as a spectrum of mental health. But it's sometimes it's kind of like aftercare. It doesn't replace the care you would get from a hospital or a therapist, and the care that you get from a chaplaincy is just usually for the community. You go and talk to someone of your tribe or your culture.
Yeah,
and I'm even against that. But most of the time, those people don't force religion on you. They're not allowed to preach. They're only supposed to give you a sense of community as opposed to preaching. So,
do you guys have military chaplains in the UK?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have them too, and they are under strict rules and regulations about not proselytizing or treating people different, etc.
I've just been looking up some stuff for USA regulations on people in practitioners in mental health, introducing religion as therapeutic practice. It is legal within narrowly agreed parameters. It needs to be client-led or client-consented, and it cannot be the imposition of a religion. A therapist pushing their own beliefs is professional misconduct, could lead to licensing sanctions or lawsuits. So I don't think that guy actually was a mental health professional. My guess is he's probably the janitor or does the accounts or I don't know. But there was nothing credible about that. His examples for trying to prove that belief is voluntary all prove that belief is involuntary. So he was arguing against his own position without realizing it, which is always faintly amusing, but not necessarily massively productive in the conversation.
No. I mean, I've come across some people who are housemates when I was at university. They were quite indoctrinated. She was quite indoctrinated. She was a student, and she was struggling with some mental health and stress. And I said, why don't you go to the mental health counselors we have at the university? And no, my mother would never allow it because her problem stemmed from how her family was treating her.
Right.
And then said, if I told this to my mother, and they were like church indoctrinated sort of a family going to church, and the only thing they would advise her to go to church or read the Bible. That's your cure. And I've only seen lay people who are indoctrinated, pursue religion as a modality. And also, I have an Indian background as well. And when I visited India, I stay between India and the UK. And I do a bit of medical tourism. That's my business, actually. I try to regulate medical tourism to India for people who can't afford private care or who can't wait in line for the NHS for an important surgery for many years. And I have a hard time filtering the healthcare here because there is this Ayush Foundation, which is funded by the government. And there's a lot of traditionalist fallacies here with Ayurveda and Siddha and homeopathy, considering homeopathy was founded in Germany. And most of this is kind of based on the paranormal, mystical roots of those practices.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to tell people. I mean, most people know, the doctors here have a hard time filtering it out. And then most people know that this is fake, this is not real medicine. And they discard all of modern medicine, or just real medicine, as allopathy, which is not a term I like, because that was coined by the founder of homeopathy. And if you look at most of the practices in India, they appeal to the mysticism, to God, and sort of paranormal saints that formulated these practices. And it's such a huge, it's a huge business. And when I was trying to regulate the tourism to hospitals, a lot of those, like even the government of the state that I was negotiating with, they wanted a good amount of integrative health. We have to integrate medical tourism with the retreats to the alternate health we have as part of our culture. And I had to tell them, because I can't downright tell them don't do this, because that's kind of, I need to work with those people. But at the same time, I'm telling them, you can't promise someone having cancer or needing a transplant to come and take Ayurveda and retreat to cure it. And those claims are there, and it's very dangerous and unethical. But I have a hard time fighting these things, and because there's a huge backlash from the alternate health community, and so many people get really affected health-wise. They end up with liver failure, end up with terminal illnesses because they went to an alternate healthcare provider.
It's terrible. I know people who have lost their lives through stuff like this. So I know exactly what you're talking about. But dude, we're going to move it on. Thank you for coming in to say hello. We appreciate that, and the clarification as well. We now have a number of people who do actually work in the mental health industry who are all saying that guy was full of shit, and I think we all know it. So there we are. The power of the crowd has provided some clarity that we all sort of suspected anyway. But thanks very much indeed for coming in, PVG.
Thank you.
Take care.
Cheers. Take care.
Okay, well, we've got a friend of the channel, a long-time friend of the channel, Rebel Apostate, coming in to say hello. Hello. Oh no, we can't hear you. This is devastating. This is the same issue we had earlier. Is everything all right with your microphone and stuff? It has been working okay.
It seems random, like for some people.
It does seem random, yeah. This is upsetting, because we definitely would like to speak to Rebel Apostate. Why is that not working?
Write on paper and just hold up like your responses. I was joking. You don't have to.
No, we're not doing that. Hang on.
I think she wants to do it anyway.
You're going to have to interact with us through the medium of interpretive dance. Is the only way we're going to be able to do this conversation now. Let's see what is going on with this. I can't read that. You're going to go something. We see that you're going to go on TikTok. Excellent.
Oh, good.
Yes,
good,
go on TikTok. We'll see you on TikTok, because this one is not working for some reason. Right, get on TikTok. And we'll see you there. Good. Okay. Excellent. I'm still going. What's up with that? I'm going to pay for this tomorrow, but it's fine. I think I'm trying to catch up on missed time, because I was so sad not being able to stream when I wasn't well. Now, is this going to be her? Hello? Hello, how are you? No, that's the wrong person. Okay, I thought it might be. Yeah, that didn't go well. That was someone else. I wondered if it would be a different name. But hopefully Rebel Apostate gets on quickly onto the talk machine, and we can get her in and have a chat. Yeah, I was wondering about a Bob Dylan as well. 30, all the bits of paper. Yeah, that would have been good. But that didn't work. I wonder why. This video is being really weird and janky tonight. Really strange. But then working completely perfectly for some. So I wonder if it's more about the hardware at their end, because you sound fine.
Yeah.
Um,
And it's not just people being completely silent. There was a time when you were echoing something fierce, and then another time when one of the guests was echoing fiercely. But it didn't seem to affect
when that's happened
YouTube.
for you, have you switched off the TikTok, because the echo could be you're hearing
I
the
made
signal
sure
twice. You did, right?
I was making sure
Right.
I have an earbud in for TikTok, and then I just turn my phone all the way down.
Right.
And then I mute myself.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yep. So, are the queues empty at the moment?
Queues are empty right now, well, let's see what happens in the next few minutes. But if she comes back in on TikTok, but I do need to show you the members wall. This is for anyone who wants to support the channel. We do have memberships on YouTube. It's a really good way to help, and I just want to show you that we've got Amon Ra, How to Push Back, Gordon Loves Science, Liberty Giblets, Tim Cooney, and Drew Smith are the heroes that make up the Inner Circle membership tier. They get their own theme song. So this is their music. So thank you very, very much for that. And thanks to everyone who's supporting the channel. It really, really makes a difference, and I appreciate it very, very much. So that's the musical section of the evening over. But yeah, appreciate that.
Were you playing music just now?
Yeah, I was playing some music. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys heard it.
I didn't hear it.
Maybe you didn't. Maybe it didn't work, but I thought it did. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we still don't have Rebel Apostate in, strangely. Not sure why, but we do have someone else. So let's get rid of that. We've got Nardo there, so let's take Nardo and then see if Rebel Apostate comes back in again.
Okay.
Hey Nardo.
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
Man, I'm doing amazing.
Good.
Good.
Good. What would you like to say?
Well, look, I hear this conversation about God is not morally good a lot, and it's just like it kind of gets tiring at like the excuses people have for him not being morally good. I don't think it's ever really justified, because if we're talking about God here and the God of the Bible, if he's the true God, no one can judge him. And you can all assume that he's a morally
Why?
bad God.
Hang on. Let's stop there for a moment. Why can no one judge him? I've never understood this argument. When you judge someone, what you mean is you have an idea of what constitutes, say, goodness or justice. You have an idea of that. It's a subjective thing, right? But every opinion anyone has is a subjective thing. And then somebody else behaves in a certain way, and you make an evaluation about whether that person's behavior is in accordance with your idea of goodness or justice or isn't. That's what making a judgment is. No one's going to tell me I don't get to have an opinion on something. I don't get to have an opinion about whether somebody's behavior is ethical or not. Of course we can judge it. Like, it's not about who's in charge. Like, in the same way that you could have a king, you could judge your king. You could have a president, you can judge the president. It doesn't give you authority over them, but you're not deprived of your ability to have an opinion.
You know what?
Nardo,
I agree.
You consider God to be good. You consider God to be good, right?
Yeah, but I want to say real
Hold on.
quick.
Hold on.
Go
But
ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
that just, yeah, that's okay. You consider God to be good, so you're also judging him. Or is it like one-sided? You can judge him if it's positive, but you can't judge him if it's negative.
No, I was wrong. Like, sure, you have the ability to have an opinion. Like, you're human. You have free choice. Like, I agree there. So
We're doing
what you're doing. We just expressed a different opinion than you.
Yeah, but when it comes to like having an opinion on whether he's a morally good God, I think ultimately it holds no value when we have these opinions, because trying to.
Including yours, right? Like you judging him as good has no value.
I mean, sure. Look, I'm morally flawed, just like anyone else. I think every person is morally flawed, and I think God is morally perfect being, and so my opinion holds no value, and everyone else.
Hold on. You just assessed that he is a morally perfect being. That is a judgment from you.
I mean, you can say, yeah, that's my opinion. Like it's
So can I ask you something about that opinion then? So does it follow that a morally perfect being, then everything that being does and says is morally perfect?
Well, yeah, I would assume so.
So that means that everything that God commands others to do would also be morally perfect, right?
Yeah.
So when God makes a rule that says that if women don't bleed in the right way on their wedding night, they can be stoned to death because they suspected of not being virgins. And that rule is so inept that it fails to take account of the fact that lots of virgins just don't bleed the first time they have intercourse. And so a load of people are needlessly stoned to death because it's an idiotic rule. Is that morally perfect?
If my answer changes, my answer doesn't change. It's still morally perfect because God commanded it. Like there's no difference whether we interpret.
So I just want to pin you down on this a little bit then. So are you familiar with the rule I'm talking about, with the law I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Right. So you know which one it is, right? It's Deuteronomy 22:13.
Yep.
It's an idiotic virginity test for young girls or women, or rather. They would have been young girls. Many of them would have been teenagers. So it's an idiotic virginity test. It's supposed to protect women from being slandered by their husbands, and there is a little bit of protection there. But for the main part, it's to basically have them killed if anyone suspects they're not virgins and they can't prove it with an idiotic test. Why do you think that's good? This is a test that would have this is a rule that would have resulted in lots of innocent people being killed.
I mean, it's not about why do I think that's good, because I can.
It is about that. That's the question I asked you.
I mean, not necessarily, because when I don't know what God is unless it's God. So when it comes to my opinion on why is it God, I can't really give if God commanded it, it's God. It's that simple.
You don't have an opinion about whether innocent people being stoned to death is good or bad. That's what you just said. You don't have an opinion about that. It might be good.
I don't have an opinion on the verse. If God commanded it, it's good. Like that's my conclusion.
Nardo, by what criteria did you determine God is morally perfect?
By what criteria?
Yeah.
I mean, the Bible says God is good, and so.
So it's just by decree. You're not actually assessing goodness or badness. Is there anything God could do that you would consider evil? Like, is there any limit, any line where you would say, okay, that's evil?
Yeah,
or is it just God can do literally anything and you consider it good?
If God, okay, let's say hypothetically speaking, if God unalived every innocent child for no reason whatsoever, then I would assume that this God is morally I'd say this God is morally evil. Like that's
so
an evil act.
So that's where you draw a line in the sand. So was Noah's flood evil?
No, I don't think it was evil.
Okay, did he drown every child on the planet?
He drowned
and baby.
World. I mean, the world was corrupt, and his reasons to why he flooded the world, I think, is misconstrued. It's actually justified.
It's justified, yeah. To kill all the babies, kill all the animals. Everyone was bad, right? All the babies were bad. Everyone was those evil bad babies.
So DNA, and this is the problem, right? And this, I had to look into this as well. Human DNA became corrupt, and so when God flooded the world, He was getting rid of flawed human beings who had Nephilim DNA. You see,
Nephilim DNA.
Yeah, no,
Was
hold
God's
on.
power?
We see evidence in today's society when
Right.
we see children and humans with six fingers,
Yes.
and we see conjoined twins.
Yeah,
All
that's Nephilim, isn't it? Yeah. Your brain is so turned to mush by this religious bullshit
So
that
if
you
you're-
don't understand
if
basic genetics. So we got
along
that.
with a-
I mean,
with a
look, it's
that's
we can
evil,
differ in opinion. I'm not gonna slander anyone. Like
Yeah.
you can take. You see,
Your opinion is ill-informed garbage. So, is God capable of giving rules and statutes that are not good? Is he capable of doing that?
I mean, if he's God, I would assume sure, but I don't. If he's God, I don't think he would.
What if he did?
What would? Yeah.
What if he did?
Yeah, if he gave a rule that wasn't good, would that still be good?
I mean, if if the intention of the rule was for it not to be good from God, then that wouldn't be good.
It wouldn't be good, right? And is God capable of discerning what's a good law or a good rule and not a good law?
I mean, if he's God, I would assume so.
Right. So if God labeled a law not good, then presumably it would be not good, correct?
Yeah. I mean,
Right. We wouldn't want to besmirch his judgment, right? So we've said so far that God knows how to tell a bad law, and that if God actually gave a bad law, that would be bad, right?
Yeah.
So in Ezekiel 20:25, God talks about having given some bad laws as well. Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. So there's God admitting that he's made bad laws. Are you saying that God is incapable of correctly discerning whether those laws were good or bad?
No, I think with this verse, more than likely, those people couldn't live up to the standards that he gave.
Yeah,
And
he gave them bad laws. He said, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. They were never achievable. So he's admitting that he did this for his own reasons to kind of punish and make them suffer. Bad. He gave them bad laws. He's admitting that they were bad. So you now are in the unenviable position of having to accept that the bad laws that God gave were actually good, thereby making God wrong.
I mean, it's a matter of interpretation. If people can't live up to God's
He's not
He's
just saying that they couldn't live up to it. He said, I gave them bad laws.
Well,
Yeah,
I
so
mean, if
there were
they
two
couldn't live
types
up
of
to
laws.
the standards, then I would assume so. Yeah,
Hold on. There's an and in there. So he gave laws that were not good, i.e., bad, and statutes that they couldn't live up to. So it's not just that you could try to argue God gave laws that were good, but they couldn't live up to them. But that's not what he said. He said, I gave bad or statutes that were not good. I'm trying to remember verbatim.
What a mess.
But laws that were not good and statutes they couldn't live up to.
Yep, that's exactly the wording. Statutes that were not good, meaning bad laws, and ordinances, which are also laws, by which they could not live. They couldn't live by them. They couldn't do it. He did it deliberately to make people suffer. And in your view, that's good because you are committed to anything God does being good. You're just a slave to divine command theory, which basically means you don't have morality. You've replaced your morality with obedience. You're basically a mental slave. And, forgive me for not aspiring to that.
Yeah, look, everyone's different. Like, I'm an appreciative person. Like, I'm happy to be on this earth. Like, I didn't exist 1 trillion years ago. Like, and God put me here, so I'll be obedient 100%. This world's a beautiful place. You may not think the same, and that's fine. But
I think the world is a beautiful place too. I think it would be more beautiful if people didn't believe this complete hogwash.
Yeah, I mean, well, he gave us all of this, so I'll appreciate it. Like, and I'll give him his respects. If he wants me to be obedient, I'll grant him that. Like, life is so precious. It's so precious.
Life is precious, although God doesn't think life is very precious, which is why he's so indifferent to it when it's lost. Doesn't care. Quite enjoys killing people. He's just, you got to kill those little babies, haven't you? You got to kill babies with swords when he says so. If you were one of the Israelite soldiers when they were being told to go and slay the Amalekites and make sure that they kill every last one, would you have followed those commands?
I mean, if I was an Israelite soldier and you're putting me in a scenario, I more than likely would have, if I'm being realistic.
Yeah,
including the babies.
I mean, it says, let's just remember exactly what it says here. Go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. You'd have done it, right?
I mean, look, I don't know if I would have unalived the child, but the rest, more than likely, again, if I'm an Israelite soldier.
You wouldn't have done what God said?
I don't know if I would have unalived the child. Like, I wouldn't. I don't know if I'd have that type of obedience as an Israelite soldier. But again, I'm more than likely
would it have been the right thing to do to kill the child, even if you maybe didn't have the stomach for it? Would it have been the moral thing to do?
Well, if God is just, then yeah, it would have been a morally good command.
And if you got into the room and maybe the mother was there, maybe still nursing the child, maybe holding the child in her arms, maybe the child was breastfeeding, who would you kill first, like the mother or the child?
I don't know if I would kill any. Like, that's the honest answer. I'm giving you a human answer. Like,
Nardo, you're struggling with this. You're better than your Bible, dude. We can hear you struggling with it.
No, that's not me being better than my Bible. I'm flawed. I'm a human being. Like, I don't know if every Israelite soldier.
Things are bad when the flaw that you're reflecting on is your disinclination to kill children, is what you view as a flaw. That's interesting. So anyway, with that,
I mean, obedience. My obedience is like, I'm flawed. Like, I've lied in the past. I've stolen. Like, it's no different.
I think we're missing the point a little bit here. So the problem we have here, Nardo, is that if you decide at the beginning that absolutely any atrocity gets to be defined as good just because God did it, then words like good don't mean anything anymore. You don't have good. There is no good. All you have is all you have is blind obedience. That's it.
Yeah.
You have nothing else.
But do you know what good it looks like? Like, do you think you have a morally perfect understanding of what good is?
No, not morally perfect, but I think I have a much more coherent understanding of goodness than the one you're describing right now, because the one you're describing is morally empty. You're not describing goodness, you're just describing blind obedience, which is what the soldiers did at Nuremberg. We're just following orders.
Can I ask you this then? Do you agree with abortion?
Do I agree with it? I think it's very tragic. I think it's very tragic, and I think it's particularly tragic for often for women who have to end pregnancies, which is very traumatic for them. But I believe in women's autonomy. I think that women should have autonomy. But I think this is a very separate discussion to this. We're talking here not about abortion. We're talking about orders to kill children with swords. It's a completely different thing to a nuanced discussion about bodily autonomy, weighing up the interests of a woman to control her own body with the perceived interests of a developing fetus, which is not the same thing at all.
Yeah, but this idea that you value, like the life of a child in the way you're saying, the way you're judging God of the Bible, I would assume that you
this is a
pivot.
It's a pivot, and it's a desperate pivot to try and get away from. It is to get away from the discomfort of you saying that the moral thing to do would have been to kill babies and children with swords, and that it represents some kind of failure on your part. A failure of character that you may not have had the fortitude to do it. And, sadly, your obedience wouldn't take you to the point of infanticide. But, there we are. There we are. We will move on from here as time is moving on. It's coming up to 5 a.m. here. So we're going to draw things to a close very shortly, Nardo. But, thanks for coming to speak to us again.
No worries, host.
And yeah, we'll speak soon. I hope you can reflect on this stuff and think about it, but I rather suspect you probably won't. Okay, that's pretty disgusting. There we are. A few more messages to read out. We have Tim. My God, you're a machine. I've worked a full day and you're still going. I've got a horrible feeling I might have had a super chat fell off my queue before I could read it out. I'm so sorry. If you posted a super chat and I didn't read it out, it normally keeps them for a very long time, but I think we might have gone a bit too long and I might have lost one. So very, very sorry if that's the case. Tim again says, 2 clowns eating a cannibal, one sister, the other one. I think we got the joke wrong. I'm missing that one. I'll have to work on that.
2 clowns eating a cannibal.
Yeah, I'm feeling slow.
So there's an irony in the cannibal being eaten. I don't know. I can't get it either.
Yeah, but it'll probably come to me at like some point in the middle of the night.
You'll wake up in the middle of the night.
Probably, yeah. It'll have to be tomorrow night. And Joe, thank you very much, Joe. Those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. Very well judged quote there from Voltaire. Absolutely right. It's just sickening to hear people justifying this stuff. It really is. I mean, we have these conversations over and over again. We use the same examples because they just are the best ones. They are the most extreme instances of just moral depravity. And you hear these people going, yeah, it's the right thing. And yeah, everything God says and does is good and whatever it is. And it's really, really sickening. Okay. We do have 2 in the TikTok queue. So I'm going to take one more and then we'll see where we are. We are going to go with No Name Found and see where that takes us, because it's approaching 5 a.m. here right now, and we've been on it for 7 hours. But No Name Found, how are you? Are you there? I guess possibly not. So
Might be a silent sleeper.
Yeah, we're not going to go with No Name Found because No Name Found has not been found. We're going to go with Aidan, who will probably be our final guest of the, I was going to say night, but of the morning. Bringing in Aidan right now. Rebel, I'm really sorry we couldn't get you back on, but we'll figure this out because I would love to talk to you. It was really nice to see you pop up there and really disappointing to not hear you. So yeah, definitely. Next time, I'll jump you up the queue, as a promise. Aidan, what's up?
Hello. Hello. No, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to speak. I requested because I wanted to speak to the last guy that you had on. I believe we have pretty similar beliefs. So our discussion may be a bit fruitless.
Fair enough. Yeah, we normally don't get into kind of big panels with lots of people because it invariably just ends up being shouting. We'd like to keep it sort of a bit more structured. But thank you for coming up, and I guess being mercifully short, for the night is old and the morning is young. But yeah, thanks, Aidan. Appreciate it.
Of course. I'll have a lovely night, man.
And you, my friend. All the best. Take care. Nice. Okay, I reckon it's probably time to just read out Rebel's message.
I thought you were about to sign off.
Well, I almost am. The queues are empty and we're 7 hours in and it's 5 a.m. So probably a reasonable time. Rebel, thank you for trying. We definitely want to get you in next time. So definitely do that for sure. Okay, I think I've done all the things. Done the Q&As, done the guest wall.
What did that last super chat say?
It was from Rebel Apostate.
Did you read it?
Yeah, it was
okay.
about trying to get on next time. Yeah.
Okay, got you.
So to everyone, thank you very, very much. If you're on the YouTube side, it does help. I know I've asked you to do this before, but actually, when the stream is finished and then it goes to the live bit and you can comment on the live stream, if you can see the comments with the odd input, even just like where you were listening from or stuff like that, it really does help. It just juices things along and helps YouTube to know that there's engagement going on even after the live is finished. That would be a real help if you can. And I'm trying to see. Anony, what did you mean by one before that too? I'm trying to see if I've missed something. There is... oh, another one. Here we go. Tim, 2 cannibals eating a clown. One says to the other one, I think this tastes funny. I can get behind this one for sure.
Okay. Yeah, now I get it.
This one we know. Tim, you have a never-ending supply. And I'm here for it. I'm here for your jokes, Tim. We do love them, and we love you for what you contribute. Because it can all get a bit serious here, talking about all of this infanticide and genocide and all the sides. So it is really nice to break things up sometimes with some irreverent silliness. I didn't roll out the bingo tonight. I was going to, and I thought I'm so close to getting it to the point of being fully interactive. I'm going to try and do that possibly for the next stream because I want you guys involved on the bingo. It's going to be really good if it works out how I've got it planned. So with that, thank you, everyone. Thank you, of course, to everyone in both chats. It really means everything that we have such an amazing collective and atmosphere here, and all the engagement and all the interactions between everyone else. Just it fills my heart to see it happening. So we really appreciate it. And the mods, as always, have just done a fantastic job on both sides. As for when I'll be back, normally it would be the Tuesday daytime, but I actually have to go to Ireland on Tuesday just for the day. I'll be back. I'm leaving super early and coming back super late, so I won't be able to stream on Tuesday. I'm guessing it will probably be maybe Wednesday daytime. I will put word out as soon as I've been able to solidify a plan, check with Sean, and I'll let you guys all know. And look forward to some of tonight's events, because they're going to get clipped tomorrow. Some of them at least. We've definitely got some good stuff tonight. So yeah, I'll be off to Ireland, Punta del Este. Just got to go over there to do a work thing.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, it will be. It's a bit hectic to go in one day and come back in a day, but it's not the end of the world. So okay. I'll see if I spot any leprechauns for you, Sean. I'll capture one and bring it back and display it in the stream.
Excellent. So I look forward to it.
Good stuff.
I'll talk to everyone soon. Thanks, everyone.
Big thanks all. Take care. Keep well.